Preface. The circumstances attending the composition and publication of the present work have thrown upon me the duty of furnishing it with a preface explaining its object and scope. Briefly, the purpose of the author has been to collect into a book of Malay folklore all that seemed to him most typical of the subject amongst a considerable mass of materials, some of which lay scattered in the pages of various other works, others in unpublished native manuscripts, and much in notes made by him personally of what he had observed during several years spent in the Malay Peninsula, principally in the state of Selangor. The book does not profess to be an exhaustive or complete treatise, but rather, as its title indicates, an introduction to the study of folklore, popular religion, and magic as understood among the Malays of the peninsula. It should be superfluous at this time of day to defend such studies as these from the criticisms which have from time to time been brought against them. I remember my old friend and former teacher, Wan Abdullah, a Singapore Malay of Terengganu extraction and Arab descent, a devout and learned Mohammedan and a most charming man, objecting to them on the grounds, first, that they were useless, and secondly, which, as he emphatically declared, was far worse, that they were perilous to the soul's health. This last is a point of view which it would hardly be appropriate or profitable to discuss here, but a few words may as well be devoted to the other objection. It is based, sometimes, on the ground that these studies deal not with facts, but with mere nonsensical fancies and beliefs. Now, for facts we all, of course, have the greatest respect, but the objection appears to me to involve an unwarrantable restriction of the meaning of the word, a belief which is actually held, even a mere fancy that is entertained in the mind, has a real existence, and is a fact just as much as any other. As a piece of psychology, it must always have a certain interest, and it may on occasions become of enormous practical importance. If, for instance, in 1857 certain persons, whose concern it was, had paid more attention to facts of this kind, possibly the Indian Mutiny could have been prevented, and probably it might have been foreseen, so that precautionary measures could have been taken in time to minimize the extent of the catastrophe. It is not suggested that the matters dealt with in this book are ever likely to involve such serious issues, but speaking generally, there can be no doubt that an understanding of the ideas and modes of thought of an alien people in a relatively low stage of civilization facilitates very considerably the task of governing them. And in the Malay Peninsula, that task has now devolved mainly upon Englishmen. Moreover, every notion of utility implies an end to which it is to be referred, and there are other ends in life worth considering as well as those to which the practical man is pleased to restrict himself. When one passes from the practical to the speculative point of view, it is almost impossible to predict what piece of knowledge will be fruitful of results, and what will not. Prima facie, therefore, all knowledge has a claim to be considered of importance from a scientific point of view, and until everything is known, nothing can safely be rejected as worthless. Another and more serious objection, aimed rather at the method of such investigations as these, is that the evidence with which they have to be content is worth little or nothing. Objectors attempt to discredit it by implying that at best it is only what A says that B told him about the beliefs B says he holds, in other words, that it is the merest hearsay. And it is also sometimes suggested that when A is a European and B a savage, or at most a semi-civilized person of another breed, the chances are that B will lie about his alleged beliefs, or that A will unconsciously read his own ideas into B's confused statements, or that, at any rate, one way or another, they are sure to misunderstand each other, and accordingly the record cannot be a faithful one. So far as this objection can have any application to the present work, it may fairly be replied. First, that the author has been at some pains to corroborate and illustrate his own accounts by the independent observations of others, and this must be his justification for the copiousness of his quotations from other writers. And secondly, that he has, whenever possible, given us what is really the best kind of evidence for his own statements by recording the charms and other magic formulae which are actually in use. Of these, a great number has been here collected, and in the translation of such of the more interesting ones as are quoted in the text of the book, every effort has been made to keep to literal accuracy of rendering. The originals will be found in the appendix, and it must be left to those who can read Malay to check the author's versions, and to draw from the untranslated portions such inferences as may seem to them good. The author himself has no preconceived thesis to maintain. His object has been collection rather than comparison, and quite apart from the necessary limitations of space and time, his method has confined the book within fairly well-defined bounds. Though the subject is one which would naturally lend itself to a comparative treatment, and though the comparison of Malay folklore with that of other nations, more particularly of India, Arabia, and the mainland of Indochina, would no doubt lead to very interesting results, the scope of the work has as far as possible been restricted to the folklore of the Malays of the peninsula. Accordingly, the analogous and often quite similar customs and ideas of the Malayan races of the Eastern Archipelago have been only occasionally referred to, while those of the Chinese and other non-Malayan inhabitants of the peninsula have been excluded altogether. Moreover, several important departments of custom and social life have been, no doubt designedly, omitted. Thus, to mention only one subject out of several that will probably occur to the reader, the modes of organization of the family and the clan, which in certain Malay communities present archaic features of no common interest, together with the derivative notions affecting the tenure and inheritance of property, have found no place in this work. The field, in fact, is very wide and cannot all be worked at once. The folklore of uncivilized races may fairly enough be said to embrace every phase of nature and every department of life. It may be regarded as containing, in the germ and as yet undifferentiated, the notions from which religion, law, medicine, philosophy, natural science, and social customs are eventually evolved. Its bulk and relative importance seem to vary inversely with the advance of a race in the progress towards civilization, and the ideas of savages on these matters appear to constitute in some cases a great and complex system, of which comparatively few traces only are left among the more civilized peoples. The Malay race, while far removed from the savage condition, has not as yet reached a very high stage of civilization, and still retains relatively large remnants of this primitive order of ideas. It is true that Malay notions on these subjects are undergoing a process of disintegration, the rapidity of which has been considerably increased by contact with European civilization, but such as they are, these ideas still form a great factor in the life of the mass of the people. It may, however, be desirable to point out that the complexity of Malay folklore is to be attributed in part to its singularly mixed character. The development of the race from savagery and barbarism up to its present condition of comparative civilization has been modified and determined, first and most deeply by Indian, and during the last 5 centuries or so by Arabian influences. Just as in the language of the Malays, it is possible by analysis to pick out words of Sanskrit and Arabic origin from amongst the main body of genuinely native words, so in their folklore, one finds Hindu, Buddhist, and Mohammedan ideas overlying a mass of apparently original Malay notions. These various elements of their folklore are, however, now so thoroughly mixed up together that it is often almost impossible to disentangle them. No systematic attempt has been made to do so in this book, although here and there an indication of the origin of some particular myth will be found. But a complete analysis, if possible at all, would have necessitated, as a preliminary investigation, a much deeper study of Hindu and Mohammedan mythology than it has been found practicable to engage in. In order, however, to give a clear notion of the relation which the beliefs and practices that are here recorded bear to the official religion of the people, it is necessary to state that the Malays of the peninsula are Sunni Mohammedans of the school of Shafi'i, and that nothing, theoretically speaking, could be more correct and orthodox, from the point of view of Islam, than the belief which they profess. But the beliefs which they actually hold are another matter altogether, and it must be admitted that the Mohammedan veneer which covers their ancient superstitions is very often of the thinnest description. The inconsistency in which this involves them is not, however, as a rule realized by themselves. Beginning their invocations with the orthodox preface, "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate," and ending them with an appeal to the creed. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. they are conscious of no impropriety in addressing the intervening matter to a string of Hindu divinities, demons, ghosts, and nature spirits, with a few angels and prophets thrown in, as the occasion may seem to require. Still, the more highly educated Malays, especially those who live in the towns and come into direct contact with Arab teachers of religion, are disposed to object strongly to these relics of paganism. And there can be no doubt that the increasing diffusion of general education in the peninsula is contributing to the growth of a stricter conception of Islam, which will involve the gradual suppression of such of these old-world superstitions as are obviously of an unorthodox character. This process, however, will take several generations to accomplish, and in the meantime, it is to be hoped that a complete record will have been made both of what is doomed sooner or later to perish, and of what in all likelihood will survive under the new conditions of our time. It is as a contribution to such a record, and as a collection of materials to serve as a sound basis for further additions and comparisons, that this work is offered to the reader. A list of the principal authorities referred to will be found in another place, but it would be improper to omit here the acknowledgments which are due to the various authors of whose work in this field such wide use has been made. Among the dead special mention must be made of Marston, who will always be for Englishmen the pioneer of Malay studies, Leyden, the gifted translator of the Sejarah Malayu, whose early death probably inflicted on Oriental scholarship the greatest loss it has ever had to suffer, Newbold, the author of what is still, on the whole, the best work on the Malay Peninsula, and Sir William Maxwell, in whom those of us who knew him have lost a friend, and Malay scholarship a thoroughly sound and most brilliant exponent. Among the living, the acknowledgments of the author are due principally to Sir Frank Swettenham and Mr. Hugh Clifford, who, while they have done much to popularize the knowledge of things Malay amongst the general reading public, have also embodied in their works the results of much careful and accurate observation. The free use which has been made of the writings of these and other authors will, it is hoped, be held to be justified by their intrinsic value. It must be added that the author, having to leave England about the beginning of this year with the Cambridge scientific expedition, which is now exploring the northern states of the peninsula, left the work with me for revision. The first 5 chapters and Chapter 6, up to the end of the section on dances, sports, and games, were then already in the printer's hands, but only the first 100 pages or so had had the benefit of the author's revision. For the arrangement of the rest of Chapter 6, and for some small portion of the matter therein contained, I am responsible, and it has also been my duty to revise the whole book finally. Accordingly, it is only fair to the author to point out that he is to be credited with the matter and the general scheme of the work, while the responsibility for defects in detail must fall upon myself. As regards the spelling of Malay words, it must be said that geographical names have been spelled in the way which is now usually adopted and without diacritical marks. The names of the principal native states of the peninsula, most of which are repeatedly mentioned in the book, are Kedah, Perak, Selangor, Johor, Pahang, Terengganu, Kelantan, and Patani. Otherwise, except in quotations, where the spelling of the original is preserved, an attempt has been made to transliterate the Malay words found in the body of the book in such a way as to give the ordinary reader a fairly correct idea of their pronunciation. The appendix, which appeals only to persons who already know Malay, has been somewhat differently treated, diacritical marks being inserted only in cases where there was a possible ambiguity, and the spelling of the original MSS being changed as little as possible. A perfect transliteration, or one that will suit everybody, is, however, an unattainable ideal, and the most that can be done in that direction is necessarily a compromise. In the system adopted in the body of the work, the vowels are to be sounded, roughly speaking as in Italian, except E, which resembles the French E in que, le and the like, and the consonants as in English, but NG as in singer not finger, G as in go, NY as nigh in onion, CH as in church, final K and initial H almost inaudible. The symbol represents the Arabic ain, and the symbol is used, 1 between consonants, to indicate the presence of an almost inaudible vowel, the shortest form of E, and elsewhere 2 for the hamza, and 3 for the apostrophe I, E, to denote the suppression of a letter or syllable. Both the ain and the hamza may be neglected in pronunciation, as indeed they are very generally disregarded by the Malays themselves. In this and other respects, Arabic scholars into whose hands this book may fall must not be surprised to find that Arabic words and phrases suffer some corruptions in a Malay context. These have not, as a rule, been interfered with or corrected, although it has not been thought worthwhile to preserve obvious blunders of spelling in well-known Arabic formulae. It should be added that in Malay the accent or stress, which is less marked than in English, falls almost invariably on the penultimate syllable of the word. Exceptions to this rule hardly ever occur except in the few cases where the penultimate is an open syllable with a short vowel, as indicated by the sign. The illustrations are reproduced from photographs of models and original objects made by Malays. Most of these models and other objects are now in the Cambridge Archaeological and Ethnological Museum, to which they were presented by the author. The index, for the compilation of which I am indebted to my wife, who has also given me much assistance in the revision of the proof sheets, will, it is believed, add greatly to the usefulness of the work as a book of reference. C. O. Blagden. Walking, 28 August 1899. Chapter 1. Nature. A creation of the world. The theory of the creation, most usually held by peninsular Malays, is summarized in the following passage, quoted in 1839 by Lieutenant Newbold from a Malay folktale. From the Supreme Being first emanated light towards chaos. This light, diffusing itself, became the vast ocean. From the bosom of the waters thick vapor and foam ascended. The earth and sea were then formed, each of 7 tiers. The earth rested on the surface of the water from east to west. God, in order to render steadfast the foundations of the world, which vibrated tremulously with the motion of the watery expanse, girt it round with an adamantine chain, viz. the stupendous mountains of Caucasus, the wondrous regions of genii and aerial spirits. Beyond these limits is spread out a vast plain, the sand and earth of which are of gold and musk, the stones rubies and emeralds, the vegetation of odoriferous flowers. From the range of Caucasus, all the mountains of the earth have their origin as pillars to support and strengthen the terrestrial framework. The mountains of Caucasus are usually called by Malays Bukit Kaf, i.e. Kaf, or the mountains of Kaf, which latter is their Arabic name. These mountains are not unfrequently referred to in Malay charms, e.g. in invocations addressed to the rice spirit. The mountains of Kaf are to the Malays a great range which serves as a wall, dinding, to the earth, and keeps off both excessive winds and beasts of prey. This wall, however, is being bored through by people called Yajuj and Majuj, Gog and Magog, and when they succeed in their task, the end of all things will come. Besides these mountains which surround the earth, there is a great central mountain called Mahameru, Sagantang Mahaburu, or merely Sagantang Guntang. In many Malay stories, this hill Mahameru is identified with Sagantang Guntang on the borders of Palembang in Sumatra. The account which I shall now give, however, differs considerably from the preceding. It was taken down by me from an introduction to a Malay charm book belonging to a magician, one Abdul Razak of Klang in Selangor, with whom I was acquainted, but who, though he allowed me to copy it, would not allow me either to buy or borrow the book. In the days when haze bore darkness, and darkness haze, when the Lord of the outer silence himself was yet in the womb of creation, before the existence of the names of earth and heaven, of God and Muhammad, of the empyrean and crystalline spheres, or of space and void, the creator of the entire universe pre-existed by himself, and he was the eldest magician. He created the earth of the width of a tray, and the heavens of the width of an umbrella, which are the universe of the magician. Now from before the beginning of time existed that magician that is, God, and he made himself manifest with the brightness of the moon and the sun, which is the token of the true magician. The account proceeds to describe how God created the pillar of the Kaaba, which is the navel of the earth, whose growth is comparable to a tree, whose branches are 4 in number and are called the first, Sajaratul Mentahar, and the second Tabai, and the third Kaldi, and the fourth Nasran Alam, which extend unto the north, south, east, and west, where they are called the 4 corners of the world. Next we read that the word of God Almighty came in secret to Gabriel, saying, "Take me down the iron staff of the creed, which dangles at the gate of heaven, and kill me this serpent Sakadimuna." Gabriel did so, and the serpent brake asunder, the head and forepart shooting up above the heavens, and the tail part penetrating downwards beneath the earth. The rest of the account is taken up with a description that need not here be repeated, of the transformation of all the various parts of the serpent's anatomy, which are represented as turning with a few exceptions into good and evil genii. The most curious feature of the description is perhaps the marked anthropomorphic character of this serpent, which shows it to be a serpent in little more than name. It seems, in fact, very probable that we have here a reminiscence of the Indian, Naga. Thus we find the rainbow, here divided into its component parts, described as originating from the serpent's sword with its hilt and crosspiece, guard, grass from the hair of its body, trees from the hair of its head, rain from its tears, and dew from its sweat. Another account, also obtained from a local magician, contains one or two additional details about the tree. Kun, said God, Paya kun, said Mohammed, and a seed was created. The seed became a root lit. Sinew, the root a tree, and the tree brought forth leaves. Kun, said God, Paya kun, said Mohammed. Then were heaven and earth created, earth of the width of a tray, heaven of the width of an umbrella. This is a curious passage, and one not over easy to explain. Such evidence as may be drawn from analogy suggests, however, that the earth of the width of a tray and heaven of the width of an umbrella may be intended to represent respectively the souls, semengat, of heaven and earth, in which case they would bear the same relation to the material heaven and earth as the man-shaped human soul does to the body of a man. B. Natural phenomena. Most Malays, says Newbold, with whom I have conversed on the subject, imagine that the world is of an oval shape, revolving upon its own axis 4 times in the space of 1 year, that the sun is a circular body of fire moving round the earth and producing the alternations of night and day. To this I would add that some Malays, at least, whom I questioned on the subject, as well as some Sakais under Malay influence, imagine the firmament to consist of a sort of stone or rock which they called batu hampar, or bedrock, the appearance of stars being caused, as they supposed, by the light which streams through its perforations. A further development of the Malay theory of the earth declares it to be carried by a colossal buffalo upon the tip of its horns. When one horn begins to tire, the buffalo tosses it up and catches it upon the tip of the other, thus causing periodical earthquakes. This world buffalo, it should be added, stands upon an island in the midst of the nether ocean. The universe is girt round by an immense serpent or dragon ular naga, which feeds upon its own tail. The Malay theory of the tides is concisely stated by Newbold. Some Malays ascribe the tides to the influence of the sun, others to some unknown current of the ocean, but the generality believe confidently the following, which is a mere skeleton of the original legend. In the middle of the great ocean grows an immense tree called Pajangi, at the root of which is a cavern called Puset Tasek, or navel of the lake. This is inhabited by a vast crab who goes forth at stated periods during the day. When the creature returns to its abode, the displaced water causes the flow of the tide. When he departs, the water rushing into the cavern causes the ebb. Mr. Clifford gives a slightly different explanation. The Puset Tasek, or navel of the seas, supposed to be a huge hole in the ocean bottom. In this hole there sits a gigantic crab which twice a day gets out in order to search for food. While he is sitting in the hole, the waters of the ocean are unable to pour down into the underworld, the whole of the aperture being filled and blocked by the crab's bulk. The inflowing of the rivers into the sea during these periods are supposed to cause the rising of the tide, while the downpouring of the waters through the great hole when the crab is absent searching for food is supposed to cause the ebb. Concerning the wonderful legendary tree, the Pajangi, the following story was related to me by a Selangor Malay. There was once a Selangor man named Haji Badu, or the petrified pilgrim, who got this name from the fact that the first joints of all the fingers of one hand had been turned into stone. This happened in the following manner. In the old days when men went voyaging in sailing vessels, he determined to visit Mecca and accordingly set sail. After sailing for about 2 months, they drifted out of their course for some 10 or 15 days, and then came to a part of the sea where there were floating trunks of trees, together with rice straw, batang paddy, and all manner of flotsam. Yet again they drifted for 7 days. and upon the seventh night Haji Batu dreamed a dream. In this dream, one who wore the pilgrim's garb appeared to him and warned him to carry on his person a hammer and 7 nails, and when he came to a tree, which would be the pajangi, he was to drive the first of the nails into its stem and cling thereto. Next day the ship reached the great whirlpool which is called the navel of the seas, and while the ship was being sucked into the eddy close to the tree and engulfed, Haji Batu managed to drive the first nail home and clung to it as the ship went down. After a brief interval he endeavored to drive in the second nail, somewhat higher up the stem than the first. Why Haji Batu could not climb without the aid of nails history does not relate, and drawing himself up by it, drove in the third. Thus progressing, by the time he had driven in all the 7 nails he had reached the top of the tree, when he discovered among the branches a nest of young rocks. Here he rested, and having again been advised in a dream, he waited. On the following day, when the parent rock had returned and was engaged in feeding its young with an elephant which it had brought for the purpose, he bound himself to its feathers with his girdle, and was carried in this manner many hundreds of miles to the westward, where, upon the rocks nearing the ground, he let himself go, and thus dropping to the earth, fell into a swoon. On recovering consciousness, he walked on till he came to a house, where he asked for and obtained some refreshment. On his departure, he was advised to go westward, and so proceeded for a long distance until he arrived at a beautifully clear pool in an open plain, around which were to be seen many stone figures of human beings. The appearance of these stone figures rendering him suspicious, he refrained from drinking the water and dipped into it merely the tips of his fingers, which became immediately petrified. Proceeding, he met a vast number of wild animals, pigs, deer, and elephants which were fleeing from the pursuit of a beast of no great size indeed, but with fiery red fur. He therefore prudently climbed into a tree to allow it to pass. The beast, however, pursued him and commenced to climb the tree, but as it climbed he drove the point of his poniard battock into its skull and killed it. He then robbed it of its whiskers, and thereafter, on his reaching a town, everybody fled from him because of the whiskers which had belonged to so fierce a beast. The Raja of that country, begging for one of them and giving him food, he presented him with one of the whiskers in payment. After paying his way in a similar manner at 7 successive villages, the petrified pilgrim at length reached Mecca. Boars, or eagers, at the mouths of rivers and floods due to heavy rain, are conceived to be caused by the passage of some gigantic animal, most probably a sort of dragon, as in the case of landslips, which will be mentioned later. This animal, whose passage up rivers is held to cause the tidal wave or bore, is called Bena in Selangor. It is a matter of common report among Malays at Jugra, on the Selangor coast, that a boar formerly frequented the Langet River, near its mouth. This was anterior to the severance of the narrow neck of land at Bandar that divided the old channel of the Langet River from the stream into which the waters of the Langet now flow, forming the short cut to the sea called the Jugra Passage. In the days when the boar came up the river, the Malays used to go out in small canoes or dugouts to sport amongst the breakers, main jelambang, frequently getting upset for their pains. Eventually, however, I was told, the boar was killed by a Langet Malay, who struck it upon the head with a stick. It is considered that this must be true, since there is no boar in the Langet River now. Eclipses, gerhana of the sun or moon, are considered to be the outward and visible sign of the devouring of those bodies by a sort of gigantic dragon, rahu, or dog, anjing. Hence the tumult made during an eclipse by the Malays, who imagine that if they make a sufficient din, they will frighten the monster away. The following is an excellent description of a lunar eclipse from the Malay point of view. One night, when the moon has waxed nearly to the full, Pekan resounds with a babel of discordant noise. The large brass gongs, in which the devils of the Chinese are supposed to take delight, clang and clash and bray through the still night air. The Malay drums throb and beat and thud. All manner of shrill yells fill the sky, and the roar of 1,000 native voices rises heavenwards or rolls across the white waters of the river, which are flecked with deep shadows and reflections. The jungles on the far bank take up the sound and send it pealing back in recurring ringing echoes till the whole world seems to shout in chorus. The moon which bathes the earth in splendor, the moon which is so dear to each one of us, is in dire peril this night, for that fierce monster, the gerhana, whom we hate and loathe, is striving to swallow her. You can mark his black bulk creeping over her, dimming her face, consuming her utterly, while she suffers in the agony of silence. How often in the past has she served us with the light? How often has she made night more beautiful than day for our tired, sun-dazed eyes to look upon? And shall she now perish without one effort on our part to save her by scaring the monster from his prey? No, 1,000 times no. So we shout and clang the gongs and beat the drums till all the animal world joins in the tumult, and even inanimate nature lends its voice to swell the uproar with 1,000 resonant echoes. At last the hated monster reluctantly retreats. Our war cry has reached his ears, and he slinks sullenly away, and the pure, sad, kindly moon looks down in love and gratitude upon us, her children, to whose aid she owes her deliverance. The spots on the moon are supposed to represent an inverted banyan tree, Beringan songsang, underneath which an aged hunchback is seated plaiting strands of tree bark, pintal talai kulit tirap, to make a fishing line, wherewith he intends to angle for everything upon the earth as soon as his task is completed. It has never been completed yet, however, for a rat always gnaws the line through in time to save mankind from disaster, despite the vigilance of the old man's cat, which is always lying in wait for the offender. It is perhaps scarcely necessary to add that, when the line reaches the earth, the end of the world will come. Bujang, single, solitary, and hence in a secondary sense unmarried, is a Sanskrit word bujanga, a dragon. Bujang Malacca, a mountain in Perak, is said by the Malays of that state to have been so called because it stands alone, and could be seen from the sea by traders who plied in old days between the Perak River and the once flourishing port of Malacca. But it is just as likely to have been named from some forgotten legend in which a dragon played a part. Dragons and mountains are generally connected in Malay ideas. The caves in the limestone hill Gunung Pondak, in Perak, are said to be haunted by a genius los in the form of a snake who is popularly called Si Bujang. This seems to prove beyond doubt the identity of Bujang with Bujanga. The snake spirit of Gunung Pondak is sometimes as small as a viper, and sometimes as large as a python, but he may always be identified by his spotted neck, which resembles that of a wood pigeon tecucur. Landslips on the mountains, which are tolerably frequent during very heavy rains, and which, being produced by the same cause, are often simultaneous with the flooding of rivers and the destruction of property, are attributed by the natives to the sudden breaking forth of dragons, naga, which have been performing religious penance, bertapa in the mountains, and which are making their way to the sea. So, too, many waterfalls and rocks of unusual shape are thought to owe their remarkable character to the agency of demons. This, however, is a subject which will be treated more fully later on. Palangi, the usual Malay word for the rainbow, means striped. The name varies, however, in different localities. In Perak it is called Palangi Minum, from a belief that it is the path by which spirits descend to the earth to drink, while in Penang it is known as Ular Danu, the snake Danu. In Perak, a rainbow which stretches in an arch across the sky is called Bantal, the pillow, for some reason that I have been unable to ascertain. When only a small portion of a rainbow is visible, which seems to touch the earth, it is called Tunggal, the flag, and if this is seen at some particular point of the compass the west, I think it betokens, the Perak Malays say, the approaching death of a Raja. Another popular belief is that the ends of the rainbow rest upon the earth, and that if one could dig at the exact spot covered by one end of it, an untold treasure would be found there. Unfortunately, no one can ever arrive at the place. Sunset is the hour when evil spirits of all kinds have most power. In Perak, children are often called indoors at this time to save them from unseen dangers. Sometimes, with the same object, a woman belonging to the house where there are young children will chew cuniate terrace, an evil-smelling root, supposed to be much disliked by demons of all kinds, and spit it out at 7 different points as she walks round the house. The yellow glow which spreads over the western sky, when it is lighted up with the last rays of the dying sun, is called Mambang Kuning, the yellow deity, a term indicative of the superstitious dread associated with this particular period. Chapter 2. Man and his place in the universe. A creation of man. A common feature in Malay romances and legends is a description of the supernatural development of a young child in the interior of some vegetable production, usually a bamboo. Sir W. E. Maxwell has pointed out the fact of the existence, both in Malay and Japanese legends, of the main features of this story, to which he assigns a Buddhistic origin. He tells the story as follows. The Raja of the Bamboo. Some years ago, I collected a number of legends current among Malayan tribes, having as their principal incident the supernatural development of a prince, princess, or demigod in the stem of a bamboo, or tree, or the interior of some closed receptacle. I omitted, however, to mention that this very characteristic Malay myth occurs in the Sri Rama, a Malay prose hikayat, which, as its name betokens, professes to describe the adventures of the hero of the Ramayana. Roorda van Eisinga's edition of the Sri Rama opens with an account of how Maharaja Dasaratha sent his chief mantri, Puspa Jaya Karma, to search for a suitable place at which to found a settlement. The site having been found and cleared, the narrative proceeds as follows. Now there was a clump of the bitang bamboo, Sarampunbula bitang, the color of which was like gold of 10-touch amas sapulo mudu, and its leaves like silver. All the trees which grew near bent in its direction, and it looked like a state umbrella, payang manuangi. The mantri and people chopped at it, but as fast as they cut down a branch on one side, a fresh one shot forth on the other, to the great astonishment of all the rajas, mantris, and warriors. Puspa Vikrama Jaya hastened back to King Dasaratha and laid the matter before him. The latter was greatly surprised, and declared that he would go himself the next day and see the bamboo cut down. Next day he set out on a white elephant, attended by a splendid train of chiefs and followers, and on reaching the spot ordered the bamboo clump to be cut down. Vikrama Puspa Jaya pointed it out, shaded by the other forest trees. The king perceived that it was a very elegant appearance, and that an odor like spices and musk proceeded from it. He told Puspa Jaya Vikrama to cut it down, and the latter drew his sword, which was as big as the stem of a coconut tree, and with one stroke cut down one of the bamboos. But immediately a fresh stem shot forth on the other side, and this happened as often as a stroke was given. Then the king grew wroth, and getting down from his elephant he drew his own sword and made a cut with it at the bamboo, which severed a stem. Then, by the divine decree of the Duatas, the king became aware of a female form in the bamboo clump, seated on a highly ornamented platform, geta, her face shining like the full moon when it is 14 days old, and the color of her body being like gold of 10-touch. On this, King Dasaratha quickly unloosed his girdle and saluted the princess. Then he lifted her on to his elephant and took her to his palace, escorted by music and singing. I myself have heard among the Selangor Malays similar legends to the above, which, as already pointed out, are common in Malay romances. A parallel myth is described in the following words. Now, the Perak River overflows its banks once a year, and sometimes there are very great floods. Soon after the marriage of Nakata Kasim with the White Semeng, an unprecedented flood occurred, and quantities of foam came down the river. Round the piles of the bathing house, which, in accordance with Malay custom, stood in the bed of the river close to the bank in front of the house, the floating volumes of foam collected in a mass the size of an elephant. Nakata Kasim's wife went to bathe, and finding this island of froth in her way, she attempted to move it away with a stick. She removed the upper portion of it and disclosed a female infant sitting in the midst of it, enveloped all round with cloud-like foam. The child showed no fear, and the White Semeng, carefully lifting her, carried her up to the house, heralding her discovery by loud shouts to her husband. The couple adopted the child willingly, for they had no children, and they treated her thenceforward as their own. They assembled the villagers and gave them a feast, solemnly announcing their adoption of the daughter of the river and their intention of leaving to her everything that they possessed. The child was called Tanpude, but her father gave her the name of Te Purba. As she grew up, the wealth of her foster parents increased. The village grew in extent and population and gradually became an important place. The usual story of the first creation of man, however, appears to be a Malay modification of Arabic beliefs. Thus we are told that man was created from the 4 elements earth, air, water, and fire in a way which the following extract, taken from a Selangor charm book, will explain. God Almighty spake unto Gabriel, saying, Be not disobedient, O Gabriel, but go and get me the heart of the earth. But he could not get the heart of the earth. I will not give it, said the earth. Then went the prophet Israfel to get it, but he could not get the heart of the earth. Then went Michael to get it, but he could not get the heart of the earth. Then went Azrael to get it, and at last he got the heart of the earth. When he got the heart of the earth, the empyrean and crystalline spheres shook, and the whole universe shook. When he got the heart of the earth, he made from it the image of Adam. But the heart of the earth was then too hard. He mixed water with it, and it became too soft. So he mixed fire with it, and at last struck out the image of Adam. Then he raised up the image of Adam, and craved life for it from Almighty God, and God Almighty gave it life. Then sneezed God Almighty, and the image of Adam brake in pieces, and he, Azrael, returned to remake the image of Adam. Then God Almighty commanded to take steel of Chorasan, and drive it down his back, so that it became the 33 bones, the harder steel at the top, the softer below it. The harder steel shot up skywards, and the softer steel penetrated earthwards. Thus the image of Adam had life and dwelt in paradise. There, Adam beheld two peacocks of no ordinary beauty, and the angel Gabriel appeared. Verily, O angel Gabriel, I am solitary, easier is it to live in pairs, I crave a wife. God Almighty spake, saying, Command Adam to pray at dawn a prayer of 2 genuflections. Then Adam prayed, and Our Lady Eve descended, and was captured by the prophet Adam. But before he had finished his prayer, she was taken back, therefore Adam prayed the prayer of 2 genuflections as desired, and at the last obtained Our Lady Eve. When they were married, Eve bore twins every time, until she had borne 44 children, and the children too were wedded, handsome with handsome, and plain with plain. The magician who dictated the above account stated that when Azrael stretched forth his hand to take the heart of the earth spirit caught hold of his middle finger, which yielded to the strain, and thus became longer than the rest, and received its Malay name of the devil's finger, Jari Hantu. A parallel account adds that the heart of the earth was white, and gives a fuller description of the interview between Azrael and his formidable antagonist, the earth. After saluting the latter in the orthodox Mohammedan fashion, Azrael explains his mission, and is met by a point-blank refusal. I will not give it, said the earth, referring to its heart, forasmuch as I was so created by God Almighty, and if you take away my heart, I shall assuredly die. At this brusque, though perhaps natural retort, the archangel loses his temper, and rudely exclaims that he will take the earth's heart whether it will or no. Here Azrael gave the earth a push with his right hand and his left, and grasping at the heart of the earth, got hold of it and carried it back to the presence of God. God now summons Gabriel and orders him to mold, forge the image of Adam. Then Gabriel took the lump of earth, which was the earth's heart, and mixed it first with water to soften it. Then, as it was too soft, with fire to harden it, and when the image was made, obtained life from God to put into it. The breaking of the first image which was made, and the making of the second, are here omitted. Finally, the creation of Our Lady, Eve, and the birth of her firstborn are described, the latter occasion being accompanied by a thick darkness, which compelled Adam to take off his turban and beat the child therewith in order to dispel the evil influences, badi, which had attended its birth. The following extract, from a Malay treatise quoted by Newbold, fairly describes the general state of Malay ideas respecting the constitution of the human body. Plato, Socrates, Galen, Aristotle, and other philosophers affirm that God created man of a fixed number of bones, blood vessels, etc. For instance, the skull is composed of 512 bones, the place of smell and sense of 7 bones. Between this and the neck are 32 bones. The neck is composed of 7 bones, and the back of 24 bones. 208 bones are contained in the other members of the body. In all, there are 360 bones and 360 blood vessels in a man's body. The brains weigh 306 miscals, the blood 573. The total of all the bones, blood vessels, large and small, and gristles amounts to 1093, and the hairs of the head to 6 lakhs and 4,000. The frame of man is divided into 40 great parts, which are again subdivided. 4 elements enter into his composition, viz., air, fire, earth, and water. With these elements are connected 4 essences: the soul or spirit with air, love with fire, concupiscence with earth, and wisdom with water. B. Sanctity of the body. In dealing with this branch of the subject, I will first take the case of the kings and priestly magicians, who present the most clearly marked examples of personal sanctity, which are now to be found among Malays, and will then describe the chief features of the sanctity ascribed to all ranks alike, in respect of certain special parts of the ordinary human anatomy. The theory of the king as the divine man is held perhaps as strongly in the Malay region as in any other part of the world, a fact which is strikingly emphasized by the alleged right of Malay monarchs to slay at pleasure, without being guilty of a crime. Not only is the king's person considered sacred, but the sanctity of his body is believed to communicate itself to his regalia and to slay those who break the royal taboos. Thus it is firmly believed that anyone who seriously offends the royal person, who touches, even for a moment, or who imitates, even with the king's permission, the chief objects of the regalia, or who wrongfully makes use of any of the insignia or privileges of royalty, will be kina dalat, i.e., struck dead by a quasi-electric discharge of that divine power which the Malays suppose to reside in the king's person, and which is called dalat or royal sanctity. Before I proceed, however, to discuss this power, it will be best to give some description of the regalia in which it resides. Of Malacca, Newbold says, "The articles of Malay regalia usually consist of a silsila, or book of genealogical descent, a code of laws, a vest or baju, and a few weapons, generally a kreese, klewang, or spear. The liming is a sort of lance, the tombak bandrang a spear of state, 4 or 7 of which are usually carried before the chiefs in the interior of the peninsula. The handle is covered with a substance flowing from it like a horsetail, dyed crimson, sometimes crimson and white. This is generally of hair." So in Leighton's translation of the Malay Annals, 1821, we read, "My name is Baichitram Shah Huam Raja. This is the sword, Korasa Mendeng Kayan, i.e. Mandakini, and that is the lance, Limbuar, i.e. Limbuara. This is the signet, Kayu Gampit, which is employed in correspondence with Rajas. The Korasa Medeng Kayan, i.e. Mandakini, is the celebrated sword with which Parama's Kumanbang killed the enormous serpent Sikadimuna, which ravaged the country of Meningkabo about the beginning of the 12th century. Of the Perak regalia we read, Tan Sabin was commanded by his mistress to open negotiations with Johor, and this having been done, a prince of the royal house of that kingdom, who traced his descent from the old line of Meningkabo, sailed for Perak to assume the sovereignty. He brought with him the insignia of royalty, namely, the royal drums Gandeng Nobet, the pipes Nefiri, the flutes Sarane and Bangsi, the beetle box Puan Nagataru, the sword Koramandakini, the sword Perbujang, the scepter Kayu Gamut, the jewel Kamala, the surat Kairi, the seal of state Chap Halalinter, and the umbrella Ubar Ubar. All these were enclosed in a box called Bananan. In Selangor, the regalia consisted of the royal instruments of music, the big state drum or nabet, beaten at the king's coronation, the 2 small state drums, Jendeng, the 2 state kettle drums, Langkara, the Lempiri or state trumpet, and the Sarane or state flute, which perhaps a Bangsi should be added, as in the Perak list, which were seldom, if ever, moved, and the following articles which were carried in procession on state occasions. The royal beetle box. The long K-rissa kind of rapier used for Malay executions. The 2 royal swords, one on the right hand and one on the left, all of the articles mentioned hitherto being carried in front of the Sultan. The royal fringed umbrella Payang Uber, carried behind the right-hand sword-bearer. The royal cuspidor, carried behind the left-hand sword-bearer. The royal tobacco box, carried at the Sultan's back. The 8 royal tufted lances, Tombak Bendrang or Bandangan, whose bearers were followed by 2 personal attendants, the latter of whom attended, besides, to anything that was broken or damaged, so that the procession numbered 17 persons in all. Of the Pahang regalia, I have not been able to obtain a list with any pretensions to completeness, but from a remark by Mr. Clifford, the present resident, in one of his books, they would appear to be essentially the same as those of the other federated states. A list of the Jellibu regalia, given me by Unkused Ketchel of Jellibu, ran as follows. A single-bladed sword Pedang Pemenker, the long Kairis Panjang Penyaling used for executions, the royal lances Tombak Bendrang, the royal umbrella Payang Kabsaran, the royal standard and pennants Tunggal Ularuler, the royal ceiling cloth and hangings Tabir Langit Duenga, the moving mountains Gunung Dua Barangkat, perhaps the names of 2 peaked pillows, the royal drums Jendeng Nabet, said to be headed with the skins of lice Kulit Tuma and to emit a single chord of 12 tones when struck Duabilas Bunny Sakali Depukal, the royal trumpet Limpiri or Nimpiri. Each of these was also said to, the royal gong, emit a single chord of 12, the royal guitar Kechapi. Notes, the royal rabab or Malay fiddle. This latter peculiarity of the multiplication of notes is quite in accordance with the traditions of the king's musical instruments in Malay romances. Thus of Raja Donan's magic flute we are told, the first time that he sounded it, the flute gave forth the sounds of 12 instruments, the second time it played as if 24 instruments were being sounded, and the third time it played like 36 different instruments. No wonder we are told that the princesses Chi Ambong and Chi Muda dissolved in tears, and the music had to be stopped. My informant declared that these objects came into existence of themselves, Terjali Sendiri, at a spot between the two peaks of a burning mountain Gunung Merapi in the country of Minangkabau in Sumatra. He also averred that rain could not rot them nor sun blister them, and that anyone who brushed past them, dilintas, would fall to the ground, whilst no fewer than 7 buffaloes have to be slaughtered before the moving mountains, when worn out, can be replaced. An enumeration of the writer's regalia often forms an important part of a letter from one Malay sovereign to another, more especially when the writer wishes to emphasize his importance. But the extraordinary strength of the Malay belief in the supernatural powers of the regalia of their sovereigns can only be thoroughly realized after a study of their romances, in which their kings are credited with all the attributes of inferior gods, whose birth, as indeed every subsequent act of their afterlife, is attended by the most amazing prodigies. They are usually invulnerable and are gifted with miraculous powers, such as that of transforming themselves and of returning to or recalling others to life. In fact, they have, in every way, less of the man about them and more of the god. Thus it is that the following description of the dress of an old-time Raja falls easily into line with what would otherwise appear the objectless jargon which still constitutes the preamble of many a Malay prince's letters, but which can yet be hardly regarded as mere rhetoric, since it has a deep meaning for those who read it. He wore the trousers called birajuwangi, miraculously made without letting in pieces. Hundreds of mirrors encircled his waist, thousands encircled his legs, they were sprinkled all about his body, and larger ones followed the seams. Then his waistband, kain ikat pinggang, was of flowered cloth, 25 cubits in length, or 30 if the fringe be included. Thrice a day did it change its colors, in the morning transparent as dew, at midday of the color of lembyong, and in the evening of the hue of oil. Next came his coat. It was of reddish-purple velvet, thrice brilliant the luster of its surface, 7 times powerful the strength of the dye. The dyer after making it sailed the world for 3 years, but the dye still clung to the palms of his hands. His dagger was a straight blade of one piece which spontaneously screwed itself into the haft. The grooves, called ritak mayat, started from the base of the blade, the damask called pamar janji appeared halfway up, and the damask called lam jilala at the point. The damask aleph was there parallel with the edge, and where the damasking ended the steel was white. No ordinary metal was the steel, it was what was over after making the bolt of God's Kaaba, at Mecca. It had been forged by the son of God's prophet, Adam, smelted in the palm of his hand, fashioned with the end of his finger, and colored with the juice of flowers in a Chinese furnace. Its deadly qualities came down to it from the sky, and if cleaned with acid, at the source of a river, the fish at the embouchure came floating up dead. The sword that he wore was called Lang Pengonggong, the successful swooper, lit, the kite carrying off its prey. The next article described is his turban, which, among the Malays, is a square handkerchief folded and knotted round the head. He next took his royal handkerchief, knotting it so that it stood up with the ends projecting. One of them he called Dendam Ta, Suda Endless Love. It was purposely unfinished. If it were finished, the end of the world would come. It had been woven in no ordinary way, but had been the work of his mother from her youth. Wearing it, he was provided with all the love-compelling secrets. The names of a number of charms to excite passion are given, but they cannot be explained in the compass of a note. He wore the Malay national garment, the sarong. It was a robe of muslin of the finest kind. No ordinary weaving had produced it. It had been woven in a jar in the middle of the ocean by people with gills, relieved by others with beaks. No sooner was it finished than the maker was put to death, so that no one might be able to make one like it. It was not of the fashion of the clothing of the Rajas of the present day, but of those of olden time. If it were put in the sun, it got damper. If it were soaked in water, it became drier. A slight tear mended by darning only increased its value. instead of lessening it, for the thread for the purpose cost $100. A single dewdrop dropping on it would tangle the thread for a cubit's length, while the breath of the south wind would disentangle it. Finally, we get a description of the way in which the Raja Esrai Rama set out upon his journey. He adopted the art called setting butaman. The young snake writhed at his feet, i.e. he started at midday when his own shadow was round his feet. A young eagle was flying against the wind overhead. He took a step forward and then two backward, one forward as a sign that he was leaving his country, and two backward as a sign that he would return. As he took a step with the right foot, loud clanked his accoutrements on his left. As he put forth the left foot, a similar clank was heard on his right. He advanced, swelling out his broad chest and letting drop his slender fingers, adopting the gait called planting beans, and then the step called sowing spinach. In addition to the sanctity of the regalia, the king, as the divine man, possesses an infinite multitude of prerogatives which enter into almost every act of his private life, and thus completely separate him from the generality of his fellow men. These prerogatives are too numerous to be mentioned in detail, but the following extract from Leiden's translation of the Malay Annals will give a general idea of their character and extent. Sultan Muhammad Shah again established in order the throne of his sovereignty. He was the first who prohibited the wearing of yellow clothes in public, not even a handkerchief of that color, nor curtains, nor hangings, nor large pillowcases, nor coverlets, nor any envelope of any bundle, nor the cloth lining of a house, excepting only the waistcloth, the coat, and the turban. He also prohibited the constructing of houses with abutments or smaller houses connected with them, also suspended pillars or timbers, tiang gantang, nor timbers the tops of which project above the roofs, and also summer houses. He also prohibited the ornamenting of creases with gold, and the wearing anklets of gold, and the wearing the koranchang or hollow bracelets anklets of gold, ornamented with silver. None of these prohibited articles did he permit to be worn by a person, however rich he might be, unless by his particular license, a privilege which the Raja has ever since possessed. He also forbade anyone to enter the palace unless wearing a cloth petticoat of decent length, with his crease in front, and a shoulder cloth, and no person was permitted to enter unless in this array, and if anyone wore his crease behind him, it was incumbent on the porter of the gate to seize it. Such is the order of former time respecting prohibition by the Malayu Rajas, and whatever is contrary to this is a transgression against the Raja, and ought to incur a fine of 5 kati. The white umbrella, which is superior to the yellow one, because it is seen conspicuous at a greater distance, was also confined to the Raja's person, while the yellow umbrella was confined to his family. A number of other particulars bearing on this subject will be found in other parts of the text, and in the appendix, references are given to other works for additional details, which are too numerous to be recorded here. At funerals, whether the deceased has been a great or insignificant person, if he be a subject, the use of the payang umbrella and the puwadi is interdicted, as also the distribution of alms, unless by royal permission. Otherwise, the articles thus forbidden will be confiscated. Puwadi is the ceremony of spreading a cloth, generally a white one, for funeral and other processions to walk upon. Should the deceased be of high rank, the cloth extends from the house where the corpse is deposited to the burial ground. Similar prohibitions are still in force at the courts of the Malay sultans in the peninsula, though a yellow umbrella is now generally substituted for the white, at least in Selangor. A distinction is also now drawn between manufactured yellow cloth and cloth, which has been dyed yellow with saffron, the wrongful use of the latter, the genuine article, being regarded as the more especially heinous act. In addition to the royal monopoly of such objects as have been mentioned, Sir W. E. Maxwell mentions 3 royal perquisites, Larangan Raja, i.e. river turtles, tuntang, by which he no doubt means their eggs, elephants, by which he doubtless means elephants' tusks, and the fruit of the cashier, from which oil is made by the Perak Malays. He adds, it used to be a capital offense to give false information to the Raja about any of these. The cashier tree is said to affect certain localities and is found in groves not mixed with other trees. In former days, when the fruit was ripe, the whole of the Raja's household would turn out to gather it. It is said to yield a very large percentage of oil. The only tree in Ridley's list whose name at all resembles the cashier is the kashak, which is identified as Acronychia porteri, Wal Rudesi. A description of the gathering of the eggs of river turtles by the royal party in Perak will be found in Malay sketches. Besides the above, there are not a few linguistic taboos connected with the king's person, such as the use of the word santap to eat, baradu to sleep, bersemyam to be seated or to reside in a certain place, berangkat to progress, suram to bathe, jiring to be sick, and mangkat to die, all of which words are specially substituted for the ordinary Malay words when reference is made to the king. Moreover, when the king dies, his name is dropped, and he receives the title of marhum, the late or deceased, with the addition of an expression alluding to some prominent fact in his life or occasionally to the place of his decease. These titles, strange as it may seem, are often the reverse of complimentary and occasionally ridiculous. It must not be forgotten, too, in discussing the divine attributes of the Malay king, that he is firmly believed to possess a personal influence over the works of nature, such as the growth of the crops and the bearing of fruit trees. This same property is supposed to reside in a lesser degree in his delegates and even in the persons of Europeans in charge of districts. Thus, I have frequently known, in Selangor, the success or failure of the rice crops attributed to a change of district officers, and in one case, I even heard an outbreak of ferocity which occurred among man-eating crocodiles laid at the door of a most zealous and able, though perhaps occasionally somewhat unsympathetic, representative of the government. So, too, on one occasion when 3 deaths occurred during a district officer's temporary absence, the mere fact of his absence was considered significant. I may add that royal blood is supposed by many Malays to be white, and this is the pivot on which the plot of not a few Malay folktales is made to turn. Finally, it must be pointed out that the greatest possible importance is attached to the method of saluting the king. In the Sri Rama, the Malay Ramayana, we read, even of the chiefs, that, while yet some way off they bowed to the dust, when they got near they made obeisance, uplifting at each step their fingers 10, the hands closed together like the rootlets of the bakang palm, the fingers one on the other like a pile of siri leaves. Equals in rank when saluting one another touch, though they do not shake each other's hands, but a person of humble birth must not touch hands in saluting a great chief. A man, named Imam Bakar, was once slain at Pasir Tambang at the mouth of the Tembeling River. He incautiously touched hands in greeting with a chief called Tagaja, and the latter, seizing him in an iron grip, held him fast, while he was stabbed to death with spears. In saluting a great chief, like the Dato Maharaja Purba, the hands are lifted up in salutation with the palms pressed together, as in the attitude of Christian prayer, but the tips of the thumbs are not suffered to ascend beyond the base of the chin. In saluting a real Raja, the hands are carried higher and higher, according to the prince's rank, until, for the Sultan, the tips of the thumbs are on a level with the forehead. Little details such as these are of immense importance in the eyes of the Malays, and not without reason, seeing that in an independent native state, many a man has come by his death for carelessness in their observance. In the king's audience hall, the formal salutations are performed in a sitting posture, and in this case, too, the greatest attention is paid to the height to which the hands are raised. The chief twice makes salutation in a sitting posture as he advances, and at the third advance bends over the Sultan's hands, 2 more salutations being made on his way back to his place. A flagrant infringement of any of the prerogatives of the Sultan, such as those I have described, is certain, it is thought, to prove fatal, more or less immediately. Thus the death of Penghulu Mohit, a well-known Malay headman of the Klang district, in Selangor, which took place while I was in charge of that district, was at the time very generally attributed by the local Malays to his usurpation of certain royal privileges or prerogatives on the occasion of his daughter's wedding. One of these was his acceptance of gift buffaloes, decorated after the royal fashion, which were presented to him as wedding gifts in his daughter's honor. These buffaloes had a covering of cloth put over them, their horns covered, and a crescent-shaped breast ornament, dako, hung about their necks. Thus dressed, they were taken to Mohit's house in solemn procession. It was, at the time, considered significant that the very first of these gift buffaloes, which had been brought overland from Jugra, where the Sultan lived, had died on arrival. And whatever the cause may have been, It is a fact that Mohit's mother died a day or two after the conclusion of the wedding ceremonies, and that Mohit himself was taken ill almost immediately and died only about a fortnight later. The only person who, in former days, was not in the least affected by the royal taboos which protected the regalia from the common touch was the now, I believe, extinct official who held the post of court physician, Maharaja Lela. He, and he alone, might go freely in the royal apartments wherever he chose, and the immunity and freedom which he enjoyed in this respect passed into a proverb, the expression to act the court physician, Buet Maharaja Lela, being used to describe an altogether unwarrantable familiarity or impertinence. The following story, though I tell it against myself, is perhaps the best illustration I can give of the great danger supposed to be incurred by those who meddle with the paraphernalia of royalty. Among the late Sultan's insignia of royalty, in 1897, were a couple of drums, gendang, and the long silver trumpet which I have already described. Such trumpets are found among the kabsaran or regalia of most Malay states, and are always, I believe, called lempiri or nimpiri, pers, nafiri. They are considered so sacred that they can only be handled or sounded, it is believed, by a tribe of Malays called Orang Kalau, or the Kalau men, as anyone else who attempted to sound them would be struck dead. Even the Orang Kalau, moreover, can only sound this instrument at the proper time and season, e.g. at the proclamation of a new sovereign. For if they were to sound it at any other time, its noise would slay all who heard it, since it is the chosen habitation of the Jinn Karajan, or state demon, whose delight it would be, if wrongfully disturbed, to slay and spare not. This trumpet and the drums of the Selangor regalia were kept by the present Sultan, then Raja Muda, or Crown Prince of Selangor, in a small galvanized iron cupboard which stood upon posts about 3 feet high in the middle of a lawn outside His Highness' garden residence at Bandar. His Highness himself informed me that they had once been kept in the house itself, but when they were the source of infinite annoyance and anxiety to the inmates on account of their very uncanny behavior. Drops of perspiration, for instance, would form upon the trumpet when a leading member of the royal house was about to die. This actually happened, as I was told, at Langet just before the death of Tunku Chik, the late Sultan's eldest daughter, who died during my residence in the neighborhood. Then one Raja Bakar, son of a Raja, Ali, during the rethatching of the house at Bandar, accidentally trod upon the wooden barrel of one of the state drums and died in consequence of his inadvertence. When, therefore, a hornet's nest formed inside one of these same drums, it was pretty clear that things were going from bad to worse, and a Chinaman was ordered to remove it, no Malay having been found willing to risk his life in undertaking so dangerous an office and unwillingness, which was presently justified, as the Chinaman, too, after a few days' interval, swelled up and died. Both these strange coincidences were readily confirmed by the present Sultan on an occasion when I happened to question the authenticity of the story. And as His Highness is one of the most enlightened and truthful of men, such confirmation cannot easily be set aside. But the strangest coincidence of all was to follow, for not long afterwards, having never seen that portion of the regalia which was in the Raja Muda's charge, I happened to mention to a Malay friend of mine at Jugra my wish to be allowed to examine these objects, and was at once begged not to touch them, on the ground that no one could say what might follow. But shortly after, having occasion to visit the Raja Muda at his house at Bandar, I took the opportunity of asking whether there was any objection to my seeing these much debated objects, and as His Highness not only very obligingly assented, but offered to show them to me himself, I was able both to see and to handle them, His Highness himself taking the trumpet out of its yellow case and handing it to me. I thought nothing more of the matter at the time, but, by what was really a very curious coincidence, within a few days' time of the occurrence, was seized with a sharp attack of malarial influenza, the result of which was that I was obliged to leave the district and go into hospital at headquarters. In a Malay village news spreads quickly, and the report of my indisposition, after what was no doubt regarded as an act of extraordinary rashness, appears to have made a profound impression, and the result of it was that a Malay who probably considered himself indebted to me for some assistance he had received, bound himself by a vow to offer sacrifice at the shrine of a famous local saint should I be permitted to return to the district. Of this, however, I knew nothing at the time, and nothing could have exceeded my astonishment when I found upon my return that it was my duty to attend the banquet which took place at the saint's tomb in honor of my own recovery. Having shown the wide gulf which divides the divine man from his fellows, I have still to point out the extent to which certain portions of the human frame have come to be invested with sanctity, and to require to be treated with special ceremonies. These parts of the anatomy are, in particular, the head, the hair, the teeth, the ears, and the nails, all of which I will take in their order. The head, in the first place, is undoubtedly still considered by the Malays to possess some modified degree of sanctity. A proof of this is the custom, adat, which regulates the extent of the sacrifice to be offered in a case of assault or battery by the party committing the injury. If any part of the head is injured, nothing less than a goat will suffice, the animal being killed and both parties bathed in the blood. If the upper part of the body, the slaughter of a cock, to be disposed of in a similar way, will be held to be sufficient reparation. And so on, the sacrifice becoming of less value in proportion as the injured part is farther from the head. So, too, Mr. Fraser writes, superstition of the sanctity of the head exists among the Malays, for an early traveler reports that in Java people wear nothing on their heads and say that nothing must be on their heads, and if any person were to put his hand upon their head, they would kill him, and they do not build houses with stories in order that they may not walk over each other's heads. It is also found in full force throughout Polynesia. From the principle of the sanctity of the head flows, no doubt, the necessity of using the greatest circumspection during the process of cutting the hair. Sometimes throughout the whole life of the wearer, and frequently during special periods, the hair is left uncut. Thus I was told that in former days Malay men usually wore their hair long, and I myself have seen an instance of this at Jugra in Selangor in the person of a Malay of the old school, who was locally famous on this account. So, too, during the 40 days which must elapse before the purification of a woman after the birth of her child, the father of the child is forbidden to cut his hair, and a similar abstention is said to have been formerly incumbent upon all persons either prosecuting a journey or engaging in war. Often a boy's head is entirely shaven shortly after birth with the exception of a single lock in the center of the head, and so maintained until the boy begins to grow up, but frequently the operation is postponed. Generally, it is said, in consequence of a vow made by the child's parents, until the period of puberty or marriage. Great care, too, must be exercised in disposing of the clippings of hair, more especially the first clippings, as the Malay profoundly believes that the sympathetic connection which exists between himself and every part of his body continues to exist even after the physical connection has been severed, and that therefore he will suffer from any harm that may befall the severed parts of his body, such as the clippings of his hair or the parings of his nails. Accordingly, he takes care that those severed portions of himself shall not be left in places where they might either be exposed to accidental injury, or fall into the hands of malicious persons who might work magic on them to his detriment or death. Thus we invariably find clippings of the victim's hair mentioned, together with parings of his nails, etc., as forming part of the ingredients of the well-known wax image or mannequin into which pins are stuck, and which is still believed by all Malays to be a most effective method of causing the illness or death of an enemy. I was once present at the curious ceremony of cutting the hair of a Malay bride, which had all the characteristics of a religious rite, but the detailed account of it will be reserved for a later chapter. The same difficulties and dangers which beset the first cutting of the hair apply, though perhaps in a less degree, to the first paring of the nails Bertabak, the boring of the ears of girls Bertendek Telinga, and the filing of the teeth Barasajigi of either sex whether at puberty or marriage. One or more of the nails are frequently worn long by Malays of standing, and the women who engage in nautch, dancing, and theatrical performances invariably wear a complete set of artificial nails, chang. These latter are usually of brass, are often several inches in length, and are made so as to fit on to the tips of the fingers. Occasionally, a brass ring with a small peacock or some such bird of the same material will be attached to the end of the nail by a minute brass chain. The practice of wearing long nails is sometimes attributed to Chinese influence, but it is hard to see why this particular detail of Malay custom, which is quite in keeping with the general trend of Malay ideas about the person, should be supposed to be derived from China. The borrowing, if any, is much more likely to have been on the part of the Chinese, who undoubtedly imported many Indian ideas along with Buddhism. The custom appears to be followed, moreover, in many places, such as the interior of Sumatra, where Chinese influence is non-existent. In Siam, again, it appears to obtain very strongly, but no reason has yet been shown for supposing that this is anything but an instance of the similarity of results independently arrived at by nations starting with similar premises. The ear-boring and tooth-filing ceremonies, which still not infrequently take place at the age of puberty, in both sexes are of no less religious import than the rite of cutting the first lock. The main details of these ceremonies will be described in a later part of this book. To the same category of sacred things having physical connection with the body should doubtless be referred such objects as the eyebrows, the saliva, and soil taken from the naked footstep, all of which are utilized by the magician to achieve his nefarious ends. See the soul. The Malay conception of the human soul, semangat, is that of a species of thumbling, a thin, unsubstantial human image, or mannequin, which is temporarily absent from the body in sleep, trance disease, and permanently absent after death. This mannequin, which is usually invisible but is supposed to be about as big as the thumb, corresponds exactly in shape, proportion, and even in complexion, to its embodiment or casing, sarong, i.e. the body in which it has its residence. It is of a vapory, shadowy, or filmy essence, though not so impalpable but that it may cause displacement on entering a physical object. And as it can fly or flash quickly from place to place, it is often, perhaps metaphorically, addressed as if it were a bird. Thus in a charm given in the appendix we find, "Hither soul, come hither, hither little one, come hither, hither bird, come hither, hither filmy one, come hither." As this mannequin is the exact reproduction in every way of its bodily counterpart, and is the cause of life and thought in the individual it animates, it may readily be endowed with quasi-human feelings and independently possess the personal consciousness and volition of its corporeal owner. Thus, we find the following appeal addressed to the soul in the charm just quoted. "Do not bear grudges, do not bear malice, do not take it as a wrong, do not take it as a transgression." These quasi-human attributes of the soul being so complete, it is an easy stretch of the imagination to provide it with a house, which is generally in practice identified with the body of its owner, but may also be identified with any one of its temporary domiciles. Thus, in the charm already quoted, we read, "Return to your own house and house ladder, to your own house floor of which the planks have started, and your roof thatch starred with holes." The state of disrepair into which the soul's house, i.e. the sick man's body, is described as having fallen, is here attributed to the soul's absence. The completeness of this figurative identification of the soul's house with its owner's body, and of the soul's sheath or casing with both, is very clearly brought out in the following lines. "Cluck, cluck, soul of this sick man, so-and-so, return into the frame and body of so-and-so, to your own house and house ladder, to your own clearing and yard, to your own parents, to your own casing." And this is no mere chance expression, for in another charm the soul is adjured in these words, "As you remember your own parents, remember me. As you remember your own house and house ladder, remember me." The soul appears to men both waking and asleep as a phantom separate from the body of which it bears the likeness, manifests physical power, and walks, sits, and sleeps. "Cluck, cluck, soul of so-and-so, come and walk with me, come and sit with me, come and sleep with me, and share my pillow." It would probably be wrong to assume the foregoing expressions to have always been merely figurative. Rather, perhaps, we should consider them as part of a singularly complete and consistent animistic system formerly invented and still held by the Malays. Again, from the above ideas, it follows that if you call a soul in the right way, it will hear and obey you, and you will thus be able either to recall to its owner's body a soul which is escaping, Riang Semangat, or to abduct the soul of a person whom you may wish to get into your power, Mengambil Semangat Orang, and induce it to take up its residence in a specially prepared receptacle, such as a a lump of earth which has been sympathetically connected by direct contact with the body of the soul's owner. Or B, a wax mannequin so connected by indirect means, or even C, a cloth which has had no such connection whatever. And when you have succeeded in getting it into your power, the abducted and now imprisoned soul will naturally enjoy any latitude allowed to, and suffer from any mutilation of its temporary domicile or embodiment. Every man is supposed, it would appear from Malay charms, to possess 7 souls in all, or perhaps, I should more accurately say, a 7-fold soul. This septenity in unity may perhaps be held to explain the remarkable importance and persistency of the number 7 in Malay magic, as for instance the 7 twigs of the birch, and the 7 repetitions of the charm in soul abduction, the 7 betel leaves, the 7 nights duration of the ceremony, the 7 blows administered to the soul in other magical and medical ceremonies, and the 7 ears cut for the rice soul in reaping. And finally, it might explain why the lime branch which is hung up in the mosquito curtain, in another form of soul abduction, is required to possess 7 fruits on a single stalk, i.e. to ensure there being a separate receptacle for each one of the 7 souls. At the present day, the ordinary Malay talks usually of only a single soul, although he still keeps up the old phraseology in his charms and charm books. For the rest, it would appear that there may be some method in the selection and arrangement of colors. The lump of earth from the victim's footprint, used in one form of the soul abduction ceremony, is to be wrapped up in 3 thicknesses of cloth, which must be red, black, and yellow respectively, the yellow being outside. Again, in the ceremony of casting out the mischief from a sick man, a white cosmetic is assigned for use in the morning, a red cosmetic for midday, and black for sundown. Now in all, I believe, of what are now called the Federated Malay States, and probably in all Malay states whatsoever, yellow is the color used by royalty, whereas the more exalted and sacred color, white, with occasional lapses into yellow, has been adopted by Malay medicine men as the color most likely to conciliate the spirits and demons with whom they have to deal. Thus the soul cloth, which by the way is always 5 cubits long, lima hesta, is sometimes white and much more rarely yellow, and hence in the first instance just quoted, the yellow cloth being next to white of the color which is most complementary to the demons, is the one which is put outside. And in the second instance, for similar reasons, the white cosmetic is to be used first. The working out of this system, however, must await fresh evidence, and all I would do now is to emphasize the importance of color in such investigations and to urge the collection of fresh material. D. Animal, vegetable, and mineral souls. Hitherto I have treated of human souls only, but animal, mineral, and vegetable souls will now be briefly discussed. Speaking generally, I believe the soul to be, within certain limits, conceived as a diminutive but exact counterpart of its own embodiment, so that an animal soul would be like an animal, a bird soul like a bird. However, lower in the scale of creation it would appear that the tree or souls, for instance, are supposed, occasionally at least, to assume the shape of some animal or bird. Thus the soul of Eaglewood is thought to take the shape of a bird, the soul of Tinor that of a buffalo, the gold soul that of a deer. It has, however, always been recognized that the soul may enter other bodies besides its own, or even bodies of a different kind to its own, and hence these may be only apparent exceptions to the rule that the soul should be the counterpart of its own embodiment. Among races within the limits of savagery, the general doctrine of souls is found worked out with remarkable breadth and consistency. The souls of animals are recognized by a natural extension from the theory of human souls. The souls of trees and plants follow in some vague, partial way, and the souls of inanimate objects expand the general category to its extremist boundary. To the Malay who has arrived at the idea of a generally animated nature, but has not yet learned to draw scientific distinctions, there appears nothing remarkable or unnatural in the idea of vegetation souls, or even in that of mineral souls rather, would he consider us Europeans illogical and inconsistent, were he told that we allowed the possession of souls to one half of the creation and denied it to the other. Realizing this, we are prepared to find that the Malay theory of animism embraces, at least partially, the human race, animals and birds, vegetation, trees and plants, reptiles and fishes, until its extension to inert objects, such as minerals and stocks and stones, weapons, boats, food, clothes, ornaments, and other objects, which to us are not merely soulless, but lifeless, brings us face to face with a conception with which we are less likely to sympathize. Side by side with this general conception of an universally animate nature, we find abundant evidences of a special theory of human origin which is held to account not only for the larger mammals, but also for the existence of a large number of birds, and even for that of a few reptiles, fishes, trees, and plants, but seems to lose its operative force in proportion to its descent in the scale of creation, until in the lowest scale of all, the theory of human origin disappears from sight. And nothing remains but the partial application of a few vague anthropomorphic attributes. It is, doubtless, to the prevalence of this theory that we owe the extraordinary persistence of anthropomorphic ideas about animals, birds, reptiles, trees, if not of minerals, in Malay magical ceremonies. And it is hard to say which of these two notions the theory of human origin, or the other theory of universal animism is to be considered the original form of Malay belief. The following tale, which is entitled Charitra Megat Sajabang, and is told by Selangor Malays, will serve as an illustration of the idea of human origin. There was a married Sakai couple living at Ulu Klang, and they had a son called Megat Sajabang. When he grew up, he said to his mother, "Mother, get me a passage. I want to go and see other countries." She did so, and he left Ulu Klang, and 10 or 12 years later, when he had grown rich enough to buy a splendid ship, Pirahu, he returned with his wife, who was with child, and 7 midwives, who were watched over by one of his bodyguard with a drawn sword. His mother heard the news of his return, and she made ready, roasting a chica, monkey, and lotong monkey, and went with his father on board their bark canoe to meet their son. As they approached, they hailed him by his name, but he was ashamed of their humble appearance and forbade his men to let them on board, though his wife advised him to acknowledge them, even if they were pigs or dogs. The unfilial son persisted in turning them away. So they went back to the shore and sat down and wept, and the old mother, laying her hand upon her shriveled breast, said, "If thou art really my son, reared at my breast, mayest thou be changed into stone." In response to her prayer, milk came forth from her breast, and as she walked away, the ship and all on board were turned into stone. The mother turned round once more to look at her son, but the father did not, and by the power of God they were both turned into trees of the species paw, a kind of mango, one leaning seawards and the other towards the land. The fruit of the seaward one is sweet, but that of the landward one is bitter. The ship has now become a hill, and originally was complete with all its furniture. But the Malays used to borrow the plates and cups, etc., for feast days and did not return them, until at last there were none left. Chapter 3. Relations with the supernatural world. A. The magician. The accredited intermediary between men and spirits is the Pawang. The Pawang is a functionary of great and traditional importance in a Malay village, though in places near towns the office is falling into abeyance. In the inland districts, however, the Pawang is still a power, and is regarded as part of the constituted order of society, without whom no village community would be complete. It must be clearly understood that he has nothing whatever to do with the official Mohammedan religion of the mosque. The village has its regular staff of elders, the imam, khatib, and bilal for the mosque service. But the Pawang is quite outside this system, and belongs to a different and much older order of ideas. He may be regarded as the legitimate representative of the primitive medicine man or village sorcerer, and his very existence in these days is an anomaly, though it does not strike Malays as such. Very often the office is hereditary, or at least the appointment is practically confined to the members of one family. Sometimes it is endowed with certain properties handed down from one Pawang to his successor, known as the Kabsaran, or, as it were, regalia. On one occasion, I was nearly called upon to decide whether these adjuncts, which consisted, in this particular case, of a peculiar kind of headdress, were the personal property of the person, then in possession of them, who had got them from his father, a deceased Pawang, or were to be regarded as official insignia, descending with the office in the event of the natural heir declining to serve. Fortunately, I was spared the difficult task of deciding this delicate point of law, as I managed to persuade the owner to take up the appointment. But quite apart from such external marks of dignity, the pawang is a person of very real significance. In all agricultural operations, such as sowing, reaping, irrigation works, and the clearing of jungle for planting, in fishing at sea, in prospecting for minerals, and in cases of sickness, his assistance is invoked. He is entitled by custom to certain small fees. Thus, after a good harvest, he is allowed, in some villages, 5 gantangs of paddy, 1 gantang of rice, baraz, and 2 chupaks of emping, a preparation of rice and coconut made into a sort of sweetmeat, from each householder. After recovery from sickness, his remuneration is the very modest amount of 3 wang baharu, that is, 712 cents. It is generally believed that a good harvest can only be secured by complying with his instructions, which are of a peculiar and comprehensive character. They consist largely of prohibitions, which are known as pantang. Thus, for instance, it is pantang in some places to work in the rice field on the 14th and 15th days of the lunar month, and this rule of enforced idleness, being very congenial to the Malay character, is, I believe, pretty strictly observed. Again, in reaping, certain instruments are proscribed, and in the inland villages it is regarded as a great crime to use the sickle, sabot, for cutting the paddy. At the very least, the first few ears should be cut with a tuoi, a peculiar small instrument consisting of a semicircular blade set transversely on a piece of wood or bamboo, which is held between the fingers, and which cuts only an ear or 2 at a time. Also, the paddy must not be threshed by hitting it against the inside of a box, a practice known as banting paddy. In this, as in 1 or 2 other cases, it may be supposed that the pawang's ordinances preserve the older forms of procedure and are opposed to innovations in agricultural methods. The same is true of the pantang i.e. taboo rule, which prescribes a fixed rate of price at which paddy may be sold in the village community to members of the same village. This system of customary prices is probably a very old relic of a time when the idea of asking a neighbor or a member of your own tribe to pay a competition price for an article was regarded as an infringement of communal rights. It applies to a few other articles of local produce besides paddy, and I was frequently assured that the neglect of this wholesome rule was the cause of bad harvests. I was accordingly pressed to find transgressors, which would perhaps have been a somewhat difficult thing to do. The fact, however, that in many places these rules are generally observed is a tribute to the influence of the pawang who lends his sanction to them. The pawang keeps a familiar spirit, which in his case is a hantu pusaka, that is, an hereditary spirit which runs in the family, in virtue of which he is able to deal summarily with the wild spirits of an obnoxious character. The foregoing description is so precise and clear that I have not much to add to it. There are, however, 1 or 2 points which require emphasis. One of these is that the priestly magician stands in certain respects on the same footing as the divine man or king, that is to say, he owns certain insignia which are exactly analogous to the regalia of the latter, and are, as Mr. Blagden points out, called by the same name, cabesarin. He shares, moreover, with the king the right to make use of cloth dyed with the royal color, yellow, and, like the king too, possesses the right to enforce the use of certain ceremonial words and phrases, in which respect, indeed, his list is longer, if anything, than that of royalty. He also acts as a sort of spirit medium and gives oracles in trances, possesses considerable political influence, practices very occasional austerities, observes some degree of chastity, and appears quite sincere in his conviction of his own powers. At least, he always has a most plausible excuse ready to account for his inability to do whatever is required. An aged magician who came from Perak to doctor one of H.H. the Sultan's sons, Raja Kahar, while I was at Langat, had the unusual reputation of being able to raise a sandbank in the sea at will. But when I asked if I could see it done, he explained that it could only be done in time of war when he was hard-pressed by an enemy's boat, and he could not do it for the sake of mere ostentation. Moreover, like members of their profession all the world over, these medicine men are, perhaps naturally, extremely reticent. It was seldom that they would let their books be seen, much less copied, even for fair payment, and a pawang once refused to tell me a charm until I had taken my shoes off and was seated with him upon a yellow cloth while he repeated the much-prized formula. The office of magician is, as has been said, very often hereditary. It is not so always, however, there being certain recognized ways in which a man may get magic. One of the most peculiar is as follows. To obtain magical powers, Elmu, you must meet the ghost of a murdered man. Take the midrib of a leaf of the ivory, coconut palm Pelepa near Gadding, which is to be laid on the grave, and 2 more midribs, which are intended to represent canoe paddles, and carry them with the help of a companion to the grave of the murdered man at the time of the full moon, the 15th day of the lunar month, when it falls upon a Tuesday. Then take a cent's worth of incense, with glowing embers in a censer, and carry them to the head-post of the grave of the deceased. Fumigate the grave, going 3 times round it, and call upon the murdered man by name. Hearken, so-and-so, and assist me. I am taking this boat to the saints of God, and I desire to ask for a little magic. Here take the first midrib, fumigate it, and lay it upon the head of the grave, repeating Kur Allah, cluck, cluck God. 7 times. You and your companion must now take up a sitting posture, one at the head and the other at the foot of the grave, facing the grave post, and use the canoe paddles which you have brought. In a little while the surrounding scenery will change and take upon itself the appearance of the sea, and finally an aged man will appear, to whom you must address the same request as before. B. High places. Although officially the religious center of the village community is the mosque, there is usually in every small district a holy place known as the kramat, at which vows are paid on special occasions, and which is invested with a very high degree of reverence and sanctity. These kramats abound in Malacca territory. There is hardly a village, but can boast some 2 or 3 in its immediate neighborhood, and they are perfectly well known to all the inhabitants. Theoretically, kramats are supposed to be the graves of deceased holy men, the early apostles of the Mohammedan faith, the first founders of the village who cleared the primeval jungle, or other persons of local notoriety in a former age. And there is no doubt that many of them are that and nothing more. But even so, the reverence paid to them and the ceremonies that are performed at them savor a good deal too much of ancestor worship to be attributable to an orthodox Mohammedan origin. It is certain, however, that many of these kramats are not graves at all. Many of them are in the jungle, on hills, and in groves, like the high places of the Old Testament idolatries. They contain no trace of a grave, while those that are found in villages usually have gravestones, and they appear to be really ancient sites of a primitive nature worship or the adoration of the spirits of natural objects. Malays, when asked to account for them, often have recourse to the explanations that they are kramat jinn, that is, spirit places. And if a Malay is pressed on the point and thinks that the orthodoxy of these practices is being impugned, he will sometimes add that the jinn in question is a jinn Islam, a Mohammedan and quite orthodox spirit. Thus on Bukit Nyalas, near the Johal frontier, there is a kramat consisting of a group of granite boulders on a ledge of rock overhanging a sheer descent of a good many feet. Bamboo clumps grow on the place, and there were traces of religious rites having been performed there, but no grave whatever. This place was explained to me to be the kramat of one Nakhoda Hassan, described as a jinn of the orthodox variety, who presides over the water, rain, and streams. People occasionally burned incense there to avert drought and get enough water for irrigating their fields. There was another kramat of his lower down the hill, also consisting of rocks, one of which was shaped something like a boat. I was informed that this jinn is attended by tigers which guard the hill and are very jealous of the intrusion of other tigers from the surrounding country. He is believed to have revealed himself to the original Pawang of the village, the mythical founder of the Kampong of Nyalas. In a case like this, it seems probable that the name attached to this object of reverence is a later accretion, and that under a thin disguise we have here a relic of the worship of the spirit of rivers and streams, a sort of elemental deity localized in this particular place, and still regarded as a proper object of worship and propitiation, in spite of the theoretically strict monotheism of the Muhammadan creed. Again, at another place the kramat is nothing but a tree of somewhat singular shape, having a large swelling some way up the trunk. It was explained to me that this tree was connected in a special way with the prospects of local agriculture, the size of the swelling increasing in good years and diminishing in bad seasons. Hence it was naturally regarded with considerable awe by the purely agricultural population of the neighborhood. As may be imagined, It is exceedingly difficult to discover any authentic facts regarding the history of these numerous kramats, even where there is some evidence of the existence of a grave. The name of the departed saint is usually the one fact that is remembered, and often even that is forgotten. The most celebrated of the Malacca kramats, the one at Matchap, is a representative type of the first class, that in which there really is a grave. It is the one place where a hardened liar respects the sanctity of an oath, and it is occasionally visited in connection with civil cases, when the one party challenges the other to take a particular oath. A man who thinks nothing of perjuring himself in the witness box, and who might not much mind telling a lie even with the Quran on his head, will flinch before the ordeal of a falsehood in the presence of the Dado Matchap. After explaining the difference between beneficent spirits and the spirits of evil, Mr. Blagden continues. Some time ago, one of these objectionable hantis, spirits of evil, had settled down in a karyong tree in the middle of this village of Bukit Sengjay, and used to frighten people who passed that way in the dusk. So the Pawang was duly called upon to exorcise it, and under his superintendence the tree was cut down, after which there was no more trouble. But it is certain that it would have been excessively dangerous for an ordinary layman to do so. This point may be illustrated by a case which was reported to me soon after it occurred, and which again shows the intimate connection of spirits with trees. A Javanese coolie, on the main road near Ayarpanas, cut down a tree which was known to be occupied by a hantu. He was thereupon seized with what, from the description, appears to have been an epileptic fit, and showed all the traditional symptoms of demoniac possession. He did not recover till his friends had carried out the directions of the spirit, speaking through the sufferer's mouth, it seems, viz., to burn incense, offer rice, and release a fowl. After which the hantu left him. In many places there are trees which are pretty generally believed to be the abodes of spirits, and not one Malay in 10 would venture to cut one down, while most people would hardly dare to go near one after dark. On one occasion, an exceptionally intelligent Malay, with whom I was discussing the terms on which he proposed to take up a contract for clearing the banks of a river, made it an absolute condition that he should not be compelled to cut down a particular tree which overhung the stream, on the ground that it was a spirit tree. That tree had to be excluded from the contract. The following description, by Sir W. Maxwell, of a Perak kramat may be taken as fairly typical of the kramat, in which there really is a grave. Rightly or wrongly, the Malays of Larat assign a Chinese origin to an old grave which was discovered in the forest some years ago, and of which I propose to give a brief description. It is situated about halfway between the Larat residency and the mining village of Kamunting. In the neighborhood, the old durian trees of Java betoken the presence of a Malay population at a date long prior to the advent of the Chinese miner. The grave was discovered about 20 years ago by workmen employed by the Mentry of Perak to make the Kamunting road, and it excited much curiosity among the Malays at the time. The Mentry and all the ladies of his family went on elephants to see it, and it has been an object of much popular prestige ever since. The Malays of Java were able from the village tradition to give the name and sex of the occupant of this lonely tomb, To Bidden Suzu Lanjut, whose name sounds better in the original than in an English translation. She is said to have been an old Chinese woman of good family. Of her personal history, nothing is known, but her claims to respectability are evinced by the carved head and foot stones of a Chinese workmanship which adorn her grave, and her sanctity is proved by the fact that the stones are 8 feet apart. It is a well-known Malay superstition that the stones placed to mark the graves of saints miraculously increase their relative distance during the lapse of years, and thus bear mute testimony to the holiness of the person whose resting place they mark. The kramat on the Kamunting road is on the spur of a hill through which the roadway is cut. A tree overshadows the grave and is hung with strips of white cloth and other rags, panji, which the devout have put there. The direction of the grave is as nearly as possible due north and south. The stones at its head and foot are of the same size and in every respect identical one with the other. They are of sandstone and are said by the natives to have been brought from a Chin. In design and execution they are superior to ordinary Malay art, as will be seen, I think, on reference to the rubbings of the carved surface of one of them, which have been executed for me by the Larat Survey Office, and which I have transmitted to the Society with this paper. The extreme measurements of the stones, furnished from the same source, are 21 times 09 times 07. They are in excellent preservation, and the carving is fresh and sharp. Some Malays profess to discover in the 3 rows of vertical direction on the broadest face of the slabs the Mohammedan attestation of the unity of God, La ilaha illallah, repeated over and over again, but I confess that I have been unable to do so. The offerings at a kramat are generally incense, istangi or sadingi or benzoin kaminian. These are burned in little stands made of bamboo rods. One end is stuck in the ground and the other split into 4 or 5, and then opened out and plated with basket work so as to hold a little earth. They are called sanka. A Malay will often vow that if he succeeds in some particular project, or gets out of some difficulty in which he may happen to be placed, he will burn 3 or more sanka at such and such a kramat. Persons who visit a kramat in times of distress or difficulty, to pray and to vow offerings, in case their prayers are granted, usually leave behind them as tokens of their vows small pieces of white cloth, which are tied to the branches of a tree or to sticks planted in the ground near the sacred spot. For votary purposes, the long-forgotten tomb of To Bidin Susu Lanjut enjoys considerable popularity among the Mohammedans of Laret, and the tree which overshadows it has, I am glad to say, been spared the fate which awaited the rest of the jungle which overhung the road. No coolie was bold enough to put an axe to it. Mr. George Bellamy, writing in 1893, thus described the kramat at Tanjung Karang in the Kuala Selangor district. The kramat about which I am now writing is a very remarkable one. It is situated on the extreme point of land at the mouth of the river Selangor, close to where the new lighthouse has been erected. A magnificent kayu ara, a kind of fig tree, forms a prominent feature of the Tanjung, point or cape, and at the base of this tree, enveloped entirely by its roots, is an oblong-shaped space having the appearance of a Malay grave, with the headstones complete. To this sacred spot, constant pilgrimages are made by the Malays, and the lower branches of the tree rarely lack those pieces of white and yellow cloth which are always hung up as an indication that some devout person has paid his vows. The Chinese also have great respect for this kramat and have erected a sort of sylvan temple at the foot of the tree. Mr. Bellamy tells how one Raja, Abdullah, fell in love with a maiden named Miriam, who disappeared and was supposed to have been taken by the spirits, though she was really carried off by an earlier lover named Hassan. Raja Abdullah died and was buried at the foot of the fig tree. Mr. Bellamy concludes, if you ever happen to see a very big crocodile at the mouth of the Selangor River, floating listlessly about, be careful not to molest it. It is but the Buhya kramat, which shape the spirit of Raja Abdullah sometimes assumes. When walking along the Pantai shore, if you chance to meet a very large tiger, let him pass unharmed. It is only Raja Abdullah's ghost, and in proof thereof you will see it leaves no footmarks on the sand. And when you go to see the new lighthouse at Tanjung Kramat, you may perhaps come face to face with a very old man who sadly shakes his head and disappears. Do not be startled, it is only Raja Abdullah. In number 2 of the same volume of the Selangor journal, Mr. Bellamy refers to another kramat, that of To Ketaping, which he appears to localize in Ulu Selangor. It is by no means necessary to ensure the popularity of a kramat or shrine that the saint to whose memory it is dedicated should be a Malay. The cosmopolitan character of these shrines is attested in the following note, which I sent to the Selangor journal about the shrines in the Ulu Langat, Kajang, district of Selangor. The chief kramats in the district are Makam To Saya, the tomb of a Javanese of high repute, Makam Said Idris, at Riko, Said Idris being the father of the Penghulu of Chiras, Makam To Jangut, a Kampar man on the road to Chiras, and Makam To Jurdu or Burdu, at Dusun Tua, Ulu Langat. To Burdu was of Sakai origin. I have never yet, however, heard of any shrine being dedicated to a Chinaman, and it is probable that this species of canonization is confined, at least in modern times, to local celebrities professing the Mohammedan religion, as would certainly be the case of the Malays and Javanese mentioned in the foregoing paragraph, and quite possibly too in the case of the Sakai. It is true that Chinese often worship at these shrines just, as on the same principle, they employ Malay magicians in prospecting for tin. But there appear to be certain limits beyond which they cannot go, as it was related to me when I was living in the neighborhood. That a Chinaman who had, in the innocence of his heart, offered at a Moslem shrine a piece of the accursed pork, was pounced upon and slain before he reached home by one of the tigers which guarded the shrine. The shrine of To Camerong is one of the most celebrated shrines in the Langet district, the saint's last resting place being guarded by a white elephant and a white tiger, the latter of which had been a pet, pemminan, of his during his lifetime. In this respect, it is exactly similar to the shrine of To Parwi of Pante in Sunjae Ujang, which is similarly guarded, both shrines having been erected on the seashore, it is said, in the days when the sea came much farther inland than it does at present. The fame of To Camerong filled the neighborhood, and it is related that on one occasion an irate mother exclaimed, of a son of hers who was remarkable for his vicious habits, "May the To Cramat Camerong fly away with him." Next day the boy disappeared, and all search proved fruitless, until 3 days later To Camerong appeared to her in a dream, and informed her that he had carried the boy off, as she had invited him to do, and that if she were to look for his footprints she would be able to discover them inside the pad tracks of a tiger, one of whose feet was smaller than the rest, and which was then haunting the spot. She did so, and discovered her son's footprints exactly as the saint had foretold. This ghost tiger, which no doubt must be identified with To Camerong's pet, used to roam the district when I was stationed in the neighborhood, and both I and, I believe, the then district engineer, Mr. Spearing, saw this tiger's tracks and can vouch for the fact that one footprint was smaller than the rest. This curious feature is thought, by the local Malays at least, to be one of the specially distinctive marks of a Rimau Kramat or ghost tiger, just as the possession of one tusk that is smaller than the other is the mark of a ghost elephant. Closely connected with the subject of shrines is that of high places, such as those spots where religious penance was traditionally practiced. One of these sacred spots is said to have been situated upon the Mount Ophir of Malacca, which is about 4,000 feet high, and on which a certain legendary princess known as Tuan Putri Gunung Ledeng is said to have dwelt, until she transferred her ghostly court to Jugra Hill, upon the coast of Selangor. Such fasting places are usually, as in Java, either solitary hills or places which present some great natural peculiarity. Even remarkable trees and rocks being, as has already been pointed out, pressed into the service of this Malay, natural religion. See Nature of Rites. The main divisions of the magico-religious ceremonies of the Malays are prayer, sacrifice, lustration, fasting, divination, and possession. Prayer, which is defined by Professor Tyler as a request made to a deity as if he were a man, is still in the unethical stage among the Malays, no request for anything but personal advantages of a material character being ever, so far as I am aware, preferred by the worshipper. The efficacy of prayer is, however, often supposed to be enhanced by repetition. As prayer is a request made to a deity as if he were a man, so sacrifice is a gift made to a deity as if he were a man. The ruder conception that the deity takes and values the offering for itself gives place, on the one hand, to the idea of mere homage as expressed by a gift, and, on the other, to the negative view that the virtue lies in the worshipper depriving himself of something prized. A general survey of the charms and ceremonies brought together in this volume will, I think, be likely to establish the view that the Malays, in accordance with the reported practice of many other races, probably commenced with the idea of sacrifice as a simple gift, and therefrom developed first the idea of ceremonial homage, and later the idea of sacrifice as an act of abnegation. Evidences of the original gift theory chiefly survive in the language of charms, in which the deity appealed to is repeatedly invited to eat and drink of the offerings placed before him, as a master may be invited to eat by his servants. The intermediate stage between the gift and homage theories is marked by an extensive use of substitutes, and of the sacrifice of a part or parts for the whole. Thus we even find the dough model of a human being actually called the substitute, tukar ganti, and offered up to the spirits upon the sacrificial tray. In the same sense are the significant directions of a magician, that if the spirit craves a human victim, a cock may be substituted, and the custom of hunters who, when they have killed a deer, leave behind them in the forest small portions of each of the more important members of the deer's anatomy, as representatives of the entire carcass. In this last case, the usual ritualistic change may be traced from practical reality to formal ceremony. The originally valuable offering is compromised for a smaller tribute or a cheaper substitute, dwindling at last to a mere trifling token or symbol. This homage theory will, I believe, be found to cover by far the greater bulk of the sacrifices usually offered by Malays, and the idea of abnegation appears to be practically confined to votal ceremonies or vows, nayat, in which the nature and extent of the offering are not regulated by custom, but depend entirely upon the wealth or caprice of the worshipper, there being merely a tacit understanding that he shall sacrifice something which is of more than nominal value to himself. Of the manner in which offerings are supposed to be received by the deity to whom they are offered, it is difficult to obtain very much evidence. I have, however, frequently questioned Malays upon this subject, and on the whole think it can very safely be said that the deity is not supposed to touch the solid or material part of the offering, but only the essential part, whether it be life, savor, essence, quality, or even the soul. It will perhaps be advisable, in order to avoid repetition, to describe a few of the special and distinctive subrites which form part of many of the more important ceremonies, such as, in particular, rites performed at shrines, the rite of burning incense, the scattering of or banqueting upon sacrificial rice, and the application of the neutralizing rice-based tepung tawar. Of the rites performed at shrines, Mr. Blagden says, "The worship there, as with most other kramats, consists of the burning of incense, the offering of nasi kuniat yellow rice, and the killing of goats, but I also noticed a number of live pigeons there which illustrate the practice, common in Buddhist countries, of releasing an animal in order to gain merit thereby. At a shrine on the Langet River, I have seen fowls which had, I was told, been similarly released." Mr. Blagden's remarks apply with equal force to the services performed at the shrines of Selangor, and I believe also of other states. It should, however, I think, be pointed out that the nasi kuniat, yellow rice, is, usually at all events, eaten by those who take part in the service. At a ceremony which was held on one occasion after my recovery from sickness, and in which, by request, I took part, incense was burnt, and Mohammedan prayers chanted, after which the usual strip of white cloth, 5 cubits in length, was laid upon the saint's grave, the saint being the father of the present Sultan of Selangor. And the party then adjourned to a shelter some 20 or 30 yards lower down the hill, where first the men, and then the women and children, partook of the flesh of the slaughtered goat and the saffron-stained rice pullet. After the meal, the Bilal mosque attendant, who was present with the Malay headman and the local priest of the mosque, returned to the tomb, and making obeisance, recited a Mohammedan prayer, craving permission to take the cloth back for his own use, which he presently did. These Bilals are needy men and live upon the alms of the devout, so I suppose he thought there was no reason why the saint should not contribute something to his support. The burning of incense is one of the very simplest, and hence commonest, forms of burnt sacrifice. Some magicians say that it should be accompanied by an invocation addressed to the spirit of incense, which should be besought, as in the example quoted below, to pervade the 7 tiers of earth and sky respectively. It would appear that the intention of the worshipper is to ensure that his sacrifice of sweet savor should reach the nostrils of the gods and help to propitiate them, wherever they may be, by means of a foretaste of offerings to follow. This invocation, however, is not unfrequently omitted, or at least slurred over by the worshipper, in spite of the contention of the magicians who use it, that, without it the spell merely rises like smoke which is blown away by the wind. The following is one form of the invocation in question. Zaber Hijau is your name, O incense, Zaber badging the name of your mother, Zaber Pute the name of your fumes, scales from the person of God's apostle were your origin. May you fumigate the 7 tiers of the earth, may you fumigate the 7 tiers of the sky, and serve as a summons to all spirits, to those which have magic powers, and those which have become saints of God, the spirits of God's elect, who dwell in the halo of the sun, and whose resort is the Kaaba of God, at even and morn by night and day. And serve as a summons to the elect of God, who dwell at the gate of the spaces of heaven, and whose resort is the white diamond in the interior of Egypt at morn and eve, who know how to make the dead branch live, and the withered blossom unfold its petals, and to perform the word of God by the grace of the creed, there is no God but God, etc. The direction taken by the fumes of the incense is observed and noted for the purpose of divination. This feature of the rite will be noticed under the heading of medicine. Another form of sacrifice consists in the scattering of rice. The sacrificial rice, or as a sativa, used in the ceremonies is always of the following kinds. Firstly, parched rice biraz birdie. Secondly, washed rice biraz bass. Thirdly, saffron-stained rice biraz kunyat i.e., rice stained with turmeric. And finally, a special kind of glutinous rice called pulet or as a glutinosa, which is also very generally used for sacrificial banquets. Of these, the parched rice is generally used for strewing the bottom of the sacrificial tray, anchak, when the framework has been covered with banana leaves, but the offerings have not yet been deposited within it. The washed and saffron rice are generally used for scattering either over the persons to be benefited by the ceremony, or else upon the ground or house floor. With reference to the selection of rice for this purpose, it has been suggested that the rice is intended to attract what may be called the bird soul, i.e., the soul of man conceived as a bird, to the spot, or to keep it from straying at a particularly dangerous moment in the life of its owner. The pulet or glutinous rice is the kind of rice generally used for sacrificial banquets, e.g. for banquets at high places, etc. Lustration is generally accomplished either by means of fire or of water. The best examples of the former are perhaps the fumigation of infants and the API salyan or purificatory fire, over which women are half-roasted when a birth has taken place, but these being special and distinctive ceremonies will be described with others of the same nature in Chapter 6. One of the forms of lustration by water, however, appears rather to take the place of a subrite, forming an integral portion of a large class of ceremonies, such as those relating to building, fishing, agriculture, marriage, and so forth. Hence, it will be necessary to give a general sketch of its leading features in the present context. The ceremony of lustration by water, when it takes the form of the subrite referred to, is called tepang tower, which properly means the neutralizing rice flour water. Neutralizing being used almost in a chemical sense, i.e. in the sense of sterilizing the active element of poisons, or of destroying the active potentialities of evil spirits. The rite itself consists in the application of a thin paste made by mixing rice flour with water. This is taken up in a brush or bouquet of leaves and applied to the objects which the neutralization is intended to protect or neutralize, whether they be the posts of a house, the projecting ends of a boat's ribs, tajak pirahu, the seaward posts of fishing stakes, pachay kelong, or the forehead and back of the hands of the bride and bridegroom. The brush must be first fumigated with incense, then dipped into the bowl which contains the rice water, and shaken out almost dry, for if the water runs down the object to which it is applied it is held to portend tears, whereas if it spreads equally all round benchar, it is lucky. The composition of the brush, which is considered to be of the highest importance, appears to vary, but only within certain limits. It almost invariably, in Selinger, consists of a selection of leaves from the following plants, which are made up in small bouquets of 5, 7, or 9 leaves each, and bound round with riburibu, a kind of small creeper, or a string of shredded tree bark, don tirap. The following is a list of the leaves generally used. 1. Leaves of the grass called sambaudara, which is said to be the symbol of a settled soul, a lamat menatapkin semingat, and which hence always forms the core of the bouquet. 2. The leaves of the seliguri, which appears to be a shrub or small tree with yellow flowers, Clerodendron disparifolium, BL, verbenaceae, or Seta rhombifolia, L. malvaceae, a common small shrub in open country, which is described as one of the first of shrubs, Ku azel, and is said to be used as a reminder of origin, Paringatin azel. 3. The leaves of the pulet, the exact identity of which I have not yet ascertained, but which may be the Urena lobata, L., one of the Malvaceae, which is said to be used for the same purpose as the preceding. 4. The leaves of the Gandarusa, Institia gandarusa, L., Acanthaceae, a plant described as often cultivated and half-wild a shrub used in medicine. The selection of this plant is said to be due to its reputation for scaring demons, Alamat Menghalakan Hantu. So great is its efficacy supposed to be, that people who have to go out when rain is falling and the sun shining simultaneously a most dangerous time to be abroad, in Malay estimation put a sprig of the Gandarusa in their belts. 5. The leaves of the Gandasuli, which I have not yet been able to identify, no such name appearing in Ridley's plant list, but which I believe to be a waterside plant which I have seen, with a white and powerfully fragrant flower. It is considered to be a powerful charm against noxious birth spirits, such as the Langsure. 6. The leaves of the sapingjil, which is not yet identified. 7. The leaves of the Lenwang Mera, or the common red dracuna, Cordyline terminalis var, Feria liliaceae. This shrub is planted in graveyards and occasionally at the four corners of the house to drive away ghosts and demons. 8. The leaves of the sapno, unidentified. A plant with big round leaves, which is always placed outside the rest of the leaves in the bunch. 9. To the above list may be perhaps added the sadawar, sidawar or tower, Costus speciosus, L. sidamini and forestia, SPP, Camelinaceae, and 10. The sapal Fagria racemosa, Jack, Loganiaceae. Leaves of the foregoing plants and shrubs are made up, as has been said, in small sets or combinations of 5, 7, or even perhaps of 9 leaves apiece. These combinations are said to differ according to the object to which the rice water is to be applied. It is extremely unlikely, however, that all magicians should make the same selections even for the same objects. Rather, would they be likely to make use of such leaves on the list as happen to be most readily available. Still, however, as the only example of such differentiation which I have yet been able to obtain, I will give the details of 3 separate and distinctive combinations, which were described to me by a Selangor magician. 1. For a wedding ceremony Sambaudara tied round with a Seliguri string of shredded pulet tree bark, Sapingjil sapna. 2. For blessing Gandarusa tied with the fishing stake Seliguri creeper Ribaribu, Sapingjil Lenwang Mera sapna. 3. For the ceremony of Lenwang tied with taking the rice sol Mera Ribaribu, Seliguri pulet Sapingjil sapna. Further inquiry and the collection of additional material will no doubt help to elucidate the general principles on which such selections are made. Short rhyming charms are very often used as accompaniments of the rite of rice water, but appear to be seldom if ever repeated aloud. The following is a specimen, and others will be found in the appendix. Neutralizing rice-based, true rice-based, and thirdly rice-based of cadangsa keep me from sickness, keep me from death, keep me from injury and ruin. Other not less important developments of the idea of lustration by water are to be found in such ceremonies as the bathing of mother and child after a birth and the washing of the floor basolante, upon similar occasions, the bathing of the sick, of bride and bridegroom at weddings, of corpses, merwang, and the annual bathing expeditions, mandi safar, which are supposed to purify the persons of the bathers and to protect them from evil talek bala. Fasting, or the performance of religious penance, which is now but seldom practiced, would appear to have been only undertaken in former days with a definite object in view, such as the production of the state of mental exaltation which induces ecstatic visions, the acquisition of supernatural powers, sakti, and so forth. The fast always took place, of course, in a solitary spot, and not unfrequently upon the top of some high and solitary hill such as Mount Ophir, Gunung Ledeng, on the borders of Malacca territory. Frequently, however, much lower hills or even plains which possess some remarkable rock or tree would be selected for the purpose. Such fasting, however, did not, as sometimes with us, convey to the Malays the idea of complete abstinence, as the magicians informed me that a small modicum of rice contained in a ketupat, which is a small diamond-shaped rice receptacle made of plated coconut leaf, was the daily allowance of anyone who was fasting. The result was that fasts might be almost indefinitely prolonged, and the thrice 7 days fast of Chi Udis upon Jugra Hill on the Selangor coast is still one of the traditions of that neighborhood, whilst in Malay romances and in Malay tradition, this form of religious penance is frequently represented as continuing for years. Finally, I would draw attention to the strong vein of sympathetic magic, or make-believe, which runs through and leavens the whole system of Malay superstition. The root idea of this form of magic has been said to be the principle that cause follows from effect. One of the principles of sympathetic magic is that any effect may be produced by imitating it. If it is wished to kill a person, an image of him is made and then destroyed. And it is believed that through a certain physical sympathy between the person and his image, the man feels the injuries done to the image as if they were done to his own body, and that when it is destroyed, he must simultaneously perish. The principle thus described is perhaps the most important of all those which underlie the black art of the Malays. Chapter 4. The Malay Pantheon. Gods. A careful investigation of the magic rites and charms used by a nation which has changed its religion will not unfrequently show that what is generally called witchcraft is merely the debris of the older ritual, condemned by the priests of the newer faith, but yet stubbornly, though secretly, persisting, through the unconquerable religious conservatism of the mass of the people. There is nothing that clings longer to a race than the religious faith in which it has been nurtured. Indeed, it is impossible for any mind that is not thoroughly scientific to cast off entirely the religious forms of thought in which it has grown to maturity. Hence, in every people that has received the impression of foreign beliefs, we find that the latter do not expel and supersede the older religion, but are engrafted on it, blent with it, or overlie it. Observances are more easily abandoned than ideas, and even when all the external forms of the alien faith have been put on, and few vestiges of the indigenous one remain, the latter still retains its vitality in the mind and powerfully colors or corrupts the former. The actual religion of a people is thus of great ethnographic interest and demands a minute and searching observation. No other facts relating to rude tribes are more difficult of ascertainment or more often elude inquiry. The general principle stated by Logan in the passage just quoted receives remarkable illustration from a close investigation of the folklore and superstitious beliefs of the Malays. 2 successive religious changes have taken place among them, and when we have succeeded in identifying the vestiges of Brahmanism, which underlie the external forms of the faith of Mohammed, long established in all Malay kingdoms, we are only halfway through our task. There yet remain the powerful influences of the still earlier indigenous faith to be noted and accounted for. Just as the Buddhists of Ceylon turn in times of sickness and danger, not to the consolations offered by the creed of Buddha, but to the propitiation of the demons feared and reverenced by their early progenitors. And just as the Burmese and Talangs, though Buddhists, retain in full force the whole of the Nat superstition, so among the Malays, in spite of centuries which have passed since the establishment of an alien worship, the Mohammedan peasant may be found invoking the protection of Hindu gods against the spirits of evil, with which his primitive faith has peopled all natural objects. What was the faith of Malaya 700 years ago, it is hard to say, but there is a certain amount of evidence to lead to the belief that it was a form of Brahmanism, and that, no doubt, had succeeded the original spirit worship. The evidence of folklore, taken in conjunction with that supplied by charm books and romances, goes to show that the greater gods of the Malay pantheon, though modified in some respects by Malay ideas, were really borrowed Hindu divinities, and that only the lesser gods and spirits are native to the Malay religious system. It is true that some of these native gods can be with more or less distinctness identified with the great powers of nature. The king of the winds, Raja Angin, for instance, Mambang Talai Haris, or the god of mid-currents, the Malay Neptune, the gods of thunder and lightning, of the celestial bodies, etc., but none of them appear to have the status of the chief gods of the Hindu system, and both by land and water the terrible Shiva, Batara Guru, or Kala, is supreme. Yet each department of nature, however small, has its own particular godling or spirit who requires propitiation, and influences for good or evil every human action. Only the moral element is wanting to the divine hegemony, the cockeyed, limping substitute which does duty for it, reflecting only too truthfully the character of the people with whom it passes as divine. I will first take, in detail, the gods of Hindu origin. Batara, or Batara Guru, is the name by which Siva is known to his worshippers, who constitute the vast majority of the Balinese and who probably constituted the bulk of the Old Javanese. In the magic of the peninsular Malays, we find Vishnu the preserver, Brahma the creator, Batara Guru, Kala, and Esrai simultaneously appealed to by the Malay magician. And though it would perhaps be rash, as Mr. Wilkinson says, to infer solely from Malay romances or Malay theatrical invocations, many of which owe much to Javanese influence, that Hinduism was the more ancient religion of the Malays, there is plenty of other evidence to prove that the Batara Guru of the Malays, no less than the Batara Guru of Bali and Java, is none other than the recognized father of the Hindu trinity. Of the greater deities or gods, Batara Guru is unquestionably the greatest. In the Hikayat Sang Samba, the Malay version of the Bhamakavya, Batara Guru appears as a supreme god, with Brahma and Vishnu as subordinate deities. It is Batara Guru who alone has the water of life, Ayar Utama, Atama Jiwa, which brings the slaughtered heroes to life. So to this day, the Malay magician declares that To Batara Guru, under any one of the many corruptions which his name now bears, was the all-powerful spirit who held the place of Allah before the advent of Mohammedanism, a spirit so powerful that he could restore the dead to life. And to him all prayers were addressed. Mr. Wilkinson, in the article from which we have already quoted, deals with another point of interest, the expression Sangyang or Batara, which is prefixed to Guru. After pointing out that yang in this case is not the ordinary Malay pronoun, yang, who, but an old word meaning a deity, he remarks that so far as he has been able to discover, it is only used of the greater Hindu divinities, and not of inferior deities or demigods. Thus we find it applied to Shiva and Vishnu, but never to the monkey god Hanuman or a deity of secondary importance like Durmadwa. Such inferior divinities have only the lesser honorific, sang, prefix to their names, and in this respect fare no better than mere mortals, such as Sang Sapurba and Sang Ranjunatapa, and animals, such as in fables Sang Kanchil, Mr. Mouse Deer, and Sang Tikis, Mr. Rat. The expression Batara is also limited to the greater Hindu divinities, except when used as a royal title, e.g. Batara Guru, Batara Kala, Batara Indra, Batara Vishnu, etc. Thus the expressions Sangyang and Batara are fairly coincident in their application. But there are a few deities of whom the honorific Sangyang is used, but not Batara, e.g. Sangyang Tungal, the only god, Sangyang Sakma, etc. Thus Batara would seem to be limited in use to the actual names of Hindu deities as distinct from epithets describing those deities. Batara Guru would seem to be an exception, the only one to this rule, and to point to the fact that the original meaning of Guru had been lost sight of, and that the expression had come to be regarded only as a proper name. Occasionally, as is only to be expected, the Malays get mixed in their mythology, and of this Mr. Wilkinson gives two examples, one of the identification of Batara Guru, Shiva, with Brahma, Brahmana, and another of the drawing of a distinction between Guru, Shiva, and Mahidwa, which latter is only another name for the same divinity. Such slips are inevitable among an illiterate people, and should always be criticized by comparison with the original Hindu tenets from which these ideas may be presumed to have proceeded. Mr. Wilkinson quotes an extraordinary genealogy representing, inter alia, Guru as the actual father of the Hindu trinity, and also of Sambhu, whom he cannot identify, and Sari, who is the Hindu Sri, the goddess of grain, and therefore a deity of immense importance to the old Javanese and Malays. On this I would only remark that Sambhu, or Jambu, is the first portion of the name almost universally ascribed to the crocodile spirit by the peninsular Malays. It would be beyond the scope of this work to attempt the identification of Batara Guru, Shiva, with all the numerous manifestations and titles attributed to him by the Malays. But the special manifestation of Shiva, which is called Kala, forms an integral part of the general conception, whether among the Malays or Hindus, and is, therefore, deserving of some attention. The Malay conception of Batara Guru seems to have been that he had both a good and a bad side to his character. Though he was destroyer, he was also restorer to life. And it would appear that these two opposite manifestations of his power tended to develop into two distinct personalities, a development which apparently was never entirely consummated. This, however, is not the only difficulty, for on investigating the limits of the respective spheres of influence of Batara Guru and Kala, we find that the only sphere which is always admitted to be under Kala's influence is the intermediate zone between the respective spheres of influence of Batara Guru, as he is called if on land, Si Raya if at sea, and a third divinity, who goes by the name of To Panjang Kuku, or Grandsire Longclaws. Now Hindu mythology, we are told, knows next to nothing of the sea, and any such attempt as this to define the respective boundaries of sea and land is almost certain to be due to the influence of Malay ideas. Again, the intermediate zone is not necessarily considered less dangerous than that of definitely evil influences. Thus, the most dangerous time for children to be abroad is sunset, the hour when we can call it neither perfect day nor night. So too a day of mingled rain and sunshine is regarded as fraught with peculiar dangers from evil spirits, and it would be quite in keeping with such ideas that the intermediate zone, whether between high and low watermark or between the clearing and primeval forest, should be assigned to Kala, the destroyer. In which case the expression, Grandsire Longclaws, might be used to signify this special manifestation of Shiva on land, possibly through the personality of the tiger, just as the crocodile spirit appears to represent Shiva by water. We thus reach a point of exceptional interest, for hunting, being among the old Hindus one of the 7 deadly sins, was regarded as a low pursuit, and one which would never be indulged in by a god. Yet I was repeatedly told when collecting charms about the spectre huntsman that he was a god, and, explicitly, that he was Batara Guru. This shows the strength of the Malay influences which had been at work, and which had actually succeeded in corrupting the character, so to speak, of the supreme god of this borrowed Hindu trinity. The Batara Guru of the sea, who by some magicians, at all events, is identified with Si Raya, the Great One, and probably wrongly with the god of mid-currents, Mambang Talai Haris, is of a much milder character than his terrestrial namesake or compeer, and although sickness may sometimes be ascribed to the sea spirit's wrath, it is neither so sudden nor so fatal as the sickness ascribed to the wanton and unprovoked malice of the spectre huntsman, or spirit of the land. Fishermen and seafarers, on the other hand, obtain many a favor from him, and even hope to make friends with him by means of simple sacrifices and charms. Si Raya or Madaraya is said to have a family, his wife's name being Madaruti and his children Wa Ranai and Si Kekas, the Scratcher, all of whom, however, have their own separate spheres of influence. The Great One himself, Madaraya, rules over the sea from low water mark, at the river's mouth out to mid-ocean. And if his identity with To Rimpan Alam is accepted, his place of abode is at the navel of the seas, within the central whirlpool, Pusat Tasik, from the center of which springs the magic tree, Pa Jangi, on whose boughs perches the rock Garuda of fable, and at whose foot dwells the gigantic crab, whose entrance into and exit from the cave in which he dwells is supposed to cause the displacement of water which results in the ebb and flow of the tide. The only other divinities of the rank of Mambangs, which are of any importance, are the white divinity, who dwells in the sun, the black divinity, who dwells in the moon, and the yellow divinity, who dwells in the yellow sunset glow, which latter is always considered most dangerous to children. When there is a decided glow at sunset, anyone who sees it takes water into his mouth, dikemem ire, and dislodges it in the direction of the brightness, at the same time throwing ashes, December Dengan Abu, saying, Mambang Kuning, Mambang K Labu, Pantat Kuning December Abu. This is done in order to put out the brightness. The reason that it must be put out being that, in the case of anyone who is not very strong, lemma semengat, it causes fever. B. Spirits, demons, and ghosts. The jinns, or genii, generally speaking, form a very extensive class of quite subordinate divinities, godlings, or spirits, whose place in Malay mythology is clearly due, whether directly or indirectly, to Muhammadan influences, but who may be most conveniently treated here as affording a sort of connecting link between gods and ghosts. There has, it would appear, been a strong tendency on the part of the Malays to identify these imported spirits with the spirits of their older Hindu religion, but the only genie who really rises to the level of one of the great Hindu divinities is the Black King of the Genii, Sang Galar Raja, or Saraja Jinn, who appears at times a manifestation of Shiva Batara Guru, who is confounded with the destructive side of Shiva, i.e. Kala. This at least would appear to be the only theory on which we could explain the use of many of the epithets or attributes assigned to the king of the genii, who is at one time called the one and only God. At another, Bentara, i.e. Batara, Guru, the genie that was from the beginning, and at another, the land demon, the black Batara Guru, etc. The following is a description of this, the mightiest of the genii. Peace be with you, ho, black genie with the black liver, black heart and black lungs, black spleen and tusk-like teeth, scarlet breast and body hairs inverted, and with only a single bone. So far as can be made out from the meager evidence obtainable, the spirit thus described is identifiable with the black king of genii, who dwells in the heart of the earth, and whose bride, sang Gadin or Gadding, presented him with 7 strapping black genii as children. Altogether, there are 190 of these black genii, more strictly, perhaps 193, which coincides curiously with the number of mischiefs, badi, which reside in all living things. The resemblance, I may add, does not end here. For though the genii may do good and the badi do not, both are considered able to do infinite harm to mortals, and both make choice of the same kind of dwelling places, such as hollows in the hills, solitary patches of primeval forest, dead parasites on trees, etc., etc. As to the origin of these genii, one magician told me that all jinns came from the country Banyujan, which may possibly be Persia. Other magicians, however, variously derive them from the dissolution of various parts of the anatomy of the great snake, Sakadimuna, of the first great failure to make man's image at the creation of man, from the drops of blood which spurted up to heaven when the first twins, Abel and Cain, in the Malay version Habal and Kabal, bit their thumbs, from the big coconut monkey or baboon Barak Bisar, and so on. The theory already mentioned, viz. that the black king of the genii gradually came to be identified with Kala, and later came gradually to be established as a separate personality, appears to be the only one which will satisfactorily explain the relations subsisting between the black and white genii, who are on the one hand distinctly declared to be brothers, whilst the white genie is in another passage declared to be Maharaja Dua or Mahadwa, which latter is, as we have already seen, a special name of Shiva. This white genie is said to have sprung, by one account, from the blood drops which fell on the ground when Habal and Kabal bit their thumbs, by another, from the irises of the snake Sakadimuna's eyes, Bini Mata Sakadimuna, and is sometimes confused with the white divinity, To Mambang Pude, who lives in the sun. The name of his wife is not mentioned, as it is in the case of the black genie, but the names of 3 of his children have been preserved, and they are Tanjak Malam Kaya Perilang, lit. Kite-like, i.e. winged, skate, and Bintang Sutan or Star of Sutan. On the whole, I may say that the white genie is very seldom mentioned in comparison with the black genie, and that whereas absolutely no harm, so far as I can find out, is recorded of him, he is, on the other hand, appealed to for protection by his worshippers. A very curious subdivision of genii into faithful, jinn Islam, and infidel jinn kafir is occasionally met with, and it is said, moreover, that genii, it is to be hoped orthodox ones, may be sometimes bought at Mecca from the sheikh jinn, headman of genii, at prices varying from $90 to $100 apiece. Besides these subdivisions, certain genii are sometimes specifically connected with special objects or ideas. Thus, there are the genii of the royal musical instruments, Jin Nimphiri or Limpiri, Jendang, and Nabat, who are sometimes identified with the genii of the state, Jin Karajan, and the genii of the royal weapons, Jin Sembuana, both of which classes of genii are held able to strike men dead. The only other genie that I would here specially mention is the Jin, Afrit, sometimes called Jin Rafrit, from whom the white man, a designation which is often specially used in the peninsula as a synonym for Englishmen, is sometimes said to have sprung, but who belongs in Arabian mythology to a higher class than the mere genii. Before leaving the subject of genii, I must, however, point out the extremely common juxtaposition of the Arabic word jinn and the Malay jembalang. From the frequency with which this juxtaposition occurs, and from the fact that the two appear to be used largely as convertible terms, we might expect to find that jinn and jembalang were mere synonyms, both applicable to similar classes of spirits. The process is not quite complete, however, as although the expression Jembalang Tunggal, the only Jembalang, is found as well as Jin Tunggal, the higher honorific Sang Raja or Saraja is never, so far as I am aware, prefixed to the word Jembalang, though it is frequently prefixed to Jin. Of the other members of the Malay hierarchy who owe their introduction to Mohammedan influences, the only ones of importance are angels, Malaikat, prophets, Nabi, and headmen, Sheikh. I will take them in this order. Of the angels, unquestionably the most important are Azrael or Ariel, Michael, Mikael, Israfil, Arafil or Seraphil, and Gabriel, Jibril or Jabril, often corrupted into Raja Brahil. There can be no doubt that the foregoing are meant for the names of a group of 4 archangels, the name of Israfil corresponding to Abdil, who generally occupies the 4th place in our own angelic hierarchy. Their customary duties are apportioned among the 4 great angels as follows. Azrael is, as with us, the angel of death, who carries off the lives of all creatures. Israfil is lord of all the different airs in our body. Michael is the giver of daily bread, and Gabriel is a messenger or bringer of news. Sometimes, again, a white angel Malaikat Putih is mentioned, e.g., as being in charge of all things in the jungle, but what his specific duties are in this connection does not transpire. In an invocation addressed to the sea spirit, however, we find 4 more such angels mentioned, all of whom hold similar charges. Chitr Ali is the angel's name, who is lord of the whirlpool. Sabr Ali is the angel's name, who is lord of the winds. Sir Ali is the angel's name, who is lord of the waters of the sea. Putr Ali is the angel's name, who is lord of the rainbow. No doubt the names of many more of the subordinate angels might be collected, as we are repeatedly told that they are 44 in number. Of the prophets, Nabi, there are an indefinite number, the title being applied to many of the more prominent characters who figure in our own Old Testament, as well as in the Quran, but who would not by ourselves be considered to possess any special qualifications for prophetic office. Among the more famous of these I may mention, after Muhammad and his immediate compeers, the prophet Solomon, sometimes considered no doubt owing to his unrivaled reputation for magical skill as the king of the genii, whose assistance the hunter or trapper is continually invoking, the prophet David, celebrated for the beauty of his voice, and the prophet Joseph, celebrated for the beauty of his countenance. Besides these and others of the same type, there is a group of minor prophets whose assistance is continually invoked in charms. These are the prophet Tap, Tetap or Ketap, lord of the earth, the prophet Kylir, Kythir or Kizar, lord of water, the prophet Noah, lord of trees, and the prophet Elias, planter of trees. Kizar is often confounded with Elias. He discovered and drank of the fountain of life, whence his connection with water, and will consequently not die till the last trump. Next to the prophets comes the Sultan, or King, Malik, both of which Arabic titles, however, are somewhat rarely used by Malay magicians. Still, we find such expressions as Saraja, Sang Raja, Malik, King of Kings, applied to Batara Guru. Next to these royal honorifics comes the title of headman or sheikh. There are, it is usually stated, 4 of these sheikhs who are penned, decandang in the 4 corners of the earth respectively, and whose names are Abdul Qadir, Abdul Muri, a third whose name is not mentioned, and Abdul Ali. Sometimes they are called Sheikh Alam or Si Puter Alam, and are each said to reside within a ring fence of white iron. Hence we obtain a perfectly intelligible meaning for the expression, ask pardon of the 4 corners of the world, i.e. of the sheikhs who reside therein, though the phrase sounds ridiculous enough without such explanation. The only other Arabic title which is perhaps worth noticing here is that of priest, imam, which we find somewhat curiously used in an invocation addressed to the sea spirit. Imam and Jalil is the name of the priest of the sea. In the invocation addressed to the sea spirit, we find the expression, Jungle Chief of the World, is the name of the Old Man of the Sea. There can, however, be little doubt that this Old Man of the Sea is a mere synonym for Batara Guru. A set of expressions to which special reference should perhaps be made consists of the titles used by the wild jungle tribes, Sakais, the use of which is important as confirming the principle that the autochthons are more influential with the spirits residing in their land than any later arrivals can be, whatever skill the latter may have acquired in the magic arts of the country from whence they came. Abdullah bin Abdul Qadir, Munshi, in his autobiography, has an interesting passage on the beliefs of the Malays on the subject of spirits and demons, beliefs which are much more deeply rooted than is generally supposed. He does not, however, differentiate between national customs and beliefs and those which have come in with the Mohammedan religion. And indeed, it is not easy to do so. Here, everything is classed under the generic term shaitan, which is Arabic, and we find the Rakshasa of Hindu romances and the jinn and Efrit of the Arabian Nights in the company of a lot of Indo-Chinese spirits and goblins, who have not come from the West like the others. I explained to Mr. M clearly the names of all the shaitan believed in by Chinese and Malays, all ignorance and folly which have come down from their ancestors in former times and exist up to the present day, much more than I could relate or explain. I merely enumerated the varieties, such as Hantu, Shaitan, Palong Pontianak, Penanggalan, Jin, Pelisit, Mambang, Hantu Pemburu, Hantu Rimba, Jadi Jadian, Hantu Benkas, Boda, Gargasi, Raksaksa, Nenek Kabian, Himbasan, Sawan, Hantu Mati Dibano, Bajang, Katagoran, Sempakkan, Puputkan, Efrit, Gemalang, Turkina, Ubetguna. Besides all these, there are ever so many ilmu branches of secret knowledge, all of which I could not remember, such as Gagak, Penandak, Pengasi, Kebel, Kasakshan, Tuju, Alamun, Penduras, Paraha, Chucha, Pelali, Peringsang, and a quantity of others. All these are firmly believed in by the people. Some of these arts have their professors, guru from whom instruction may be got. Others have their doctors, who can say this is such and such a disease, and this is the remedy for it. And besides these, there are all those arts which are able to cause evil to man. When Mr. M heard all this, he was astonished and wondered and said, "Do you know the stories of all these?" I replied, "If I were to explain all about them, it would fill a large book, and the contents of the book would be all ignorance and nonsense without any worth, and sensible persons would not like to listen to it, they would merely laugh at it. To the foregoing, the following list of spirits and ghosts may be added. The Hantu-Kuber, grave demons, are the spirits of the dead, who are believed to prey upon the living whenever they get an opportunity. With them may be classed the Hantu Orang Mati Dibano, or spirits of murdered men. The Hantu Ribut is the storm fiend that howls in the blast and revels in the whirlwind. The Hantu Ayer and Hantu Laut are water and sea spirits, and the Hantu Bandin is the spirit of the waterfall, which may often be seen lying prone on the water, with head like an inverted copper, kawa, where the water rushes down the fall between the rocks. The Hantu Longak is continually looking up in the air. Those who are attacked by him foam at the mouth. The Hantu Rimba, deep forest demon, Hantu Rhea, great demon, Hantu Dene, demon of wild beast tracks, the Hantu Hantuan echo spirits, and I think the Hantu Bakal are all spirits of the jungle, but are perhaps somewhat less localized than the large class of spirits, such as the Malacca-cane, Garu, Gutta, and camphor tree spirits, which are specially associated with particular trees. The Hantu Birak is the baboon demon, the Birak being what is generally called the coconut monkey, a sort of big baboon. It is sometimes supposed to take possession of dancers and enable them, whilst unconscious, to perform wonderful climbing feats. The Hantu Balian, according to many Selangor Malays, is a tiger spirit which takes the form of a bird. This bird is said to be not unlike the racket-tailed king crow, Chenchawi, and to sit on the tiger's back, whence it plucks out the tiger's fur and swallows it, never allowing it to fall to the ground. The Hantu Songke is the spirit who so often interferes with the toils for catching wild animals and snares for wildfowl, Yang Kacho Jaring Dan Ratchik. He is described as being invisible below the breast, with a nose of enormous length and eye sockets stretched sideways to such an extent that he can see all round him. The following charm is recited in order to neutralize his evil influence. Peace be with you, grandson of the spectre huntsman, whose dwelling place is a solitary patch of primeval forest, whose chair is the nook between the buttresses of trees, whose leaning post the wild areca palm, whose roof the leaves of the tucas, whose body hairs are leaves of the rasam, whose mattress leaves of the larak, whose swing the tree, Medang Jelaway, and whose swing ropes are malacca cane plants the gift of His Highness Sultan Barumbangan, who dwelt at Pagar Rayong, in the house whose posts were heart of the tree nettle, whose threshold a stem of spinach, strewn over with stems of the puret, whose body hairs were inverted, and whose breasts were 4 in number, to whom belonged the casting net for flies, and whose drum was headed with the skins of lice. Break not faith with me, or you shall be killed by the impact of the sanctity of the 4 corners of the world, killed by the impact of the 44 angels, killed by the impact of the pillar of the Kaaba, killed by the thrust of the sacred lump of iron, killed by the shaft of the thunderbolt, killed by the pounce of twilight lightning, killed by the impact of the 30 sections of the Quran, killed by the impact of the saying, "There is no God but God," etc. Giants are called Bodha Buddha, Raksasa, and Gargasi, Gasi or Jagasi, or sometimes Hantutingi, tall demons. The first 2 of these names being clearly derivable from a Sanskrit origin. In addition to those enumerated, we may add the various classes of good people, such as the Bidadari or Bidiyadari or Piri fairies and elves, which are of foreign origin, and the Orang Baniyan, a class of Malay spirits about whom very little seems known. The latter appear to be a race of good fairies, who are so simple-minded that they can be very easily cheated. Thus it is always said of them that whenever they come into a hamlet, as they may occasionally do to buy anything, they always pay without bargaining whatever price is asked, however exorbitant it may be. I have been told of their existence at Kapar village, near Klang in Selangor, at Jugra, where it was said they might formerly be heard paddling their boats upon the river when no boat was visible, and elsewhere. Besides these, there are several kinds of blood-sucking, vampire, demons, which are mostly birth spirits, and also certain incubi, such as the Hantu Kopek, which is the Malay equivalent of our own nightmare. Chapter 5. Magic rites connected with the several departments of nature. Air. 1. Wind and weather charms. Not the least important attribute of the Malay magician in former days was his power of controlling the weather power, of which Malay magic incantations still preserve remarkable traces. Thus, when the wind fails and the sails of a boat are flapping, kalau layer kalepek. A Selangor magician would not unfrequently summon the wind in the following terms. "Come hither, sir, come hither, my lord, let down your locks so long and flowing." And if the wind is contrary, he would say, "Veer round, wind, a needle or twain of the compass, a needle to let me fetch Kapar. However heavy the merchandise that I carry unassisted, let me repair to Klang for the morning meal and Langat for the evening bathe. Come hither, sir, come hither, my lord, and let down your locks so long and flowing." Again, if the wind grew violent, he would say, "Eggs of the house lizard, eggs of the grass lizard make a trio with eggs of the tortoise. I plant this pole thus in the midstream, that wind and tempest may come to naught. Let the white ones turn into chalk, and the black one into charcoal." Sometimes the magician will fasten a rice spoon, kemcha, horizontally to the mast of the vessel, and repeat some such charm as the following. The bird ango flies to perch on the house of Malam Palita. May you die as you lean, may you die from a push, may you die by this sending of Prince Rice spoons. Of rain-making ceremonies in Selangor, there now remains little but tradition. Yet a Langat Malay told me that if a Malay woman puts upon her head an inverted earthenware pan, bilanga, and then, setting it upon the ground, fills it with water and washes the cat in it until the latter is more than half drowned, heavy rain will certainly ensue. On the other hand, the recital of the following charm will, it is believed, effectually stop the heaviest downpour. Though the stem of the Meranti tree rocks to and fro in the storm, let the yam leaves be as thick as possible, that rain and tempest may come to naught. With the foregoing should be classed such charms as are used by the Malays to dispel the yellow sunset glow. Birds and bird charms. The chief features of the bird lore of the peninsular Malays, which, as will appear in the course of this chapter, is strongly tinged with animism, have been thus described by Sir William Maxwell. Ideas of various characters are associated by Malays with birds of different kinds, and many of their favorite similes are furnished by the feathered world. The peacock strutting in the jungle, the Argus pheasant calling on the mountain peak, the hoot of the owl, and the cry of the nightjar have all suggested comparisons of various kinds, which are embodied in the proverbs of the people. The Malay is a keen observer of nature, and his illustrations, drawn from such sources, are generally just and often poetical. The supernatural bird Jurda Garuda, the eagle of Vishnu, who figures frequently in Malay romances, is dimly known to the Malay peasant. If, during the day, the sun is suddenly overcast by clouds and shadow succeeds to brilliancy, the Perak Malay will say, Jurda is spreading out his wings to dry. Tales are told, too, of other fabulous birds, the jintu, which is never seen, though its note is heard, and which announces the approach of rain, and the Chandrawasi, which has no feet. The Chandrawasi lives in the air and is constantly on the wing, never descending to earth or alighting on a tree. Its young even are produced without the necessity of touching the earth. The egg is allowed to drop, and as it nears the earth it bursts, and the young bird appears fully developed. The note of the Chandrawasi may often be heard at night, but never by day, and it is lucky, say the Malays, to halt at a spot where it is heard calling. There is an allusion to this bird in a common pantuna kind of erotic stanza, very popular among the Malays. Chandrawasi burong sakti, sanget berkurang didalam awan, gonda gulana didalam hati, sahari tidak memandang tuan. Nocturnal birds are generally considered ill-omened all over the world, and popular superstition among the Malays fosters a prejudice against one species of owl. If it happens to alight and hoot near a house, the inhabitants say significantly that there will soon be tearing of cloth, koya kapan, for a shroud. This does not apply to the small owl called pungak, which, as soon as the moon rises, may often be heard to emit a soft plaintive note. The note of the pungak is admired by the Malays, who suppose it to be sighing for the moon, and find in it an apt simile for a desponding lover. The babarek or birikbirik, another nocturnal bird, is a harbinger of misfortune. This bird is said to fly in flocks at night. It is a peculiar note, and a passing flock makes a good deal of noise. If these birds are heard passing, the Perak peasant brings out a sengkalan, a wooden platter on which spices are ground, and beats it with a knife or other domestic utensil, calling out as he does so, Nenek, bawa hatinia, great-grandfather, bring us their hearts. This is an allusion to the belief that the bird babarek flies in the train of the spectre huntsman, Hantu Pemburu, who roams Malay forests with several ghostly dogs, and whose appearance is the forerunner of disease or death. Bring us their hearts is a mode of asking for some of his game, and it is hoped that the request will delude the Hantu Pemburu into the belief that the applicants are Ra'iyat, or followers of his, and that he will, therefore, spare the household. The babarek, which flies with the wild hunt, bears a striking resemblance to the white owl, Tadosul, the nun who broke her vow, and now mingles her tutu with the hiloa of the wild huntsman of the Hars. The legend of the spectre huntsman is thus told by the Perak Malays. In former days, at Katapang in Sumatra, there lived a man whose wife, during her pregnancy, was seized with a violent longing for the meat of the pelandok, mouse deer. But it was no ordinary pelandok that she wanted. She insisted that it should be a doe, big with male offspring, and she bade her husband go and seek in the jungle for what she wanted. The man took his weapons and dogs and started, but his quest was fruitless, for he had misunderstood his wife's injunctions, and what he sought was a buck pelandok, big with male offspring, an unheard-of prodigy. Day and night he hunted, slaying innumerable mouse deer, which he threw away on finding that they did not fulfill the conditions required. He had sworn a solemn oath on leaving home that he would not return unsuccessful, so he became a regular denizen of the forest, eating the flesh and drinking the blood of the animals which he slew, and pursuing night and day his fruitless search. At length he said to himself, I have hunted the whole earth over without finding what I want. It is now time to try the firmament. So he halloed on his dogs through the sky, while he walked below on the earth looking up at them, and after a long time, the hunt still being unsuccessful, the back of his head, from constantly gazing upwards, became fixed to his back, and he was no longer able to look down at the earth. One day a leaf from the tree called sea limbak fell on his throat and took root there, and a straight shoot grew upwards in front of his face. In this state he still hunts through Malay forests, urging on his dogs as they hunt through the sky, with his gaze evermore turned upwards. His wife, whom he left behind when he started on the fatal chase, was delivered in due time of 2 children, a boy and a girl. When they were old enough to play with other children, it chanced one day that the boy quarreled with the child of a neighbor with whom he was playing. The latter reproached him with his father's fate, of which the child had hitherto been ignorant, saying, Thou art like thy father, who has become an evil spirit, ranging the forests day and night, and eating and drinking no man knows how. Get thee to thy father." Then the boy ran crying to his mother and related what had been said to him. "Do not cry," said she. "It is true, alas, that thy father has become a spirit of evil." On this the boy cried all the more and begged to be allowed to join his father. His mother yielded at last to his entreaties and told him the name of his father and the names of the dogs. He might be known, she said, by his habit of gazing fixedly at the sky and by his 4 weapons: a blowpipe, sumpitan, a spear, a creese, and a sword cluang. "And," added she, "when thou hearest the hunt approaching, call upon him and the dogs by name, and repeat thy own name and mine, so that he may know thee." The boy entered the forest, and after he had walked some way, met an old man who asked him where he was going. "I go to join my father," said the lad. "If thou findest him," said the old man, "ask him where he has put my chisel which he has borrowed from me." This the boy promised to do, and continued his journey. After he had gone a long way, he heard sounds like those made by people engaged in hunting. As they approached, he repeated the names which his mother had told him, and immediately found himself face to face with his father. The hunter demanded of him who he was, and the child repeated all that his mother had told him, not forgetting the message of the old man about the chisel. Then the hunter said, "Truly thou art my son. As for the chisel, it is true that when I started from home I was in the middle of shaping some bamboos to make steps for the house. I put the chisel inside one of the bamboos. Take it and return it to the owner. Return now and take care of thy mother and sister. As for him who reproached thee, hereafter we will repay him. I will eat his heart and drink his blood, so shall he be rewarded." From that time forward, the spectre huntsman has afflicted mankind, and many are those whom he has destroyed. Before dismissing his son, he desired him to warn all his kindred never to use bamboo for making steps for a house, and never to hang clothes to dry from poles stuck in between the joists supporting the floor, and thus jutting out at right angles with a house. "Lest," said he, "I should strike against such poles as I walk along. Further," he continued, "when ye hear the note of the bird birrick birrick at night, ye will know that I am walking near." Then the boy returned to his mother, and delivered to her and all their kindred the injunctions of the lost man. One account says that the woman followed her spectre husband to the forest, where she joins in the chase with him to this day, and that they have their children born in the woods. The first boy and girl retain their human form, according to this account, but some Pawangs say that the whole family are in the forest with the father. Numerous mantra, or charms, against the evil influence of the wild huntsman are in use among the Pawangs, or medicine men of Perak. These are repeated, accompanied by appropriate ceremonies, when the disease from which some sick person is suffering has been traced to an encounter with the Hantu Pemburu. The following may serve as a specimen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Isalamu, Alikam Haisijidi Laki Majada. Pergi Buru Karimba Rancha Mahang, Katapang Nama Bukit Nia, Si Langsat Nama Anjing Nia, Si Kumbang Nama Anjing Nia, Si Nibang Nama Anjing Nia, Si Pintas Nama Anjing Nia, Si Arawaru Nama Anjing Nia, Timyang Balu Nama Sumpatan Nia, Lankapuri Nama Lemming Nia, Singhabuana Nama Mat Nia, Pisau Rout Panjang Ulu Akan Pembla Pinang Burbulu, Inaila Pisau Rout Durapada Maharaja Guru, Akan Pembla Prut Hantu Pemburu Akutahu Azel Ankau Mula Menjadi Orang Katapang. Puling La Ankau Karimbarancha Mahang, Jangan Ankau Miniaket Pada Tubo Badanku. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, peace be on thee, O Si Jidi, husband of Majada. Go thou and hunt in the forest of Rancha Mahang. Katapang is the name of thy hill. Si Langsat is the name of thy dog. Si Kumbang is the name of thy dog. Si Nibang is the name of thy dog. Si Pintas is the name of thy dog. Si Arawaru is the name of thy dog. Timyang Balu is the name of thy blowpipe. Lankapuri is the name of thy spear. Singhabuana is the name of its blade. The peeling knife with a long handle is to split in twain the fibrous betel nut. Here is a knife from Maharaja Guru to cleave the bowels of the hunter spirit. I know the origin from which thou springest, O man of Katapang. Get thee back to the forest of Rancha Mahang. Afflict not my body with pain or disease. In charms intended to guard him who repeats them, or who wears them written on paper, against the evil influences of the spectre huntsman, the names of the dogs, weapons, etc., constantly vary. The origin of the dreaded demon is always, however, ascribed to Katapang in Sumatra. This superstition strikingly resembles the European legends of the wild huntsman, whose shouts the trembling peasants hear above the storm. It is, no doubt, of Aryan origin, and coming to the peninsula from Sumatra, seems to corroborate existing evidence tending to show that it is partly through Sumatra that the peninsula has received Aryan myths and Indian phraseology. A superstitious prejudice against the use of bamboo in making a stepladder for a Malay house and against drying clothes outside a house on poles stuck into the framework exists in full force among the Perak Malays. The note of the birik-birik at night, telling as it does of the approach of the hantu pemburu, is listened to with the utmost dread and misgiving. The Bataks in Sumatra call this bird by the same name birik-birik. It is noticeable that in Batak legends regarding the creation of the world, the origin of mankind is ascribed to Putriorta Bulan, the daughter of Batara Guru, who descended to the earth with a white owl and a dog. To the information contained in the foregoing passage, I would add the following observations. Charms for neutralizing the power of the spectre huntsman are by no means uncommon, and though they almost invariably differ in unimportant details, such as the names of his dogs and weapons, they still bear strong and unmistakable family likeness. Still, there are some versions which contain important divergencies. 2 or 3 of these versions will be found in the appendix, and it will only be after the diligent collation and compilation of a great many versions that the real germ or nucleus of the myth as known to the Malays will be clearly apparent. One of the charms given in the appendix evidently alludes to a different version of the story, the lines which contain the allusion being as follows. I know your origin, O man of penance, whose dwelling was upon the hill of Mount Ophir, from a son of the prophet Joseph who was wroth with his mother, because she would eat the hearts of the birds of paradise. Yet even here, if we accept the obvious interpolation of the reference to the son of the prophet Joseph, the task of reconciling the conflicting versions may be easier than would appear at first sight. A still more curious deviation occurs in another version, where the spectre huntsman's poniard and kairis are declared to be the insignia of the great spirit king Rama. The passage is as follows. With a blind crow as his guide, the giant demon, Sia Donata, carries his weapons slung over his shoulder with back bent double. Salampuri is the name of his poniard, Sekin, Silambuara the name of his kairis, the insignia of the demon Rama. That it is his weapons which the spectre huntsman's son, Adinata, carries on his back appears from a passage below, which runs, O Sia Donata, with the sword slung at your back, bent double you come from the lightwood swamps, we did not guess that you were here. This reference to Rama opens up a long vista of possibilities, but for the present it will be sufficient to remark that the spectre huntsman himself is almost universally declared by the Malays to be the king of the landfolk, Raja Orang Darat. It is on account of this kingship that his weapons receive distinguishing titles such as are given to royal weapons. This, too, is the reason that he is so much more dreaded by Malays than ordinary spirits of evil, his mere touch being considered sufficient to kill by the exercise of that divine power which all Malay Rajas are held to possess. To return from the foregoing digression, there are many other curious legends connected with birds. Thus, in 1882, Captain Kellem wrote as follows. From Mr. W. E. Maxwell, HM Assistant Resident, of Larat, I hear that the Malays have a strange legend connected with one of the large hornbills, but which species I was not able to find out. It is as follows. A Malay, in order to be revenged on his mother-in-law, why, the legend does not relate, shouldered his axe and made his way to the poor woman's house and began to cut through the posts which supported it. After a few steady chops, the whole edifice came tumbling down, and he greeted its fall with a peal of laughter. To punish him for his unnatural conduct, he was turned into a bird, and the Tebeng Mentua, literally, he who chopped down his mother-in-law, may often be heard in the jungle uttering a series of sharp sounds like the chop of an axe on timber, followed by ha, ha, ha. The following account of the bird lore of the Malay Peninsula was compiled by me from notes supplied to the Selangor Journal by the late Sir William Maxwell. The nightjar, burong chero, takes its name from the word applied to the second stage in the operation of husking rice. Malay women husk rice by pounding it in a mortar with a wooden pestle. The husked grain is then commonly winnowed in a sieve, and the unhusked rice, anta, which remains, has to be separated from the husked rice and pounded over again. The second process, which is called sikaro, is that from which the nightjar derives its name, the quick fancy of the Malay hearing in the note of the bird the slow measured stroke of a pestle, antin, descending in a mortar, lesong. This is possibly the foundation of the legend that the nightjar is a woman who, while engaged in husking rice by moonlight, was turned into a bird in consequence of a quarrel with her mother. Another name for the nightjar is burong kempak. The burong sepa putri, princess's beetlequid, belongs to the honey birds or bee-eaters, of which there are several species, remarkable chiefly for their brilliant metallic plumage. A quaint story is told in explanation of its name. Once upon a time, the owl, Pongak, fell in love with the princess of the moon, Putri Bulan, and asked her to marry him. She promised to do so if he would allow her first to finish her quid of beetle undisturbed, but before finishing it she threw it down to the earth, where it took the form of the small bird in question. The princess then requested the owl to make search for it, but as of course he was unable to find it, the proposed match fell through. This is the reason why the owl, to quote the Malay proverb, sighs longingly to the moon, and is the type of the plaintive lover. The burong tingle anak, lit. Goodbye, children bird, is a small bird whose note is to be heard at the season when the young rice is sprouting, musim padi pecha anak. As soon as her young are hatched out, this bird dies in the nest, repeating the words tingle anak, goodbye, children, and the maggots which breed in her corpse afford an unnatural nourishment to her unsuspecting offspring. Burong diam kautua, or hold your peace tua, is the name of a small bird which is said to repeat the words diam kau tua keris aku ada, or hold thy peace tua my keris dagger is with me. The story runs that once upon a time there was a man who had a slave called Tua, who answered him back, and with whom he accordingly found fault, using the words given above. In the transport of his rage, he was turned into a bird. The bird called Kuo in Perak. Kuo is the name given in Malacca and Selangor to the Argus pheasant, which in Perak is called Quang, is about the size of the myna, Gambala kerbau, and is said to have been metamorphosed from a woman, the reason of whose transformation is not known. It is said to be unknown on the right bank of the Perak River. The cap bird is the name of a night bird of evil omen, whose note heard at night prognosticates death. The terror of the shroud, burong charik kapan, is also a night bird, with a slow, deliberate note which the Malays declare sounds exactly like the tearing of cloth. This signifies the tearing of the shroud, and unerringly forebodes death. Yet another night bird ominous of approaching dissolution is the tumbak lerong. This bird, like the two preceding, is probably a variety of owl. The first and third are only found inland at a distance from the sea. To katempi, old man winnow the rice for the burial feast, as Sir Frank Swetnam calls him, is a species of horned owl, which derives its name from a word meaning to winnow, tampi menampi. Malays say that this bird has a habit of treading upon the extremities of its own wings and fluttering the upper part while thus holding them down. This singular habit produces a sound resembling that of winnowing. The to katempi is larger than the jampuk, another species of owl, which is popularly supposed to enter the fowl house and there live on the intestines of fowls, which it extracts during life by means of a certain charm, elmu pelali, a charm similar to those used by the Malays for filing teeth, etc., which it uses in order to perform the operation painlessly. The luckbird, burong untong, is a very small white bird about the size of a canary. It builds a very small white nest, which if found and placed in a rice bin, possesses the valuable property of securing a good harvest to its owner. As, however, the nest is built on branches in places difficult of access, it is but rarely found, and Malays will give $10 for a genuine specimen, while sellers are known to ask as much as $25. The ruwak is a kind of heron whose nest, if discovered, would give the possessor the power of becoming invisible, alaman. But as neither nest nor eggs can usually be found, it is held to be childless. Yet, however, if it is possible to approach sufficiently near, when the bird is heard calling in the swamps, it may be seen dipping a twig or else its bent leg into the water, and accompanying its action with its call, as if it were bathing a child on its knee. Hence the Malay who hears its note says mockingly, "The ruak-ruak is bathing its young one." Tukang is the name given in Kedah to a kind of hornbill, which is believed to be the same as the langlan of Perak. The horn is of a yellow tinge and is made into buttons, which, the Malays say, turn to a livid color whenever the wearer is about to fall sick, and black when he is threatened by the approach of poison. The merbu, merbak, is a variety of dove which brings good luck to its owner. Instances have been known where all the houses in a village have been burnt, except that which contained a merbu. Indeed, treatises have been written on the subject of keeping them. When the merbu dies, its body merely shrivels up instead of breeding worms, which, it is added, would be worth keeping as curiosities should any appear. The bird called pedrudang is a diver which has the power of remaining underwater for a very long time. It is only to be found where the fish called kelesa exist in large quantities. The eggs of the kelesa are of great size, and the Malays say, therefore, that it cohabits with the pedrudang. These eggs are considered a delicacy by the Malays, who make them into a sort of custard pudding, esrai kaya. To the ground pigeon, tekukur, belongs the following story. Once upon a time, there was a maiden who lived in the forest with her parents and little sister. When she grew up, she was troubled by an anxiety to accompany her father in his expeditions to the forest, where he was engaged in clearing the ground for a rice plantation. Her parents, however, persuaded her to stay at home, first until the trees were felled, then until the fallen timber had been burnt off, then till the rice had been planted, and then again till it was cut. When, however, they attempted to put her off yet once more, until the rice should be trodden out, she could bear it no longer, and taking off her bracelets and earrings, which she left behind the door, and placing her little sister in the swinging cot, she changed herself into a ground dove and flew away to the clearing. She retained her necklace, however, and this accounts for the speckled marks on this dove's neck. On arriving at the spot where her parents were engaged at work, she alighted on a dead tree stump, changong, and called out thrice to her mother, "Mother, mother, I have left my earrings and bracelets behind the door, and have put my little sister in the swing." Her mother, amazed at these words, hastened home and found her daughter gone. She then returned to the bird, which repeated the same words as before, this time, however, concluding with the coo of a dove. In vain the distressed parents endeavored to recapture her, by cutting down the tree on which she had perched. Before they had done so, she flew to another, and after following her from tree to tree for several miles, they were obliged to desist, and she was never recaptured. The following notes on birds are taken from a reprint of Museum Notes by Mr. L. Ray, Jun, the official curator of the Perak Museum. Mr. Ray says, "The weaver bird, which makes the long-hanging bottle-shaped nests occasionally seen hanging from the branches of a low tree, is said to use a golden needle in the work. And it is affirmed that if the nest is carefully picked to pieces, without breaking any part of it, the needle will be found. But if it is pulled ruthlessly apart, or if even a single piece of the grass of which it is made is broken in unraveling it, the golden needle will disappear." The makers of these curious and beautiful nests are said to always choose trees that are infested with red ants or wasps, or which grow in impassable swamps. The weaver bird Plosius bea, blith, is called in Selangor burong tempua or chayak raya. It is said to use only the long jungle grass called lalang for making its nest, which latter is called buaraban and is used by the Malays for polishing sheaths and scabbards. When an infant keeps crying, one of the parents takes the weaver bird's nest, reduces it to ashes, and fumigates the child by thrice moving it round in a circle over the smoke. Whilst doing so, the parent either stands up with the right toe resting upon the toe of the left foot, or else squats upon the left heel, bending the right knee, and saying, "As the weaver bird's young in its nest, so rest and weep not. Bajamana anak tempua dalam sarangnaya, bajatula kaudayam jangan menengis." To the above I may add that besides the ordinary bottle-shaped nest, the weaver birds also occasionally make a hood-shaped, or rather a helmet-shaped nest, which is alleged by the Malays to be the male bird's swing, bukin. This swing resembles the upper half of an ordinary bottle-shaped nest, with a perch across it, which latter is also woven of grass. On the walls of the swing, just over each end of the perch, is a small daub of clay. The Malays allege that the male bird swings in it while the hen bird is sitting, and that the young, too, take the air in it as soon as they are able to fly so far. Into the two daubs of mud over the perch the male bird, say the Malays, sticks fireflies to give itself light at night. The king crow is called by the Malays the slave of the monkeys, burong hamba kra. It is a pretty, active, noisy little bird, incessantly flying about with its two long, racket-shaped tail feathers fluttering after it. They say that when it has both of these feathers, it has paid off its debt and is free. But when it is either destitute of these appendages or has only one, it is still in bondage. The gray sea eagle is called burong hamba siput, the slave of the shellfish. And its office is to give warning by screaming to the shellfish of the changes of the tide, so that they may regulate their movements, and those species which crawl about on the mud at low water may know when to take refuge in the trees and escape the rising tide, or when the tide is falling, that they may know when to descend to look for food. The burong demam, or fever bird, is so called from its loud, tremulous note, and the Malays say that the female bird calls in its fever-stricken voice to its mate to go and find food, because it has fever so badly that it cannot go itself. This bird is probably one of the large green barbets. The note is often heard, and doubtless the bird has been collected, but it is one thing shooting a bird and another identifying it as the producer of a certain note. Another bird, the white-breasted water hen, a frequenter of the edges of reedy pools and the marshy banks of streams, is reputed to build a nest on the ground, which has the property of rendering anyone invisible who puts it on his head. The prevailing idea among the Malays is that the proper and legitimate use to put it to is to steal money and other species of property. The next few notes on Malay bird lore were collected by the writer in Selangor. The toucan or small hornbill, engang, was metamorphosed from a man who, in conjunction with a companion, broke into the house of an old man living by himself in the jungle and slew him for the sake of his wealth. When life was extinct, they threw a sheet over the body and proceeded to ransack the house, throwing the loot into a second sheet close to the corpse. Day was about to dawn when a false alarm induced them to make a hurried departure, so that they picked up the sheet with their loot and made off with it, carrying it slung hastily upon a pole between them. As they proceeded on their way, day commenced gradually to dawn, and the man behind, noticing something unexpected about the bundle, and divining the cause, called out to his companion, Orang. Orang, the man. His companion, misunderstanding his exclamation, thought he meant that they were pursued by a man, and only went all the faster, until, on hearing his comrade repeat the cry a second and a third time, he turned round, and there saw the feet of the man he had murdered protruding from the sheet, a sight which startled him to such a degree that he turned into a bird upon the spot, and flew away into a tree, repeating as he went the fatal cry of Orang, Rang, which had caused the transformation. And to this day, whenever the Malay hears among the treetops the cry of Rang, Rang, he knows that he is listening to the cry of the murderer. The Argus pheasant and the crow in the days of King Solomon were bosom friends and could never do enough to show their mutual friendship. One day, however, the Argus pheasant, who was then dressed somewhat dowdily, suggested that his friend the crow should show his skill with the brush by decorating the Argus pheasant's feathers. To this, the crow agreed on condition, however, that the arrangement should be mutual. The Argus pheasant agreed to this, and the crow forthwith set to work, and so surpassed himself that the Argus pheasant became, as it is now, one of the most beautiful birds in the world. When the crow's task was done, however, the Argus pheasant refused to fulfill his own part of the bargain, excusing himself on the plea that the day of judgment was too near at hand. Hence a fierce quarrel ensued, at the end of which the Argus pheasant upset the ink bottle over the crow, and thus rendered him coal-black. Hence the crow and the Argus pheasant are enemies to this day. The bird called barrow is said to have once been a bidden midwife, whose employers Anak Bidden refused to pay her for her services and kept constantly putting her off. Her patience, however, had its limits, and one day, after experiencing the usual evasion, she broke out into a torrent of intemperate language, in the midst of which she was changed into a bird, whose querulous note may be recognized as the voice of the aged woman as she cries out for the payment of her just wages. About the big kingfisher, pekaka, an amusing parallel to the fable of the fox and the crow is related. It is said that this kingfisher once caught a fish and flew to a low branch just overhanging the water to devour it. The fish, seeking for a means to save his life, decided to try the effect of a speech, and accordingly addressed his captor in the following verses, judiciously designed to appeal at once to her vanity and compassion. O Kingfisher, Kingfisher, What a glistening, glittering beak. Yet, while you, big sister, are filling your maw, little brother will lose his life. At this critical juncture, the kingfisher opens her beak to laugh, and the fish slips back into his native element and escapes. Fouling ceremonies. Ideas of sympathetic magic run very strongly through all ceremonies connected with the taking of wild birds, such for instance as jungle fowl or pigeon. The commonest method of snaring jungle fowl is to take a line, called ratchik, with a great number of fine nooses attached to it, and set it so as to form a complete circle, enclosing an open space in the forest. You must bring a decoy bird with you, and the instructions which I collected say that you should on arriving enter the circle, holding the bird like a fighting cock, and repeat these lines. Ho, si Lanning, si Timpawi, come and let us play at cockfighting on the borderline between the primary and secondary forest growth. Your cock, grandsire, is spurred with steel. Mine is but spurred with bamboo. Here deposit the bird upon the ground. The challenge of the decoy bird will then attract the jungle fowl from all directions, and as they try to enter the circle, in order to reach the decoy, they will entangle themselves in the nooses. As often as you succeed, however, in catching one, you must be careful to cast the mischief out of it, using the same form of words as is used to drive the mischief out of the carcass of the deer. The method of catching wild pigeon is much more elaborate and brings the animistic ideas of the Malays into strong relief, the souls of the wild pigeon being repeatedly referred to. First, you build a small sugar loaf, conical hut, called bumbun, in a carefully selected spot in the jungle. This hut may be from 4 to 5 feet high, is strongly built of stakes converging to a point at the top, and is thickly thatched with leaves and branches. The reason for making it strong is that there is always an off chance that you may receive a visit from a tiger. At the back of the hut, you must leave a small square opening. It can hardly be dignified with the name of a door, about 2 feet high and with a flap to it, through which you can creep into the hut on your hands and knees. I may remark, parenthetically, that you will find the hut very damp, very dark, and very full of mosquitoes, and that if you are wise, you will take with you a small stock of cigarettes. In front of the hut, that is to say, on the side away from the door, if you want to proceed in the orthodox way, you will have to clear a small rectangular space, and put up round it on 3 sides, right, left, and front opposite the hut, a low railing consisting of a single bar about 18 inches from the ground. This is to rail off what is called King Solomon's Palace Yard, and will also be useful from a practical point of view, as it will serve as a perch for your decoy. The instructions proceed as follows. Before entering the hut, the wizard must go through what is called the neutralizing rice-based tepang tawar ceremony, first in the center of the enclosed space, and then in each corner successively, beating each of the forked sticks, uprights at the corners with a bunch of leaves. He must then take the decoy tube, and after reciting the appropriate charm, sound a long-drawn note in each corner successively, and then insert the mouth end of it into the hut through a hole in the thatch, supporting the heavy outer end upon a forked upright stick. Then entering the hut, he slips the noose at the end of the decoy bird's rod on to the decoy bird's feet, and pushing the bird out through the front door of the hut, makes it flutter on to one of the horizontal rods, where it will sit, if well trained, and call its companions. After a time, the decoy bird's challenge is met by first one and then many counter-challenges. Then the wild pigeon approach, there is a great fluttering of wings, and presently one of the first arrivals flies down and commences to walk round and round the hut. Then the wizard awaits his opportunity, and as the pigeon passes in front of the door, he pushes out one of the rods with a noose at the end, slips the noose over the bird's neck or feet, and drags it into the hut. The hut must be used, if possible, before the leaves with which it is thatched have faded, as the wild pigeon are less likely to be suspicious of the hut when its thatch is green. In the way just described, any number of pigeon can be taken, a bag of 20 or 30 being a fair average for a day's work under favorable conditions. The call will occasionally, for some unexplained reason, attract to the spot wild animals such as deer, especially mouse deer, and tigers. Is it not possible that the story of the lute of Orpheus may have had its origin in some old hunting custom of the kind? The following are specimens of the charms used by the wizard. When you are about to start to decoy pigeons, say, "It is not I who am setting out, it is To Bujang Sibber who is setting out. Then sound the decoy tube, Bula Dekat, thrice loudly and say, I pray that they, the pigeons, may come in procession, come in succession, to enter into this bundle of ours. Now set out, and when you reach the conical hut, Bumban say, My hut's name is the Magic Prince. My decoy's name is Prince Distraction. Distraught be ye, O capper pigeon. Distraught be ye, O pudding pigeon. Distraught be ye, O sarap pigeon. Distraught with desire to enter our bundle. Or else when you first reach the hut, take the leaves of the branch of a tree which is as high as your head, the leaves of the branch of a tree which is as high as your waist, the leaves of the branch of a tree which is as high as your knee, and the leaves of a tree which is only as high as your ankle joint. Make them all into a bunch, and with them, flick the outside of the hut, saying these lines. Dock ding dotting pigeon, which makes three with the Majukara pigeon, the twig breaks and the twig is pressed down, and our immemorial customs are restored. When scattering the rice, say, Sift the broken rice ends, sift them over the rushwork rice bag, as one disappears another is invited and brought down. If you descend not, the bear-cat Binturong shall devour you. If you come not, wild beasts shall devour you. And if you perch on a twig, you shall fall headlong. If you perch on a bough, you shall be killed by a woodcutter. If you perch on a leaf, you shall be bitten by the leaf snake. If you descend to the ground, you shall be bitten by a venomous serpent. If you fly upwards, you shall be swooped upon by kites and eagles. That is, if you descend not. Cluck, cluck. Souls of Queen Capper, of Princess Pudding, and handmaid Sarap. Come down and assemble in King Solomon's audience hall, and put on King Solomon's breast ornaments and armlets. When sprinkling the rice paste, tepong tower on the uprights at each corner of the railed-off enclosure. Say, neutralizing rice paste, genuine rice paste, add plumpness to plumpness. Let pigeon come down to the weight of thousands of pounds, and alight upon the ivory hall, which is carpeted with silver, and whose railings are of amalgam, unto the dishes of Her Highness Princess Lebar Niru Broadsiv. Come in procession, come in succession. The assembly flower begins to unfold its petals, come down in procession, come down as stragglers, King Solomon's self has come to call you. Sift the rice over the rice bag, King Solomon's self bids you haste. Sift the rice ends, sift them over the rushwork bag. As one disappears, another is invited and escorted down. Sift the rice ends, sift them over the salt bag. As one disappears, another is invited and escorted inside the hut. When you are sounding the call, Melong, stand in the middle of the enclosure and say, Cluck, cluck, soul of Princess Pudding, of Queen Capper and Queen Sarap, enter ye into our bundle and perch upon the ivory railing. Come in procession, come in succession. The assembly flower unfolds its petals. Come down in procession, come down in succession. King Solomon's self is come to call you. If you do not come down, the bear-cat shall eat you. If you do not appear, wild beasts shall devour you. If you perch upon a twig, you shall fall headlong, all over the 7 valleys and 7 knolls of rising ground. If ye go to the hills, ye shall get no food. If ye go to the forest pools, ye shall get no drink. Or else the following. Cut the Menkudu branch, cut it through, and thrust it downwards. Let those which are near be the first to arrive, and those which are far off be sent for. Let those which have eggs leave their eggs, and those which have young desert their young. Let those which are blind come led by others, and those which have broken limbs come on crutches. Come and assemble in King Solomon's audience hall. Cluck, cluck, souls of Queen Capper, Princess Pudding, handmaid Sarap, come down and assemble in King Solomon's audience hall, and put on King Solomon's necklace, breast ornaments, and armlets. When about to enter the hut, say, O hearts of wild doves, cut we the rod of invitation. This hut is named the Magic Prince. This tube is named Prince Distraction. Distraught be ye by day, distraught by night, distraught with longing to assemble in King Solomon's hall. Cluck, cluck. Souls of Queen Capper, etc. as before. When you have just entered, and before you seat yourself, say, Sift the rice ends, sift them over a rushwork rice bag, etc. as before. Put your lips to the decoy tube and sound the call, saying, Cut the Menkudu stem, cut it through, and thrust it downwards, etc. as before. Or else some longer version, such as one of those given in the appendix. When the wild pigeon have arrived and have entered the enclosure or palace yard, wait till they are in a good position, and then push out one of the rods with the fine noose at the end, slip the noose over the bird's neck and drag it into the house, saying as you do so, "Whack whack a heron on the kitchen shelf, covered over with the top of a coconut shell. Do you move aside, Sir Bachelor, master of the ceremonies? I wish to ensnare the necks of the race of wild doves." Now that you understand the process of decoying pigeon with a pigeon call, I must explain something of the curious nomenclature used by the wizard. For during the ceremony, you must never call a spade a spade. In the first place, the hut must not on any account be mentioned as such. It is to be called the Magic Prince. Why so called, it is hard to say, but most likely the name is used in allusion to the wizard who is concealed inside it. The name given to the calling tube itself is more appropriate, as it is called Prince Distraction, Rajagila, this name of course being an allusion to the extraordinary fascination which it evidently exercises on the pigeon. Then the decoy, or rather perhaps, the rod to which it is linked, is called Putri Pemango, or the Squatting Princess. Next to these come 3 princesses, which prove to be merely the representatives of 3 important species of wild pigeon. Their names, though variously given, are perhaps most commonly known as Princess Capper, Princess Sarap, and Princess Pudding. Finally, even the rod used for ensnaring the pigeon has its own special name. See Raja Neela, Prince Invitation. King Solomon's necklaces and armlets are of course the nooses with which they are to be snared, and which will catch them either by the neck or by the leg. The princesses are invited to enter a gorgeous palace. Come down, pigeons in your myriads, and perch upon the ivory hall. That is, carpeted with silver and railed with amalgam. Come down to the dishes of Her Highness Princess Lebar Niaru, Broadsiv. The dishes of Her Highness Princess Broadsiv cleverly suggest an abundance of provender, such as is likely to appeal to a hungry bird. In another version, the 3 princesses are invited to enter the palace tower, called Fatima Passes, Mahalajai Fatima Lalu. Moreover, those who issue the invitation are no respecters of persons. Let those which are near arrive the first. Let those which are far off be sent for. Let those which have eggs leave their eggs, those which have young leave their young, those which are blind be led by others, those which have broken limbs come on crutches, come and assemble in King Solomon's audience chamber. And a similar passage in another charm says, "Let those which are near arrive the first, let those which are far off be sent for. Cluck, cluck, souls of the children of forest doves, come ye down and assemble together in the fold of God and King Solomon." If blandishments fail, however, there is to be no doubt about the punishments in store for their willful highnesses. Thus, a little later, we find the alternative, a thoroughgoing imprecation calculated to convince the most headstrong of birds. "I call you, I fetch you down. If you come not down, you shall be eaten by the bear cat. You shall be choked to death with your own feathers. You shall be choked to death with a bone in your throat. If you perch on a creeper, you shall be entangled by it. If you settle on a leaf, you shall be bitten by the leaf snake. Come you down quickly to God's fold and King Solomon's." And an imprecation of similar import says, "If you perch on a bough, you shall slip off it. If you perch on a creeper, you shall slide off it. If you perch upon a leafless stump, the stump shall fall. If you settle on the ground snake shall bite you. If you soar up to heaven, the eagle shall swoop upon you." B. Earth. 1. Building ceremonies and charms. The first operation in building is the selection of the site. This is determined by an elaborate code of rules which make the choice depend firstly upon the nature of the soil with respect to color, taste, and smell. Secondly, upon the formation of its surface. And thirdly, upon its aspect. The best soil, whether for a house, village, orchard, or town, is a greenish-yellow, fragrant-scented, tart-tasting loam. Such a soil will ensure abundance of gold and silver unto the 3rd generation. The best site, whether for a house, village, orchard, or town, is level. The best aspect of the surface is that of land which is low upon the north side and high upon the south side. Such a site will bring absolute peacefulness. When you have found a site complying with more or less favorable conditions, in accordance with the code, you must next clear the ground of forest or undergrowth, lay down 4 sticks to form a rectangle in the center thereof, and call upon the name of the lords of that spot, i.e. the presiding local deities or spirits. Now dig up the soil, enclosed by the 4 sticks, and taking a clod in your hand, call upon the lords of that spot as follows. Ho, children of Mentri Giru, who dwell in the four corners of the world, I crave this plot as a boon. Here mention the purpose to which you wish to put it. If it is good, show me a good omen. If it is bad, show me a bad omen. Wrap the clod up in white cloth, and after fumigating it with incense, place it at night beneath your pillow, and when you retire to rest, repeat the last 2 lines of the above charm as before and go to sleep. If your dream is good, proceed with, if bad, desist from, your operations. Supposing your dream to be good, you must, approximately, clear the site of the main building and peg out the 4 corners with dead sticks. Then take a dead branch and heap it up lightly with earth in the center of the site. Set fire to it, and when the whole heap has been reduced to ashes, sweep it all up together and cover it over while you repeat the charm, which differs but little from that given above. Next morning, uncover it early in the morning, and God will show you the good and the bad. The site being finally selected, you must proceed to choose a day for erecting the central houseboat, by consulting first the schedule of lucky and unlucky months, and next the schedule of lucky and unlucky days of the week. The best time of day for the operation to take place is said to be always 7 o'clock in the morning. Hence, there seems to be no need to consult a schedule to discover it, though some magicians may do so. The propitious moment having been at last ascertained, the erection of the center post will be proceeded with. First, the hole for its reception must be dug, the operation being accompanied by the recital of a charm, and the post erected, the greatest precautions being taken to prevent the shadow of any of the workers from falling either upon the post itself or upon the hole dug to receive it, sickness and trouble being otherwise sure to follow. The account in the appendix, of which the above is a resume, omits to describe the sacrifice which has to be made before the erection of the center post, which has therefore been drawn from the instructions of other magicians. When the hole has been dug and before the center post is actually erected, some sort of sacrifice or offering has to be made. First, you take a little Brazil wood, kayu sepeng, a little ebony wood, kayu aring, a little asafoetida ingu, and a little scrap iron, tahai bisi, and deposit them in the hole which you have dug. Then take a fowl, a goat, or a buffalo, according to the ascertained or reputed malignity of the locally presiding earth demon, Puaka, and cut its throat according to Mohammedan custom, spilling its blood into the hole. Then cut off its head and feet, and deposit them within the hole to serve as a foundation for the center post to rest upon, buet lapik tiang esrai. Put a ring on your little finger out of compliment to the earth spirit, akan membujak jembaleng idu. Repeat the charm and erect the post. Another form of the above ceremony was described to me by a magician as follows. Deposit in the hole a little scrap iron and tin ore, a candle nut, buakeras or buagorek, a broken hatchet head biliong pata, and a cent in copper. Wait till everybody else has returned home, and standing close to the hole, pick up 3 clods kepel of earth, hold them jengam over the incense, turn right about face, and repeat the charm. Then take the 3 clods home, without once turning round to look behind you till you reach home, place them under your sleeping pillow and wait till nightfall, when you may have either a good or a bad dream. If the first night's dream be bad, throw away one of the clods and dream again. If the second night's dream be bad, repeat the process, and whenever you get a good dream, deposit the clod or clods under the butt end of the center post to serve as a foundation. A magician gave me this specimen of a charm used at this ceremony, of erecting the center post. Ho, Rajaguru, Maharaja Guru, you are the sons of Batara Guru. I know the origin from which you spring from the flashing of lightning's spurs. I know the origin from which you spring from the brightening of daybreak. Ho, spectre of the earth, brains of the earth, demon of the earth, retire ye hence to the depths of the ocean, to the peace of the primeval forest. Betwixt you and me division was made by Adam. Another rule of importance in house building is that which regulates the length of the threshold, as to which the instructions are as follows. Measure off on a piece of string the stretch fathom of the arms of her who is to be mistress of the proposed house. Fold this string in 3 and cut off 1/3. Take the remainder, fold it in 8 and cut off 7/8. Take the remaining 1/8, see how many times it is contained in the length of the threshold, and check off the number of these measurements against the category, bilangan of the 8 beasts, Benetang Yang Dalapan. This category runs as follows: 1. The dragon Naga, 2. The dairy cow Sapi, 3. The lion Singa, 4. The dog Anjing, 5. The draft cow Lembu, 6. The ass Calde, 7. The elephant Gaja, and 8. The crow Gagek, all of which have certain ominous significations. If the last measurement coincides with one of the unlucky beasts in the category, such as the crow, which signifies the death of the master of the house, the threshold is cut shorter to make it fit in with one that is more auspicious. The names of the 8 beasts, coupled with the events which they are supposed to foreshadow, are often commemorated in rhyming stanzas. Here is a specimen. I the dragon Naga. A dragon of bulk, a monster dragon, is this dragon that turns round month by month. Wherever you go you will be safe from stumbling blocks, and all who meet you will be your friends. Roman 2. The dairy cow Sappy. There is the smoke of a fire in the forest, where Inch Ali is burning lime, they were milking the young dairy cow, and in the midst of the milking it sprawled and fell down dead. Roman 3. The lion Singa. A lion of courage, a lion of valor, is the lion gambling at the end of the point. The luck of this house will be lasting, bringing you prosperity from year to year. Roman 4. The dog Anjing. The wild dog, the jackal, barks at the deer from night to night. Whatever you do will be a stumbling block. In this house men will stab one another. V. The draft cow Lembu. The big cow from the middle of the clearing has gone to the deep forest to calve there. Great good luck will be your portion. Never will you cease to be prosperous. Roman 6. The ass Calde. The ass within the fort carries grass from morn to eve. Whatever you pray for will not be granted. Though big your capital, the half will be lost. Roman 7. The elephant Gaja. The big riding elephant of the Sultan has its tusks covered with amalgam. Good luck is your portion. No harm or blemish will you suffer. Roman 8. The crow Gagek. A black crow soaring by night has perched on the house of the great magic prince. Great, indeed, is the calamity which has happened. Within the house, its master lies dead. In close connection with the ceremonies for the selection of individual house sites are the forms by which the princes of Malay tradition selected sites for the towns which they founded. The following extract will perhaps convey some idea of their character. One day Raja Marong Mahapadisat went into his outer audience hall, where all his ministers, warriors, and officers were in attendance, and commanded the 4 mantries to equip an expedition with all the necessary officers and armed men, and with horses and elephants, arms, and accoutrements. The 4 mantries did as they were ordered, and when all was ready, they informed the Raja. The latter waited for a lucky day and an auspicious moment, and then desired his second son to set out. The prince took leave after saluting his father and mother, and all the ministers, officers, and warriors who followed him performed obeisance before the Raja. They then set out in search of a place of settlement, directing their course between south and east, intending to select a place with good soil, and there to build a town with fort, moat, palace, and ballet. They amused themselves in every forest, wood, and thicket through which they passed, crossing numbers of hills and mountains, and stopping here and there to hunt wild beasts, or to fish if they happened to fall in with a pool or lake. After they had pursued their quest for some time, they came to the tributary of a large river which flowed down to the sea. Farther on they came to a large sheet of water, in the midst of which were 4 islands. The prince was much pleased with the appearance of the islands, and straightway took a silver arrow and fitted it to his bow named Indrasakti, and said, O arrow of the bow Indrasakti, fall thou on good soil in this group of islands. Wherever thou mayest chance to fall, there will I make a palace in which to live. He then drew his bow and discharged the arrow, which flew upwards with the rapidity of lightning, and with a humming sound like that made by a beetle as it flies round a flower, and went out of sight. Presently it came in sight again, and fell upon one of the islands, which on that account was called Pulau Indrasakti. On that spot was erected a town with fort, palace, and ballet, and all the people who were living scattered about in the vicinity were collected together and set to work on the various buildings. Even in the making of roads through the forest, it would appear that sacrificial ceremonies are not invariably neglected. On one occasion, I came upon a party of Malays in the Labu jungle who were engaged in making a bridle track for the Selangor government. A small bamboo censer, on which incense had been burning, had been erected in the middle of the trace, and I was informed that the necessary rites for exorcising the demons from the trace had just been successfully concluded. Beasts and beast charms. All wild animals, more especially the larger and more dangerous species, are credited in Malay folklore with human, or occasionally, superhuman powers. In the pages which now follow, I shall deal with the folklore which refers to the more important animals, first pointing out their anthropomorphic traits, then detailing some of the more important traditions about them, and finally, where possible, describing the methods of hunting them. The elephant. Of the elephant we read. The superstitious dread, entertained by Malays for the larger animals, is the result of ideas regarding them which have been inherited from the primitive tribes of Eastern Asia. Mohammedanism has not been able to stamp out the deep-rooted feelings which prompted the savage to invest the wild beasts which he dreaded with the character of malignant deities. The tiger, elephant, and rhinoceros were not mere brutes to be attacked and destroyed. The immense advantages which their strength and bulk gave them over the feebly armed savage of the most primitive tribes naturally suggested the possession of supernatural powers, and propitiation, not force, was the system by which it was hoped to repel them. The Malay addresses the tiger as Dado, grandfather, and believes that many tigers are inhabited by human souls. Though he reduces the elephant to subjection and uses him as a beast of burden, it is universally believed that the observance of particular ceremonies and the repetition of prescribed formulas are necessary before wild elephants can be entrapped and tamed. Some of these spells and charms mantra are supposed to have extraordinary potency, and I have in my possession a curious collection of them, regarding which it was told me seriously by a Malay that in consequence of their being read aloud in his house 3 times all the hens stopped laying. The spells in this collection are nearly all in the Siamese language, and there is reason to believe that the modern Malays owe most of their ideas on the subject of taming and driving elephants to the Siamese. Those, however, who had no idea of making use of the elephant, but who feared him as an enemy, were doubtless the first to devise the idea of influencing him by invocations. This idea is inherited, both by Malays and Siamese, from common ancestry. To the above evidence, which was collected by Sir W. E. Maxwell, no doubt mainly in Perak, I would add that at Labu in Selangor, I heard on more than one occasion a story in which the elephant folk were described as possessing, on the borders of Siam, a city of their own where they live in houses like human beings and wear their natural human shape. This story, which was first told me by Unku said Ketchel of Jellybu, was taken down by me at the time and ran as follows. A Malay named Labo went out one day to his rice field and found that elephants had been destroying his rice. He therefore planted caltrops of a cubit and a half in length in the tracks of the offenders. That night, an elephant was wounded in the foot by one of the caltrops and went off bellowing with pain. Day broke and Labo set off on the track of the wounded elephant, but lost his way, and after 3 days and nights journeying, found himself on the borders of a new and strange country. Presently he encountered an old man, to whom he remarked, "Hullo, grandfather, your country is extraordinarily quiet." The old man replied, "Yes, for all noise is forbidden, because the king's daughter is ill." "What is the matter with her?" asked Si Labo. The old man replied that she had trodden upon a caltrop. Si Labo then asked, "May I see if I can do anything to help her?" The old man then went and reported the matter to the king, who ordered Si Labo to be brought into his presence. Now the country which Si Labo had reached was a fine open country on the borders of Siam. It is called Pak Heneng, and its only inhabitants are the elephant people who live there in human guise, and whoever trespasses over the boundaries of that country turns into an elephant. Then Si Labo saw that the king's daughter, whose name was Princess Rimbut, was suffering from one of the caltrops which he himself had planted. He therefore extracted it from her foot, so that she recovered, and the king, in order to reward Si Labo, gave him the princess in marriage. Now when they had been married a long time, and had got 2 children, Si Labo endeavored to persuade his wife to accompany him on a visit to his own country. To this, the princess replied, "Yes, but if I go, you must promise never to add to the dish any young tree shoots at mealtime." On this they started, and at the end of the first day's journey they halted and sat down to eat. But Si Labo had forgotten the injunctions of his wife and put young tree shoots into the dish with his rice. Then his wife protested and said, "Did I not tell you not to put young tree shoots into your food?" But Si Labo was obstinate and merely replied, "What do I care?" so that his wife was turned back into an elephant and ran off into the jungle. Then see Labo wept and followed her, but she refused to return as she had now become an elephant. Yet he followed her for a whole day, but she would not return to him, and he then returned homewards with his children. This is all that is known about the origin of elephants, who are human beings. A Malay charm which was given me, at Labu, to serve as a protection against elephants, Pendending Gajah, gives the actual name of the Elephant King. O grandfather Moyang Cabin, destroy not your own grandchildren. Ghost elephants, Gajah Kramat, are not uncommon. They are popularly believed to be harmless, but invulnerable, and are generally supposed to exhibit some outward and visible sign of their sanctity, such as a stunted tusk or a shrunken foot. They are the tutelary genii of certain localities, and when they are killed, the good fortune of the neighborhood is supposed to depart too. Certain it is that when one of these ghost elephants was shot at Klang a year or two ago, it did not succumb until some 50 or 60 rifle bullets had been poured into it, and its death was followed by a fall in the local value of coffee and coffee land, from which the district took long to recover. A ghost elephant is very often thought to be the guardian spirit of some particular shrine idea that is common throughout the peninsula. Other general ideas about the elephant are as follows. Elephants are said to be very frightened if they see a tree stump that has been felled at a great height from the ground, as some trees which have high spreading buttresses are cut, because they think that giants must have felled it, and as ordinary-sized men are more than a match for them, they are in great dread of being caught by creatures many times more powerful than their masters. Some of the larger insects of the grasshopper kind are supposed to be objects of terror to elephants, while the particularly harmless little pangolin, Manis pentadactyla, is thought to be able to kill one of these huge beasts by biting its foot. The pangolin, by the by, is quite toothless. Another method in which the pangolin attacks and kills elephants is by coiling itself tightly around the end of the elephant's trunk and so suffocating it. This idea is also believed in by the Sinhalese, according to Mr. W. T. Hornaday's 2 Years in the Jungle. The foregoing passage refers to Perak, but similar ideas are common in Selangor, and they occur no doubt, with local variations, in every one of the Malay states. Selangor Malays tell of the scaring of elephants by the process of drawing the slender stem of the bamboo down to the ground and cutting off the top of it when it springs back to its place. The story of the pangolin is also told in Selangor with additional details. Thus it is said that the jawi-jawi tree, a kind of banyan, is always avoided by elephants because it was once licked by the armadillo. The latter, after licking it, went his way, and the elephant coming up was greatly taken aback by the offensive odor and swore that he would never go near the tree again. He kept his oath, and his example has been followed by his descendants, so that to this day the jawi-jawi is the one tree in the forest which the elephant is afraid to approach. The following directions for hunting the elephant were given me by Lebai Jamal, a famous elephant hunter of Linging near the Sunjay-Ujung border. When you first meet with the spoor of elephant or rhinoceros, observe whether the foothole contains any dead wood. Then, take the twig of dead wood, together with a ball of earth as big as a maize cob taken from the same foothole. If there is only one of you, 1 ball will do. If there are 3 of you, 3 balls will be wanted. If 7, 7 balls, but not more. Then roll up your ball of earth and the twig together in a tree leaf, breathe upon it, and recite the charm, for blinding the elephant's eyes, the purport of which is that if the quarry sees, its eyesight shall be destroyed, and if it looks, its eyesight shall be dimmed by the help of God, the prophet, and the medicine man who taught the charm. Now slip your ball of earth into your waistband just over the navel and destroy the scent of your body and your gun. To do this, take a bunch of certain leaves, Don Sacherek, together with stem leaves of the beetle vine Carapaxiri, leaves of the wild camphor Chapa, and leaves of the club gourd Labu Ayer Pude. Break their midribs with your left hand, shut your eyes, and say, as these tree leaves smell, so may my body and gun be scented. When the animal is dead, beat it with an end of black cloth, repeating the charm for driving away the mischief, Badi, from the carcase, which charm runs as follows. Badiu, mother of mischief, Badi Panji, blind mother. I know the origin from which you sprang. 3 drops of Adam's blood were the origin from which you sprang. Mischief of earth, return to earth. mischief of ant heap, return to ant heap, mischief of elephant, return to elephant, mischief of wood, return to wood, mischief of water, return to water, mischief of stone, return to stone, and injure not my person. By the virtue of my teacher, you may not injure the children of the race of man. The perquisites of the Pawang, magician, are to be a little black cloth and a little white cloth, and the only special taboo mentioned by Lebai Jamal was, on no account to let the naked skin rub against the skin of the slain animal. Before leaving the subject of elephants, I may add that Raja Yafar, of Baranang in Selangor, told me that Lebai Jamal, when charged by an elephant or rhinoceros, would draw upon the ground with his finger a line which the infuriated animal was never able to cross. This line, he said, was called the Bari's Laksamana, or the Admiral's line, and the knowledge of how to draw it was naturally looked upon as a great acquisition. The tiger. The tiger is sometimes believed to be a man or demon in the form of a wild beast, and to the numerous aboriginal superstitions which attach to this dreaded animal, Mohammedanism has added the notion which connects the tiger with the Caliph Ali. One of Ali's titles throughout the Muslim world is the victorious Lion of the Lord. And in Asiatic countries, where the lion is unknown, the tiger generally takes the place of the king of beasts. But the anthropomorphic ideas of the Malays about the tiger go yet farther than this. Far away in the jungle, as I have several times been told in Selangor, the tiger folk, no less than the elephants, have a town of their own where they live in houses and act in every respect like human beings. In the town referred to their houseboats are made of the heart of the tree nettle, Tiraz gelatang, and their roofs thatched with human hair. One informant added that men's bones were their only rafters, and men's skins their house walls, and there they live quietly enough until one of their periodical attacks of fierceness, manganas, comes on and causes them to break bounds and range the forest for their chosen prey. There are several of these tiger villages or enclosures in the peninsula, the chief of them being Gunung Ledeng, the Mount Ophir of Malacca, just as Pasama is the chief of such localities in Sumatra. So too, from Perak, Sir W. E. Maxwell writes in 1881, "A mischievous tiger is said sometimes to have broken loose from its pen or fold, pechakandang." This is in allusion to an extraordinary belief that, in parts of the peninsula, there are regular enclosures where tigers possessed by human souls live in association. During the day they roam where they please, but return to the kandang at night. Various fables ascribe to the tiger a human origin. One of these, taken down by me word for word from a Selangor Malay, is intended to account for the tiger's stripes. The gist of it ran as follows. An old man picked up a boy in the jungle with a white skin, green eyes, and very long nails. Taking the boy home, his rescuer named him Muhammad Yadim, i.e. Mohammed the Fatherless, and when he grew up sent him to school, where he behaved with great cruelty to his schoolfellows, and was therefore soundly beaten by his master, To Se Panjang Jangut, i.e. To Se Longbeard, who used a stick made of a kind of wood called loz to effect the chastisement. At the first cut the boy leapt as far as the doorway. At the second he leapt to the ground, at the third he bounded into the grass, at the fourth he uttered a growl, and at the fifth his tail fell down behind him and he went upon all fours, whereat his master, improvising a name to curse him by, exclaimed, "This is of a truth God's tiger. Harimau Allah. Go you," he added, addressing the tiger, "to the place where you will catch your prey, the borderland between the primeval forest and the secondary forest growth, and that between the secondary forest growth and the plain catch there whomsoever you will, but see that you catch only the headless. Alter no jot of what I say, or you shall be consumed by the iron of the regalia and crushed by the sanctity of the 30 divisions of the Quran." Hence the tiger is to this day compelled to ask for his prey, and uses divination, Bertenung, as all men know, for the purpose of discovering whether his petition has yet been granted. Hence, too, he carries on his hide to this very day the mark of the stripes, with which he was beaten at school. The method of divination said to be practiced by the tiger is as follows. The tiger lies down and gazes, Bertenung, at leaves which he takes between his paws, and whenever he sees the outline of a leaf take the shape of one of his intended victims, without the head, he knows it to be the sign that that victim has been granted to him in accordance with the very terms of his master's curse. I once asked, at Labu, how it was known that the tiger used divination, and was told this story of a man who had seen it. A certain Malay had been working, together with his newly married wife, in the rice fields at Labu, and on his stepping aside at noon into the cool of the forest, he saw a tiger lying down among the underwood, apparently gazing at something between its paws. By creeping stealthily nearer, he was able at length to discern the object at which the tiger was gazing, and it proved to be, to his intense horror, a leaf which presented the lineaments of his wife, lacking only the head. Hurrying back to the rice field, he at once warned the neighbors of what he had seen, and implored them to set his wife in their midst and escort her homeward. To this they consented, but yet, in spite of every precaution, the tiger broke through the midst of them and killed the woman before it could be driven off. The bereaved husband thereupon requested them to leave him alone with the body and depart, and when they had done so, he took the body in his arms, and so lay down embracing it, with a dagger in either hand. Before sunset, the tiger returned to its kill and leapt upon the corpse, whereupon the husband stabbed it to the heart, so that the points of the daggers met and killed it on the spot. The power of becoming a man or were-tiger, as it has sometimes been called, is supposed to be confined to one tribe of Sumatrans, the Korinchi Malays, many of whom are to be met with in the Malay native states. This belief is very strongly held, and on one occasion, when I asked some Malays at Jugra how it could be proved that the man really became a tiger, they told me the case of a man some of whose teeth were plated with gold, and who had been accidentally killed in the tiger stage, when the same gold plating was discovered in the tiger's mouth. Of the strength of the Malay belief in were-tigers, Mr. Clifford writes, "The existence of the Malayan loup-garou to the native mind is a fact, and not a mere belief. The Malay knows that it is true. Evidence, if it be needed, may be had in plenty. The evidence, too, of sober-minded men, whose words in a court of justice would bring conviction to the mind of the most obstinate jurymen, and be more than sufficient to hang the most innocent of prisoners. The Malays know well how Haji Abdallah, the native of the little state of Korinchi in Sumatra, was caught naked in a tiger trap, and thereafter purchased his liberty at the price of the buffaloes he had slain while he marauded in the likeness of a beast. They know of the countless Korinchi men who have vomited feathers, after feasting upon fowls, when for the nonce they had assumed the forms of tigers, and of those other men of the same race who have left their garments and their trading packs in thickets, whence presently a tiger has emerged. All these things the Malays know have happened, and are happening today, in the land in which they live, and with these plain evidences before their eyes, the empty assurances of the enlightened European that were-tigers do not, and never did exist, excite derision not unmingled with contempt." Writing on the same theme, Sir Frank Swetnam says, "Another article of almost universal belief is that the people of a small state in Sumatra called Korinchi have the power of assuming it will the form of a tiger, and in that disguise they wreak vengeance on those they wish to injure. Not every Korinchi man can do this, but still the gift of this strange power of metamorphosis is pretty well confined to the people of the small Sumatran state. At night, when respectable members of society should be in bed, the Korinchi man slips down from his hut and, assuming the form of a tiger, goes about, seeking whom he may devour. I have heard of 4 Korinchi men arriving in a district of Perak, and that night a number of fowls were taken by a tiger. The strangers left and went farther up country, and shortly after only 3 of them returned and stated that a tiger had just been killed, and they begged the local headman to bury it. On another occasion, some Korinchi men appeared and sought hospitality in a Malay house, and there also the fowls disappeared in the night, and there were unmistakable traces of the visit of a tiger. But the next day one of the visitors fell sick, and shortly after vomited chicken feathers. It is only fair to say that the Korinchi people strenuously deny the tendencies and the power ascribed to them, but aver that they properly belong to the inhabitants of a district called Chanaku in the interior of the Korinchi country. Even there, however, it is only those who are practiced in the Elimu Sehir, the occult arts, who are thus capable of transforming themselves into tigers, and the Korinchi people profess themselves afraid to enter the Chanaku district. There are many stories about ghost tigers, Rimau Kramet, which are generally supposed to have one foot a little smaller than the others, Kaki Tenkis. During my stay in the Langet district, I was shown on more than one occasion the spoor of a ghost tiger. This happened once near Sepang village, on a wet and clayey bridle track, where the unnatural smallness of one of the feet was very conspicuous. Such tigers are considered invulnerable, but harmless to man, and are looked upon generally as the guardian spirits of some sacred spot. One of these sacred spots was the shrine, Kramat, of To Camerong, about 2 miles north of Sepang village. This shrine, it was alleged, was guarded by a white ghost elephant and ghost tiger, who ranged the country round but never harmed anybody. One day, however, a Chinaman from the neighboring pepper plantations offered at this shrine a piece of pork, which, however acceptable it might have been to a Chinese saint, so incensed the orthodox guardians of this Muhammadan shrine that one of them, the ghost tiger, fell upon the Chinaman and slew him before he could return to his house. By far the most celebrated of these ghost tigers, however, were the guardians of the shrine at the foot of Jugra Hill, which were formerly the pets of the Princess of Malacca, Tuan Putri Gunung Ledeng. Local report says that this princess left her country when it was taken by the Portuguese and established herself on Jugra Hill, a solitary hill on the southern portion of the Selangor coast, which is marked on old charts as the False Parceller Hill. The legend which connects the name of this princess with Jugra Hill was thus told by Mr. G. C. Bellamy, formerly of the Selangor Civil Service. Bukit Jugra, Jugra Hill, in its isolated position, and conspicuous as it is from the sea, could scarcely escape being an object of veneration to the uneducated Malay mind. The jungle which clothes its summit and sides is supposed to be full of hantus, demons, or ghosts, and often when talking to Malays in my bungalow in the evening have our discussions been interrupted by the cries of the langswear, a female birth demon in the neighboring jungle, or the mutterings of the bajang, a familiar spirit, as he sat on the roof tree. But the Putri, princess, of Gunung Ledeng holds the premier position amongst the fabulous denizens of the jungle on the hill, and it is strange that places so far apart as Mount Ophir and Bukit Jugra should be associated with one another in traditionary lore. The story runs that this estimable lady, having disposed of her husband by pricking him to death with needles, decided thenceforth to live free from the restrictions of married life. She was thus able to visit distant lands, taking with her a cat of fabulous dimensions as her sole attendant. This cat appears to have been a most amiable and accommodating creature, for on arriving at Jugra, he carried the princess on his back to the top of the hill. Here the lady remained for some time, and during her stay constructed a bathing place for herself. Even to this day, she pays periodical visits to Jugra Hill, and although she herself is invisible to mortal eye, her faithful attendant, in the shape of a handsome tiger, is often to be met with as he prowls about the place at night. He has never been known to injure anyone, and is reverently spoken of as a Rimau Kramat, ghost tiger. To the above story Mr. C.H.A. Turney, then senior district officer and stationed at Jugra, added the following. The princess and the stories about her and the tiger are well known, and the latter are related from mother to daughter in Langet. There are, however, they say, 1 or 2 omissions. Instead of one tiger there were 2, the real Harimau Kramat and an ambitious young tiger who would also follow the princess in her round of visits. This brute came to an untimely and ignominious end, as he deserved to at the hands of one Inns, who was disturbed whilst reading a newspaper, and this can be verified by Captain Sayers. The other tiger jogged along gaily with his phantom mistress, and made night hideous with his howlings and prowlings all about the Jugra Hill. He was really Kramat, and was said to have been shot at by several Malays, and the present Sergeant Major Ali, now stationed at Kuala Lumpur, can vouch for this. I myself collected at the time the following extra details. The local version of the legend about the Kramat at the foot of Jugra Hill runs somewhat as follows. Once upon a time, one Nakhoda Ragam was traveling with his wife, who is apparently to be identified with the Princess of Malacca, Tuan Putri Gunung Ledeng, in a boat, sampan, when the latter pricked him to death with a needle mati dicacak jarum. His blood flooded the boat, Daranaya Haniat Dalam sampan, and presently the woman in the boat was hailed by a vessel sailing past her. "What have you got in that boat?" said the master of the vessel, and the princess replied, "It is only spinach juice, Kuabayam." She was therefore allowed to proceed and landed at the foot of Jugra Hill, where she buried all that yet remained of her husband, which consisted of only one thigh paha. She also took ashore her 2 cats, which were in the boat with her, and which, turning into ghost tigers, became the guardians of this now famous shrine. Tigers are naturally too fierce to be tracked by the Malays, and are usually caught in specially constructed traps, penjora rimau, or killed by a self-acting gun or spear trap, bilantek snapping, bilantek turbang, bilantek parup, etc. But even in this case, the Powang explains to the tiger that it was not he but Mohammed who set the trap. There are, however, as might be expected, a great number of charms intended to protect the devotee in various ways from the tiger's claws and teeth. Of these I will give 1 or 2 typical specimens. Sometimes a charm is used to keep the tiger at a distance, penjo rimau. Ho bersenu, ho berke, I know the origin from which you sprang. It was Sheikh Abunaya Laha Abu Kasap. Your navel originated from the center of your crown, your breasts are in your forefeet. May you go wide of me as the 7 tiers of heaven, may you go wide of me as the 7 tiers of earth. If you do not go wide, you shall be a rebel unto God, etc. Sometimes the desired effect is expected to be obtained by a charm for locking the tiger's jaws. Ho sir cruncher, ho sir muncher, let the twig break under the weight of the wild goose. Fast shut and locked be your jaws by virtue of Ali Mustapa'am. Thus I break the tusks of all beasts that are tusked, by virtue of this prayer from the land of Siam. The next specimen is described as a charm for fascinating, striking fear into a tiger and hardening one's own heart. O earth shaker, rumble and quake, let iron needles be my body hairs, let copper needles be my body hairs, let poisonous snakes be my beard, a crocodile my tongue, and a roaring tiger in the dimple of my chin. Be my voice the trumpet of an elephant, yea, like unto the roar of the thunderbolt. May your lips be fast closed and your teeth clenched, and not till the heavens and the earth are moved may your heart be moved to be wroth with or to seek to destroy me, by the virtue of there is no God but God, etc. To which may be added, Kun, Pea kun, let celestial splendor reside in my person. Whosoever talks of encountering me, a cunning lion shall be his opponent. O all ye things that have life endure not to confront my gaze, it is I who shall confront the gaze of you, by the virtue of there is no God but God. When tigers were wounded, it was said, in Selangor, that they would doctor themselves with ubat tasak, which is the name generally given to a sort of poultice used by those who have just undergone circumcision. And when a tiger was killed, a sort of public reception was formerly always accorded to him on his return to the village. Though I have not seen the actual reception, generally miscalled a wake, I once saw near Kajang in Selangor a tiger which had been prepared for the ceremony. The animal was propped up on all fours as if alive, and his mouth kept open by propping the roof with a stick. It was unfortunately impossible for me to wait for the ceremony. But from a description which I received afterwards, it was evidently regarded as a sort of reception given by the people of the village to a live and powerful war chief or champion, Hulubalang, who had come to pay them a visit, the dancing and fencing which takes place on such occasions being intended for his entertainment. One of these ceremonies, which took place in Jugra in Selangor, was thus described. A tiger's wake. At 10 a.m., a great noise of rejoicing, with drums and gongs, approaching Jugra by the river, was heard, and on my questioning the people, I was told Raja Yaqub had managed to shoot a tiger with a spring gun behind Jugra Hill, and was bringing it in state to the Sultan. I went over to the Sultan's at Raja Yaqub's request to see the attendants on the slaughter of a tiger. The animal was supported by posts and fastened in an attitude as nearly as possible approaching the living. Its mouth was forced open, its tongue allowed to drop on one side, and a small rattan attached to its upper jaw was passed over a pole held by a man behind. This finished, 2 swords were produced and placed crosswise, and a couple of panglamas selected for the dance. The gongs and drums were beaten at a quick time, the man holding the rattan attached to the tiger's head pulled it, moving the head up and down, and the 2 panglamas, after making their obeisance to the Sultan, rushed at their swords, and holding them in their hands commenced a most wild and exciting dance. They spun around on one leg, waving their swords, then bounded forward and made a thrust at the tiger, moving back quickly with the point of the weapon facing the animal. They crawled along the ground and sprung over it uttering defiant yells. They cut and parried its supposed attacks, finally throwing down their weapons and taunting the dead beast by dancing before it unarmed. This done, Inez told me the carcass was at my disposal. The death of the tiger now establishes the fact of the existence of tigers here, for asserting which I have been pretty frequently laughed at. However, this is not the jugra pest, a brute whose death would be matter for general rejoicing, the one now destroyed being a tigress 8 feet long and 2 feet 8 inches high. I may add that both the claws and whiskers of tigers are greatly sought after as charms, and are almost invariably stolen from a tiger when one is killed by a European. I have also seen at Klang a charm written on tiger's skin. The deer. Anthropomorphic ideas are held by the Malays almost as strongly in the case of the deer as of any other animal. The deer is, by all Malays, believed to have sprung from a man who suffered from a severe ulcer or abscess, chabuk, on the leg, which is supposed to have left its trace on the deer's legs to this day. Of the Perak form of this legend, Sir William Maxwell writes as follows. The deer, rusa, is sometimes believed to be the metamorphosed body of a man who has died of an abscess in the leg, chabuk, because it has marks on the legs which are supposed to resemble those caused by the disease mentioned. Of course, there are not wanting men ready to declare that the body of a man who has died of chabuk has been seen to rise from the grave and to go away into the forest in the shape of a deer. The Selangor legend is practically identical with that current in Perak. The deer are frequently addressed, in the charms used by the hunters, exactly as if they were human beings, e.g. If you wish to wear bracelets and rings, stretch out your 2 forefeet. These rings and bracelets are of course the nooses which depend from the toils. In a charm of similar import we find, Ho, Crown Prince Rajamuda with your speckled princess, Putri Dandy, rouse you quickly from your slumbers and clasp round your neck King Solomon's necklace. I may add that in some places the Pawang, magician, will himself first enter the toils, probably with the object of deceiving the stag as to their nature and purpose. The ceremonies for hunting deer are somewhat intricate, and it will perhaps be best to commence by giving a general description of deer catching as practiced by the Malays. This pastime, deer catching, is one the Malay delights in. After a rainy night, deer may be easily traced to their lair by their footprints, and as they remain stationary by day, the hunters have ample time to arrange their apparatus. When the hiding place is discovered, all the young men of the kampong assemble, and the following ceremony is performed before they sally out on the expedition. 6 or 8 coils of rattan rope, about 1 inch in diameter, are placed on a triangle formed with 3 rice pounders, and the oldest of the company, usually an experienced sportsman, places a coconut shell filled with burning incense in the center, and taking sprigs of 3 bushes, viz. the gelatang, sapuni, and samban plants. These, it is supposed, possess extraordinary virtues. He walks mysteriously round the coils, beating them with the sprigs, and a ruhal muttering some gibberish, which, if possessing any meaning, the sage keeps wisely to himself. During the ceremony, the youths of the village look on with becoming gravity and admiration. It is believed that the absence of this ceremony would render the expedition unsuccessful. The deer would prove too strong for the ropes, and the wood demons frustrate their sport by placing insurmountable obstacles in their way. Much faith appears to be placed in the ceremony. Each coil referred to above is 60 to 70 fathoms long, and to the rope running nooses, made also of rattan rope, are attached about 3 feet apart from each other. On reaching the thicket wherein the deer are concealed, stakes are driven into the ground a few feet apart in a straight line. The coils are then opened out, and the rope attached to the stakes, 2 or 3 feet above the ground, with the nooses hanging down, and 2 of the party conceal themselves near the stakes armed with knives for the purpose of dispatching the deer when entangled in the nooses. The remainder of the hunters arrange themselves on the opposite side of the thicket and advance towards it, shouting and yelling at the top of their voices. The deer, startled from their rest, spring to their feet and naturally flee from the noise towards the nooses, and in a short time are entangled in them. As they struggle to escape, the concealed hunters rush out and dispatch them. Occasionally the flight is prolonged till the major party arrives, and then the noble creatures soon fall beneath the spears and knives of their assailants. The animal is divided between the sportsmen. The gibberish employed by the deer powangs when the latter enter the jungle is intended to induce the wood demons and earth demons to recede, or at least to dissuade them from active interference with the proceedings. Charms are also employed by the powang as he proceeds from time to ask for a tree to which the toils may be fastened, to ask for a deer, to unroll and suspend the toils, to call upon the spirits, who are the herdsmen of the deer, to drive the latter down to meet the dogs, to turn back the deer when they have got away, to prick or urge on the dogs or make them bark, to stop wild dogs from barking in the jungle or those of the pack from barking at the wrong moment, to deceive the deer as to the reality of the toils used by the hunters, to deceive the spirits as to the identity of the hunting party, and, finally, to drive out the mischief, baddie, from the carcass of the slain animal, examples of all of which will be found in the course of the next few pages. The first charm which I give is one used in asking for deer. Ho, master of me your slave, Sidi the Demide, see Lailanang and see Lagan his brother, see Diripan, see Bong, see Bakar, see Songseng, Sir Topsy-Turvy, see Burhiniut, Sir Floater, see Ponking, see Temunking, I demand deer, a male and a female, blunt-hoofed, hard-browed, long-eared, tight-waisted, shut-eyed, shaggy-maned, spotted, if not the shut-eyed, the shaggy-maned and the spotted, the rascal, the starveling, the mere skeleton. Most fervently we beg this boon, by the light of this very same day, by virtue of the Kurem and Katabin. And here is the token of my petition. The directions proceed. On first entering the jungle, say, Ho, Hanta Bakar, Jembalang Bakar turn a little aside, that I may let loose my bodyguard. By which the pack is no doubt intended. When you meet the slot, examine the slot. If it is a little shortened on one side, the quarry is in some danger. If it has gone lame of one hoof, it is a sign that it will be killed within 7 days. After entering the jungle and finding the dogs, wait for the dogs to bark, and then give out this cooey. Ho silanang, silambon si katter si bache. Ye 4 herdsmen of the deer, come ye down to meet the dogs, and refuse not to come down, or ye shall be rebels unto God, etc. It is not I who am huntsman, it is Powang City, Wizard City, that is huntsman. It is not I whose dogs these are, it is Powang Sakti, the magic wizard. Whose dogs these are, let dang dare I cross the water, it is only a civet cat that is left for me. Grant this by virtue of my teacher. To Raja may his art be yet more powerful in my hands. By virtue of there is no God but God, etc. A deer Powang, Chi and Dut, also gave me this charm for recital when the support lit. Shoulder of the noose is being cut, for which purpose it would appear that a young tree of the kind called delic is usually taken. The delic's branches spread out horizontally. At the top, chop at it, and it will produce roots. Though its bark is destroyed, a cudgel is still left for people's bones, even though it be worked on by the charm Kalanting Backer. From the same source I obtained this charm, addressed to the deer, but intended for fixing the scent, Menatapkin bow, and for suspending the toils, Memasang Jaret. Tang the Sating Tang flower, ascend ye the twin stream. If you delight in bracelets and rings, push forward your 2 forefeet. When setting the nooses, Bubokan Parandu Jarat, say, addressing the deer as before. Be filled with yearning, be filled with longing, as the holy basil grows even to a rock, be filled with yearning as you sit, be filled with yearning as you go, fast bound by love of this noose of mine. The directions given me by another Powang commenced with a charm for emboldening the dogs, after which the account proceeds. When you have finished, the charm referred to, take 7 steps forward, leaving the toils behind you and standing erect, look forward and call as follows. O all ye seds, lawful descendants of the prophet. Unto you, my lords, belong the deer. Si Lambon was the origin of the deer, Si Lanang is their herdsman, drive ye the deer into our toils. This causeway of rock, Tishan Badu, is your high road and market square, the resort of innumerable people. Follow in long procession, and let the assembly flower unfold its petals. Come in procession, come in succession, our toils have come to summon you to the spot. Ho, deer that are unfortunate, deer that are cursed, enter this path of mine which is empty of men. On the left stand spearmen, on the right stand spearmen, and whichever of those 2 ways you go, by that self-same way will you be turned back. Now proceed till you meet the stag, and as he rouses himself from slumber, say, Ho, crown prince with your speckled princess, rouse you in haste and slip on King Solomon's royal breast ornament. Receive it in your turn, and do ye huntsmen shout by again and again. So too, when spearing the deer say, "It is not I who spear you, it is Powang City who spears you." When you have secured a deer, flick kebaskin the carcase thrice in a downward direction with a black cloth or with a leafy spray, if you will, such as the deer feed upon, for instance with the sendian or senderayan, a kind of sedge, or with fern shoots, and call out, "O si lanang, si lambon si keter, si bech," who are 4 persons, take back your own share of the carcase. Here take the representative parts, pierce them with a rattan line, and suspend them from a tree. But the fullest account of this ceremony, of driving out the mischief from the carcase, runs as follows. When you have caught the deer, cast out the mischief from it buang diapunya bati. To effect this, take a black jacket such as can cast out this mischief. If no black jacket is obtainable, take the branch of any tree and stroke the carcase from the head downwards to the feet and the rump, saying as you do so, "Ho bati sarang bati mac buta, si panker mac chili. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs, it is the junior dogboy who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs, it is the dogboy Rukaya who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs, it is Mukael Michael who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs, it is Israfel who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs, it is Azrael who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs, it is Mukael who casts them out. I know the origin of these mischiefs, they are the offspring of the Jinn Ibni Yujin, who dwell in the open spaces and hill-locked basins. Return ye to your open spaces and hill-locked basins, and do me no harm or scathe. I know the origin from which you spring, from the offspring of the Jinn Ibni Yujin do we spring. Here take small portions of his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, hind feet, forefeet, hair of his coat, liver, heart, spleen, and horns, if it be a stag, wrap them up in a leaf, and deposit them in the slot of his approaching tracks, saying, "O Mentala Batura Guru, 1 a month, 2 a month, 3 a month, 4 a month, 5 a month, 6 a month, 7 a month be the deer which fall by night to you, by day to me. 1 deer I take with me, and 1 I leave behind." A deer Powang named Chi in Dut gave me a charm for turning the deer back upon their tracks, though their flesh was torn to rags and their bones well becudgeled. It concluded with the following appeal to the spirits. "Ho, ye spirits, turn back my deer. If you do not turn them back, at sea ye shall get no drink, ashore ye shall find no food, by virtue of the word of God," etc. I will conclude with the following charm, believed to be a means of bringing the stag low. Measure off 3 sticks, probably dead wood taken from the slot of the deer, as in the case of the elephant, their length being measured by the distance from the roof of your mouth to the teeth of the lower jaw. Lay these sticks in a triangular form inside the slot of the stag, press the left thumb downwards in the center of the triangle, and humble your heart. This will humble the deer's heart too. The mouse deer or chevrotin is the brer rabbit of the Malays. It figures in many proverbial sayings and romances, in which it is credited with extraordinary sagacity, and is honored by the title of Mentri Bilukar, the vizier of the secondary forest growth. It is generally taken by means of a snare called tapa pelendak, but sometimes by tapping on the ground with sticks, menjatak pelendak, the sound of which is supposed to imitate the drumming of the buck's 4 feet upon the ground in rutting time, by which the attention of the doe is attracted. Whatever the reason may be, there is no doubt that the method is often successful. When this tapping method is adopted, the charms used are similar to those used for calling the big deer, e.g. Arakarek iring kembang bunga si panjil, dating barayaring, Raja Suleiman dating memanjil. Follow in procession, follow in succession, the assembly flower has opened its petals. Come in procession, come in succession, King Solomon comes to summon you. But at the end of the charm is added, Inaila gongnaya, i.e., this is his King Solomon's gong. The stick which is used may be of any kind of wood except a creeper, and the best place for the operation is where the ground sounds hollow when tapped. Either 3, 5, or 7 leaves must, however, be laid on the spot before the tapping is commenced. The directions for setting the snare, jarret, or tapa pelendak were taken down by me as follows. First look for a tree whose sap is viscid, and chop at it thrice, with a cutlass. If the splinters fall, one the right and the other the wrong way up lit. one prone and the other supine, it is a bad sign, though it is a good sign when one is setting a trap, for in the case of a snare they must fall the wrong way up, supine. When this is done, commence to set the snare near the foot of a tree, at about a fathom's distance, and say, "As a coconut shell rocks to and fro when filled with clay avant ye, gembelang and batty, that I may set this snare." Next you say, "Ho, Sir Pointed Hoof, Sir Sharp Muzzle, do you step upon the snare that I have spread within 2 days or 3? If you do not step upon the snare that I have spread within 2 days or 3, you shall be choked to death with blood in your throat, you shall be in sore straits within the limits of your own big jungle. At sea you shall get no drink, ashore you shall get no food, by virtue of," etc. Hunting dogs. Hunting dogs are spoken to continually as if they were human beings. Several examples of this occur in the deer charms. Thus we find the following passage addressed to the dogs. "Let not go the scent, formidable were you from the first. Hot foot, do you pursue? If you do not pursue hot foot, I will minimize my benediction lit. My peace be with you. If it, the deer, be a buck, you shall have him for a brother. If it be a doe, you shall have her for a wife." So too, again, after calling several dogs by name, the Powang gets together the accessories, leaves of the tukas and lenwang, a brush of leaves, sacherik, and a black cloth, and exclaims, "Bark, Sir Slenderfoot, bark, Sir Brushtail." The Powang generally tries to deceive the deer as to his ownership of the hunting dogs. Thus he will say, "It is not I whose dogs these are. It is the magical deer Powang whose dogs these are." So too, they are called by certain specific names, according to their breed and color, which are in several cases identical with the names of the dogs with which the wild spectre huntsman, the most terrible of all personified diseases in the Malay category, hunts down his prey. Ugliness is by no means looked upon as a disadvantage, but rather the opposite. An ugly dog is apparently formidable. Thus we find a dog addressed as follows: "Let not go the scent of the quarry, as you were formidable lit, ugly from the first." Again, the description of the good points of some of these dogs which is given in the appendix would, if ugliness and formidability are convertible terms, satisfy the most exacting whipper-in, the so-called good points being for the most part a mere list of deformities. These points, however, are merely the external sign of the luck to which dogs, as well as human beings, are believed to be born. In a fine passage, we are told, "From the 7 hills and the 7 valleys comes the intense barking of my dogs. My dogs are dogs of luck, not luck that is adventitious, but luck incarnate with their bodies. Go tread upon the heaped and rotting leaves, and never desert the scent." Speaking of dog lore generally, it may be remarked that though dogs are very frequently kept by the Malays, it is considered unlucky to keep them. The dog is unlucky. He longs for the death of his master, an event which will involve the slaying of animals at the funeral feast, when the bones will fall to the dogs. When a dog is heard howling at night, he is supposed to be thinking of the broken bones, Nyat Handak Mengutib Chalangpada. Even the wild dogs in the jungle are warned not to bark, and are addressed as if they were human. "If you bark, your windpipe shall burst. If you smack your lips, your tongue shall be docked. If you come nearer, you shall break your leg. Return to the big virgin jungle. Return to your caverns and hill-locked basins, to the stream which has no headwaters, to the pond which was never dug, to the waters which bear no passengers, to the fountainhead which is dry. If you do not return, you shall die cursed by the first pen, i.e. the human tongue, pierced by the twig of a gamuti palm, impaled by a palm thatch needle, transfixed by a porcupine's quill." Bears and monkeys. The bear is believed to be the mortal foe of the tiger, which he sometimes defeats in single combat. Bruang, the Malay word for bear, has a curious resemblance to our word bruin. A story is told of a tame bear which a Malay left in charge of his house and of his sleeping child while he was absent from home. On his return, he missed his child, the house was in disorder, as if some struggle had taken place, and the bear was covered with blood. Hastily drawing the conclusion that the bear had killed and devoured the child, the enraged father slew the animal with his spear, but almost immediately afterwards he found the carcass of a tiger, which the faithful bear had defeated and killed, and the child emerged unharmed from the jungle, where she had taken refuge. It is unnecessary to point out the similarity of this story to the legend of Beth Gellert. It is evidently a local version of the story of the ichneumon and the snake in the Panchatantra. Monkeys and men have always been associated in native tradition, and Malay folklore is no exception to the rule. Thus we get the tradition of the great man-like ape, the Mawas, a reminiscence of the orang-outang or Mias of Borneo, which is said to make shelters for itself in the forks of trees and to be born with the blade of a cutlass, wood knife, in place of the bone of the forearm, so that it is able to cut down the undergrowth as it walks through the jungle. It is believed, moreover, occasionally to carry off and mate with humankind. The siamang, hylobates lar, which walks on its hind legs, is, however, the species which is most commonly associated in legend with the human race. In fact, it is not impossible that there may sometimes have been a confusion between its name, siamang and semang, which is the name of one of the aboriginal Negrito races of the interior. The following Malay legend, which I took down at Labu in Selangor, is believed to explain its origin, and also that of the bear. Once upon a time, Her Highness the Princess Telen became the affianced bride of Si Malam Bangsu. After the betrothal, Si Malam Bangsu sailed away and did not return when the period of the engagement, which was fixed at from 3 to 4 months, came to an end. Then Si Malam Panjang, elder brother of Si Malam Bangsu, decided to take the place of his younger brother and be married to the Princess Telen. The latter, however, repelled his advances, and he therefore attacked her savagely. But she turned herself into an ape siamang and escaped to the jungle so that Si Malam Panjang desisted from pursuit. Then the ape climbed up into a pagaranak tree which grew on the seashore and leaned over the sea, and there she chanted these words. "O my dear Malam Bangsu, you have broken your solemn promise and engagement, and I have to take upon myself the form of an ape." Now Si Malam Bangsu was passing at the time, and on recognizing the voice of the Princess Telen, he took a blowgun and shot her so that she fell into the sea. Then he took rose water and sprinkled it over her, so that she resumed her natural shape, and they started to go home together. Still, however, Si Malam Bangsu would not wed her, but promised that he would do so when he came back from his next voyage, whereupon the princess chanted these words. "If you do not return within 3 months, you will find me turned into an ape." The same course of events, however, happened as before. Malam Bangsu did not return at the time appointed. His elder brother, Malam Panjang, once more attacked her, and, leaping towards an areca palm, she once more became an ape, whereupon she chanted as before. "O my dear Malam Bangsu, you have broken your solemn promise and engagement, and I am forced to become an ape." Again Malam Bangsu, as he passed by, heard and recognized her voice, but upon learning that he had been for the second time the cause of his princess's troubles, he exclaimed, "Better were it for me were I nothing but a big fish." And leaping into the water he disappeared, and was changed into a big fish as he desired. Now the princess's nurse, who was called the daughter of Sakembang China, was at the same time transformed into a bear, and as they were bathing at the time when they were surprised, and had not time to wash off all the soap, rice cosmetic, the white marks on the breast and brows of the bear and on the breast and brows of the ape, siamang, have remained unto this day. Occasionally, the opposite transformation is believed to take place, some species of the monkey tribe being supposed to turn into fish. Thus the Kera Macacus cynomolgus is believed to develop into a species of fish called senengang, and of the fish called kalul, kalui or kalu, Sir W. E. Maxwell writes, "The ikan kalul is believed to be a monkey transformed. Some specially favored observers have seen monkeys half through the process of metamorphosis, half monkey and half fish. The species of monkey which is believed to turn into the ikan kalul is, as I was told in Selangor, the birak or coconut monkey." Berhakim kapada brak is a Malay proverbial expression which means to make the monkey judge, or to go to the monkey for justice. A fable is told by the Malays of 2 men, one of whom planted bananas on the land of the other. When the fruit was ripe, each claimed it, but not being able to come to any settlement, they referred the matter to the arbitration of a monkey, of the large kind called brak. The judge decided that the fruit must be divided, but no sooner was this done than one of the suitors complained that the other's share was too large. To satisfy him, the monkey reduced the share of the other by the requisite amount, which he ate himself. Then the second suitor cried out that the share of the first was now too large. It had to be reduced to satisfy him, the subtracted portion going to the monkey as before. Thus they went on wrangling until the whole of the fruit was gone, and there was nothing left to wrangle about. Malay judges, if they are not calumniated, have been known to protract proceedings until both sides have exhausted their means in bribes. In such cases, the unfortunate suitors are said to berhakim kapada brak. The wild pig and other animals. There are several superstitions about the wild boar, which prove that it was not always regarded as an unclean animal. Of these, the following recipe, which was given me by a Jugra Selinger, Malay, for turning brass into gold, is the most remarkable. Kill a wild pig and rip open its paunch. Sew up in this a quantity of old scrap brass, pile timber over it, burn it, and then leave it alone until the grass has grown right over it. Then dig up the gold. Again, certain wild boars are believed to carry on their tushes a talisman of extraordinary power, which is called rante babi, or wild boar's chain. This chain consists, it is asserted, of 3 links of various metals, gold, silver, and amalgam, and is hung up on a shrub by the wild boar when he is enjoying his wallow, so that it is occasionally stolen by Malays who know his habits. I may add that, according to a Malay at Langat, the word tiger, Rimau Jadijadian, occasionally appears in the shape of a wild boar escaping from a grave, in the center of which may be afterwards seen the hole by which the animal has escaped. Among the modern Malays' avoidance of the flesh of swine and of contact with anything connected with the unclean animal is, of course, universal. No tenet of el-Islam is more rigidly enforced than this. It is singular to notice, among a people governed by the ordinances of the Prophet, traces of the observance of another form of abstinence enjoined by a different religion. The universal preference of the flesh of the buffalo to that of the ox in Malay countries is evidently a prejudice bequeathed to modern times by a period when cow beef was as much an abomination to Malays as it is to the Hindus of India at the present day. This is not admitted or suspected by ordinary Malays, who would probably have some reason, based on the relative wholesomeness of buffalo and cow beef, to allege in defense of their preference of the latter to the former. To the above, I may add that it is invariably the flesh of the buffalo, and not that of the ox, which is eaten sacrificially on the occasion of festivities. But the flesh of the so-called white, albino, buffalo, kerbau baller is generally avoided as food, though I have known it to be prescribed medicinally, as in the case of Raja Kahar, a son of H. the Sultan of Selangor, the circumstances of whose illness will be detailed elsewhere. As might be expected, a story is told by the Malays to account for this distinction. The general outline of the tale is to the effect that a Malay boy, a mere child, fell into the big rice bin kepak in his parents' absence and was suffocated by the rice. After some days, the body began to decompose, and the ooze emanating from the rice bin was licked up by a buffalo belonging to the boy's parents. The attention of these latter being thus attracted to the rice bin, they found therein the remains of their child, and thereupon cursed the buffalo, which, we are led to infer, became white, and has remained so ever since. According to one version, a ground dove tekukur was implicated both in the offense and the punishment which followed it. Wherefore to this day no man eats of the flesh of either of the offenders. Perhaps the most extraordinary transformation in which the Malays implicitly believe is that of the squirrel, which is supposed to be developed from a large caterpillar called ulat sentadu. About the cat, there are many superstitions which show that it is believed to possess supernatural powers. Thus it is supposed to be lucky to keep cats because they long for a soft cushion to lie upon, and so, indirectly, wish for the prosperity of their master. On the other hand, cats must be very carefully prevented from rubbing up against a corpse, for it is said that on one occasion when this was neglected, the baddie or evil principle which resides in the cat's body entered into the corpse, which thus became endowed with unnatural life and stood up upon its feet. So too the soaking of the cat in a pan of water until it is half drowned is believed to produce an abundance of rain. It is, besides, believed to be extremely unlucky to kill cats. Of this superstition, Mr. Clifford says, "It is a common belief among Malays that if a cat is killed, he who takes its life will in the next world be called upon to carry and pile logs of wood, as big as coconut trees, to the number of the hairs on the beast's body. Therefore cats are not killed, but if they become too daring in their raids on the hen coop or the food rack, they are tied to a raft and sent floating downstream, to perish miserably of hunger." The people of the villages by which they pass make haste to push the raft out again into midstream, should it in its passage adhere to bank or bathing hut, and on no account is the animal suffered to land. To anyone who thinks about it, this long and lingering death is infinitely more cruel than one caused by a blow from an axe. But the Malays do not trouble to consider such a detail, and would care little if they did. Before leaving the subject of cats, I must mention the belief that the freshwater fish called ikan belida was originally a cat. Sir W. E. Maxwell says that many Malays refuse to eat it for this reason, and adds, they declare that it squalls like a cat when harpooned, and that its bones are very white and fine like a cat's hairs. A story is also sometimes told to account both for the general similarity of habits of the cat and the tiger, and for the fact that the latter, unlike most of the felidae, is not a tree climber. It is to the effect that the cat agreed to teach the tiger its tricks, which it did, with the exception of the art of climbing trees. The tiger, thinking it had learnt all the cat's tricks, proceeded to attack its teacher, when the cat escaped by climbing up a tree. So the tiger never learnt how to climb and cannot climb trees to this day. Even the smallest and commonest of mammals, such as rats and mice, are the objects of many strange beliefs. Thus, clothes which have been nibbled by rats or mice must not be worn again. They are sure to bring misfortune and are generally given away in charity. So too on the Selangor coast, a mollusk called siput tantarang or mentarang is believed to have sprung from a mouse. And many kinds of charms, generally addressed to the Prophet Joseph, Nabi Yusuf, are resorted to in order to drive away rats and mice from the rice fields. The following passage describes the general ideas about animal superstitions which prevail on the east coast of the peninsula. The beliefs and superstitions of the fisher folk would fill many volumes. They believe in all manner of devils and local sprites. They fear greatly the demons that preside over animals, and will not willingly mention the names of birds or beasts while at sea. Instead, they call them all chairway, which to them signifies an animal, though to others it is meaningless, and is supposed not to be understanded of the beasts. To this word they tack on the sound which each beast makes in order to indicate what animal is referred to. Thus the pig is the grunting chairway, the buffalo the chairway that says, "Uak," and the snipe the chairway that cries kek kek. Each boat that puts to sea has been medicined with care, many incantations and other magic observances having been had recourse to, in obedience to the rules which the superstitious people have followed for ages. After each take the boat is swept by the medicine man with a tuft of leaves prepared with mystic ceremonies, which is carried at the bow for the purpose. The omens are watched with exact care, and if they be adverse no fishing boat puts to sea that day. Every act in their lives is regulated by some regard for the demons of the sea and air, and yet these folk are nominally Mohammedans, and according to that faith, magic and sorcery, incantations to the spirits and prayers to demons are all unclean things forbidden to the people. But the fisher folk, like other inhabitants of the peninsula, are Malays first and Muhammadans afterwards. Their religious creed goes no more than skin deep, and affects but little the manner of their daily life. Vegetation charms. The vegetation spirit of the Malays follows in some vague and partial way, to use Professor Tyler's words, from the analogy of the animal spirit. It is difficult to say, without a more searching inquiry than I have yet had the opportunity of making, whether Malay magicians would maintain that all trees had souls, semangat, or not. All that we can be certain of at present is that a good many trees are certainly supposed by them to have souls, such, for instance, as the durian, the coconut palm, and the trees which produce eaglewood garu, gutta percha, camphor, and a good many others. What can be more significant than the words and actions of the men who in former days would try and frighten the durian groves into bearing, or of the toddy collector who addresses the soul of the coconut palm in such words as, "Thus I bend your neck and roll up your hair, and here is my ivory toddy knife to help the washing of your face," or of the collectors of jungle produce who traffic in eaglewood, camphor, and gutta, the spirits of the first two of which trees are considered extremely powerful and dangerous, or, above all, of the reapers who carry the rice soul home at harvest time. A special point in connection with the Malay conception of the vegetation soul perhaps requires particular attention, viz., The fact that apparently dead and even seasoned timber may yet retain the soul which animated it during its lifetime. Thus, the instructions for the performance of the rites to be used at the launching of a boat, which will be found below under the heading, "The Sea, Rivers, and Streams," involve an invocation to the timbers of the boat, which would therefore seem to be conceived as capable, to some extent, of receiving impressions and communications made in accordance with the appropriate forms and ceremonies. So, too, a boat with a large knot in the center of the bottom is considered good for catching fish, and in strict conformity with this idea is the belief that the natural excrescences, or knobs, and deformities of trees are mere external evidences of an indwelling spirit. So, too, the fruit of the coconut palm, when the shell lacks the 3 eyes, to which we are accustomed, is believed to serve in warfare as a most valuable protection pelias against the bullets of the enemy, and the same may be said in a minor degree of the joints of solid bamboo, bula tumpat, which are occasionally found, whilst to a slightly different category belong the comparatively numerous examples of tabashir, mineral concretions in the wood of certain trees, which are so highly valued by the Malays for talismanic purposes. Such trees as the mali, roten jernang, dragon's blood rattan, bula kasap, rough bamboo, etc., are all said to supply instances of the concretions referred to, but the most famous of them all is without doubt the so-called coconut pearl, of which I quote the following account from Dr. Denai's Descriptive Dictionary of British Malaya. Coconut pearls. The following remarks concerning these peculiar accretions are extracted from nature. During my recent travels, Dr. Sidney Hickson writes to a scientific contemporary, I was frequently asked by the Dutch planters and others if I had ever seen a coconut stone. These stones are said to be rarely found, 1 in 2,000 or more, in the perisperm of the coconut, and when found are kept by the natives as a charm against disease and evil spirits. This story of the coconut stone was so constantly told me, and in every case without any variation in its details, that I made every effort before leaving to obtain some specimens, and eventually succeeded in obtaining 2. One of these is nearly a perfect sphere, 14 in diameter, and the other, rather smaller in size, is irregularly pear-shaped. In both specimens, the surface is worn nearly smooth by friction. The spherical one I have had cut into 2 halves, but I can find no concentric or other markings on the polished cut surfaces. Dr. Kimmins has kindly submitted 1/2 to a careful chemical analysis, and finds that it consists of pure carbonate of lime without any trace of other salts or vegetable tissue. I should be very glad if any of your readers could inform me if there are any of these stones in any of the museums, or if there is any evidence beyond mere hearsay of their existence in the perisperm of the coconut. On this letter, Mr. Thistleton Dyer makes the following remarks. Dr. Hickson's account of the calcareous concretions occasionally found in the central hollow, filled with fluid the so-called milk of the endosperm of the seed of the coconut, is extremely interesting. It appears to me a phenomenon of the same order as tabashir, to which I recently drew attention in nature. The circumstances of the occurrence of these stones, or pearls, are in many respects parallel to those which attend the formation of tabashir. In both cases, mineral matter in palpable masses is withdrawn from solution in considerable volumes of fluid contained in tolerably large cavities in living plants, and in both instances they are monocotyledons. In the case of the coconut pearls, the material is calcium carbonate, and this is well known to concrete in a peculiar manner from solutions in which organic matter is also present. In my note on tabashir, I referred to the reported occurrence of mineral concretions in the wood of various tropical dicotyledonous trees. Tabashir is too well known to be pooh-poohed, but some of my scientific friends express a polite incredulity as to the other cases. I learn, however, from Prof. Judd, FRS, that he has obtained a specimen of apatite found in cutting up a mass of teakwood. The occurrence of this mineral under these circumstances has long been recorded, but I have never had the good fortune to see a specimen. The durian. The durian tree, for an account of whose famous fruit the classical description in Wallace's Malay archipelago may be referred to, is a semi-wild fruit tree, whose stem frequently rises to the height of some 80 or 90 feet before the branches are met with. It is generally planted in groves, which are often to be found in the jungle when all other traces of former human habitation have completely disappeared, though even then its fruit, if tradition says true, is as keenly fought over by the denizens of the forest, monkeys, bears, and tigers, as ever it was by their temporary dispossessors. Interspersed among the durian trees will be found numerous varieties of orchard trees of a less imperial height, amongst which may be named the rambutan, rambe, lancet, duku, mangosteen, and many others. A small grove of these trees, which was claimed by the late Sultan Abdul Samad of Selangor, grew within about a mile of my bungalow at Jugra, and I was informed that in years gone by a curious ceremony, called Meniyama durian, was practiced in order to make the trees more productive. On a specially selected day, it was said, the village would assemble at this grove, and no doubt with the usual accompaniment of the burning of incense and scattering of rice, the most barren of the durian trees would be singled out from the rest. One of the local Pawangs would then take a hatchet, biliang, and deliver several shrewd blows upon the trunk of the tree, saying, "Will you now bear fruit or not? If you do not, I shall fell you." To this the tree, through the mouth of a man who had been stationed for the purpose in a mangosteen tree hard by, was supposed to make answer, "Yes, I will now bear fruit, I beg you not to fell me." I may add that it was a common practice in the fruit season for the boys who were watching for the fruit to fall, for which purpose they were usually stationed in small palm-thatched shelters, to send echoing through the grove a musical note, which they produced by blowing into a bamboo instrument called twang-twang. I cannot, however, say whether this custom now has any ceremonial significance or not, though it seems not at all unlikely that it once had. The Malacca cane. No less distinct are the animistic ideas of the Malays relating to various species of the Malacca cane plant. Mr. Ray of the Perak Museum writes as follows: "A Malacca cane with a joint as long as the height of the owner will protect him from harm by snakes and animals and will give him luck in all things. What is called a samambu banku, or baku, possesses the power of killing anyone even when the person is only slightly hurt by a blow dealt with it. These are canes that have died down and have begun to shoot again from near the root. They are very rare. One of 18 inches in length is valued at $6 or $7, and one long enough to make a walking stick of at $30 to $50. At night, the roten samambu plant is said to make a loud noise, and according to the Malays, it says, bulem sampe, meaning that it has not yet reached its full growth. They are often to be heard in the jungle at night, but the most diligent search will not reveal their whereabouts. The roten mano is also said to give out sounds at night. The sounds are loud and musical, but the alleged will-o'-the-wisp character of the rattans, which are supposed to produce them, seems to point to some night bird, tree frog, or lizard as being the real cause of the weird notes, though it is just possible that the wind might make the rattan leaves vibrate in such a way as to cause the sounds. In Selangor, it is the stick insect, caranting, which is believed to be the embodiment of the Malacca cane spirit, Hantu samambu, by which last name it is most commonly called. These stick insects are believed by the Selangor Malays to produce the sounds to which Mr. Ray refers, and in order to account for their peculiar character, a story is told, the main features of which are as follows. Once upon a time, a married couple fell out, and the husband surreptitiously introduced stones into the cooking pot in place of the yams which his wife was cooking. Then he went off to climb for a coconut, and as he climbed, he mocked her by calling out, "Masak balum, are they cooked yet, are they cooked yet?" What she did by way of retaliation is not clear, but as he climbed and mocked her, she is said to have retorted, "Panjat balum, have you climbed it yet? Have you climbed it yet?" A reply which clearly shows that her woman's wit had been at work, and that she was not going to allow her husband to get the better of her. However this may be, a deadlock ensued, the result of which was that both parties were transformed into stick insects, but were yet condemned to mock each other as they had done during the period of their human existence. I have often from my boat, during dark nights on the Langet River, listened to the weird note which my Malays invariably ascribe to these insects, and which is not inaptly represented by one of the Malay names for them, viz. Balumbalam. I have not yet, however, succeeded in identifying the real producer of the note, of which all I can say at present is that although it may not be itself discoverable, the Malays look upon it as a certain guide to the localities where the Malacca canes grow. The tulang or silang tree. So too of the tulang tree Mr. Ray writes. One of the largest and stateliest of the forest trees in Perak is that known as tolong or to along. It has a very poisonous sap, which produces great irritation when it comes in contact with the skin. 2 Chinamen who had felled one of these trees in ignorance had their faces so swelled and inflamed that they could not see out of their eyes, and had to be led about for some days before they recovered from the effects of the poison. Their arms, breasts, and faces were affected, and they presented the appearance of having a very bad attack of erysipelas. These trees are supposed to be the abiding places of hantu, or spirits, when they have large hollow projections from the trunk, called rumah hantu, or spirit houses. These projections are formed when a branch gets broken off near the trunk, and are quite characteristic of the tree. There are sometimes 3 or 4 of them on a large tree, and the Malays have a great objection to cutting down any that are so disfigured, the belief being that if a man fells one he will die within the year. As a rule, these trees are left standing when clearings are made, and they are a source of trouble and expense to planters and others, who object to their being left uncut. The following series of events actually happened. A Malay named Panda Tambang undertook, against the advice of his friends, to fell one of the to along trees, and he almost immediately afterwards was taken ill with fever, and died in a few weeks' time. Shortly after this, some men were sitting plaiting ataps under the shade of another of these ill-omened trees, when, without any warning, a large branch fell down, breaking the arm of one man and more or less injuring 2 others. There was not a breath of wind at the time, or anything else likely to determine the fall of the branch. After this, it was decided to have the tree felled, as there were coolie houses nearly under it. There was great difficulty in getting anyone to fell it. Eventually, a Penang Malay undertook the job, but stipulated that a pawang, or sorcerer, should be employed to drive away the demons first. The pawang hung pieces of white and red cloth on sticks round the tree, burnt incense in the little contrivances made of the split leaf stalks of the birdam palm, used by the Malays for that purpose, cut off the heads of 2 white fowls, sprinkled the blood over the trunk, and in the midst of many incantations the tree was felled without any mishap. But strange to say, the pawang, who was a haji and a slave debtor of the To Puan Halima, died about 9 months afterwards. There appears to be very little reason to doubt that the word tulang, to alang or sialang, is the name not of a particular species of tree, but rather the generic name of all trees in which wild bees have built their nests, so that in reality it simply means a bee tree. I have not yet succeeded in obtaining any of the Malay charms used by the collectors of these bees' nests, except such as are used by Sakais under Malay influence on the Selangor coast, the Sakais being most usually the collectors. Some of these latter, however, were pure Malay charms and may perhaps be considered, in the absence of charms collected from Malays, as evidence of at least secondary importance. One of these charms commences as follows. Here is the peeling knife, the knife with the long handle stuck into the buttress of a pulai tree. And another, which is almost word for word the same, as follows. Here is the peeling knife, the knife with the long handle with which to stab lit, peck at the buttress of the pulai tree. It will be noticed that both refer to the pulai tree by name and not to the tualang. The footnote which I here quote with reference to the customs of Sayak is, almost word for word, equally true of the bee trees in Selangor. Other haunted trees, Pakak Berhentu, are the Jawi Jawi, the Jelatong and Barambang, of which the following tradition will perhaps suffice. All trees, according to Malay tradition, were planted by the prophet Elias, and are in the prophet Noah's charge. In the days of King Solomon, trees could speak as well as birds and animals, and several of the trees now to be seen in the forest are really metamorphosed human beings. Such are the Jelatong and the Barambang, which in the days of King Solomon were bosom friends, until there broke out between them an unfortunate quarrel, which terminated in C. Jelatongs lacing the skin of C. Barambang all over with stabs from his dagger, the effect of which stabs remains visible to this day. C. Barambang, on the other hand, cursed C. Jelatong with his dying breath, praying that he might be turned into a tree without any buttresses to support his trunk, a prayer which was, of course, duly fulfilled. Thus originated the lack of buttresses at the base of the former tree and the laced and slashed bark of the latter. The lime tree. Yet another tree whose spirit is the object, as it were, of a special cult, is the lime tree, which is revered and looked up to almost as their chief patron by the theatrical players, Orang Mayang of Penang. The invocations addressed to this spirit show that, as in most branches of magic, every part of the tree had its appropriate alias. Thus the root was called the seated prince, the trunk the standing prince, the bark the prince stretching himself, the boughs the stabbing prince, the leaves the beckoning prince, the fruit the prince loosing an arrow. The eaglewood tree. The following account of eaglewood, and of the tree which produces it, is quoted from the Journal of the Straits Asiatic Society. In Crawford's Dictionary of the Malay Archipelago, I find the following. Agila, the eaglewood of Commerce's name in Malay and Javanese is Kalambak or Kalamba, but it is also known in these languages by that of Garu or Kayu Garu, Garu wood, a corruption of the Sanskrit agaru. There can be no doubt but that the perfumed wood is the result of disease in the tree that yields it, produced by the thickening of the sap into a gum or resin. This eaglewood of commerce, under its more familiar name Garu, is one of the rarest and most valuable products of our Malayan jungles, and the following notes may be of interest. They are the result of inquiries amongst the Malays and Pawangs in Ulu Muar and Johal, and I am indebted to Mr. L. J. Cazales for much assistance in obtaining the information contained in them. The Garu tree is a tall forest tree, sometimes reaching the size of 15 feet in diameter. The bark is of a silvery gray color, and the foliage close and dense of a dark hue. The Malay name for the tree is tabak, and no other may be used by the Pawang when in search of the Kayu Garu. Garu, the diseased heartwood of the tabak, is found in trees of all sizes, even in trees of 1 foot in diameter, thus showing that the disease attacks the tree at an early stage. The Garu is found in pockets and may sometimes be discovered by the veins which run to these pockets. In other trees, the veins are absent, which renders the process of searching more difficult. The tree is generally cut down and left to rot, which exposes the Garu in about 6 months. Pockets are found to contain as much as 104 caddies. A single tree has been known to yield 400 caddies. Garu is seldom found in the sapwood, generally in the heartwood or terras. Many tabak trees do not contain Garu at all. To select the right trees is the special province of the Pawang or wise man. The tabak trees are under the care of certain hantu or wood spirits, and it would be hopeless for the uninitiated to attempt to find Garu. Even the Pawang has to be very careful. The following is the process, as far as I have been able to ascertain it. On the outskirts of the forest, the Pawang must burn incense and repeat the following charm or formula. Homali hamali madalak, mandala, surda kalam mandiat surda tebo. Tirun suhia trima suka tirun kadim surda akukabal kata garu mustajak kata alaburkit la ilaha ilala. Hi putri balinka, putri burgente, putri menjanjan aku mementa isi tabak. Tabole di surokan, tabole lindang kapada aku kalo, disuro de lindangkan buyer duraka kapada tuhan. There is no pantang garu, except that the words isi and tabak must be used instead of traz and garu. He then proceeds to search for a likely tree, and upon finding one he again burns incense and repeats the spell as above. The tree having been cut down, the next thing is to separate the Garu from the sapwood. The best way is to let the tree rot, but the Pawang is often hard up and does not mind wasting some of the Garu in his hurry to realize. The following are said to be the tests for finding Garu in a standing tree. The tree is full of knots. Burbankal, the bark full of moss and fungus. Bertuma birchendowen, heartwood hollow. Burlabang, bark peeling off. Berguger killit, a clear space underneath. Menjalengeng, stumps jutting out. Birchulak, tree tapering. Berderus, the falling of the leaves in old trees. There are great differences in the quality of Garu, and great care is taken in classifying them. It requires a skilled man to distinguish between some of the varieties. The names are as follow: Shandon, Tandak, Menjulangulung, Sikat, Sikat Lampem, Bulurusa, Kemendangan, Wangkang. The Shandon Pada Tiada Champur is oily, black, and glistening. It sinks in water. The Tadak very closely resembles the Shandon. The menjulang-ulong may be distinguished from the shandan and the tandak by its length and small breadth. Splinters, 36 inches long, have been found evidently from veins, not pockets. Sikat Burdabun champer cubal danteras, fibrous with slight luster, will just float in water. Black and white streaks. Sikat lampam the same as sikat, only white streaks more prominent. Bulu rusa will float in water, fibrous, generally of a yellow color. Kemendangan floats in water, whitish, fibrous fragments small. Wangking floats in water, fibrous blocks whitish in color. The shandan tree differs from other garu trees in having a maximum diameter of about 112 feet and very soft sapwood. Garu varies in price between $250 a pickle according to the variety. The shandan and the tandak are the most valuable. Chinese and Malays burn it in their houses on high days and festivals. The latter generally take a supply with them on the pilgrimage to Mecca. The better varieties are used in the manufacture of aromatic oils. Before setting out to search for garu, the garu wizard burns incense and repeats these words. O grandsire Duida, divinity of Eaglewood, if you are far, be so good as to say so. If you are near, be so good as to say so, and then sets out on his quest. On finding a karas tree, he chops the bark of the trunk lightly with his cutlass, and then puts his ear to the trunk to listen. If he hears a kind of low singing, or rather whispering noise, bunny ting-ting, in the tree, he takes this as a signification that the tree contains garu, isi. And after marking the bark with a cross silang ampat, he collects wood to build a temporary shelter, pandang, for himself, and when about to plant the first post repeats the following charm. O grandsire Batara of the earth, earth genie, earth spirit, idol of iron, son of Wani, solitary Wani, son of Wea, Bandon the solitary, I ask you to show me an eaglewood tree. If you do not do so, you shall be a rebel against God, etc. The result of this invocation is, or should be, that the garu spirit appears to the wizard, generally, no doubt, in a dream, and informs him what kind of sacrifice he requires on this particular occasion. Whatever kind of sacrifice is asked for must of course be given, with the exception of a human sacrifice which, as it is expressly stated, may be compounded by the sacrifice of a fowl. When the tree has been felled, you must be exceedingly careful to see that nobody passes between the end of the fallen trunk and the stump. Whoever does so will surely be killed by the eaglewood spirit, who is supposed to be extremely powerful and dangerous. I myself received a warning to this effect from some Labu Malays when I saw one of these trees felled. Malays maintain that men are frequently killed by this spirit Mati Dehantugaru, but that they may be recalled to life if the following recipe is acted upon. Take 2 cubits of panchang leaves don panchang duaheta, flowers of the sunting mambang, and bullock's eye limes limau mata kerbo. Squeeze and rub them over the corpse, saying, Sir Allah, Sir Manga Tangan, God's essence is in your heart, liver. God's attributes are in your eyes. Go and entertain the male borer-bee that is in your heart and liver. The dead man will then revive and stand upon his feet. The most important point about eaglewood, however, from the animistic point of view, is the Pawang's use of the garu marupa, a strangely shaped piece of eaglewood which possesses a natural resemblance to some animal or bird. It is believed to contain the soul of the tree, and therefore is always, when possible, carried by the collectors of eaglewood in the belief that it will aid them in their search. I myself once owned one of these garu marupa, which possessed a remarkable resemblance to a bird. This appears to me very fairly sufficient evidence to prove that the tree soul is not supposed by the Malays necessarily to resemble a tree. Camphor. The following account of the superstitious notions connected with the search for camphor, Caporbaris, is extracted from a paper by Messrs. H. Lake and H. J. Kelsall. The chief interest attaching to the Caporbaris in Johor lies in the superstitions connected with the collection of the camphor by the natives, or orang hulu. Amongst these superstitions, the most important is the use of a special language, the subject of the present paper, which has been the means of preserving some remnants of the aboriginal dialects of this part of the Malay Peninsula. This language is called by the Orang Hulu Pantang Kapur. Pantang means forbidden or tabooed, and in this case refers to the fact that in searching for the camphor, the use of the ordinary Malay language is pantang or forbidden. In addition to this, there are restrictions as to food, etc. This camphor language is first referred to by Mr. Logan in his account of the Aboriginal tribes of the Malay Peninsula, and he gives a list of 80 words, 33 of which are Malay or derived from Malay. The Jackans believe that there is a bisan, or spirit, which presides over the camphor trees, and without propitiating this spirit, it is impossible to obtain the camphor. This bisan makes at night a shrill noise, and when this sound is heard, it is a sure sign that there are camphor trees near at hand. This bisan is really one of the cicadas which are so numerous in the Malayan jungles. When hunting for camphor, the natives always throw a portion of their food out into the jungle before eating, as an offering to the bisan. No prayers are offered up, but all food must be eaten dry, i.e., without sumbal or stewed fish or vegetables. Salt must not be pounded fine. If it is eaten fine, the camphor when found will be in fine grains, but if eaten coarse, the grains of camphor will be large. In rainy weather, the cry of the bisan is not heard. At certain seasons, regular parties of Jackans, and sometimes Malays, go into the jungle to search for camphor, and they remain there as long as 3 or 4 months at a time. Not only must the men who go into the jungle to search for the camphor speak the Pantang Kapur, but also the men and women left at home in the kampongs. The camphor occurs in the form of small grains deposited in the cracks in the interior of the trunk of the tree. Camphor is only found in the older trees and not in all of these, and to obtain it, the tree must be cut down and split up. There are certain signs which indicate when a tree contains camphor, one of which is the smell emitted from the wood when chipped. A man who is skilled in detecting the presence of camphor is called penghulu kapur. The camphor, when taken away from the tree, is washed, and all chips of wood and dirt carefully removed, and it is then sold to Chinese traders at Kuala Indau at prices varying according to the quality from $15 to $40 per caddy. The camphor language consists in great part of words which are either Malay or of Malay origin, but contains, as above mentioned, a large number of words which are not Malay, but which are presumably remnants of the original Jackan dialects, which are apparently almost obsolete otherwise in the Indau and Sembrong districts of Johor. Gutta percha. The trees from which gutta percha is taken are also supposed to be inhabited by a spirit. But this, the gutta spirit, being far less dangerous than the eaglewood spirit, fewer precautions are taken in dealing with it. In the invocation addressed to the gutta spirit, the petitioner asks for the boon of a drop of the spirit's blood, which of course is an indirect way of asking for the tree's sap. Here is a specimen of the charms used by the gutta collectors. Ho, Prince Esrai Bali, Prince Esrai Banding, I wish to crave the boon of a drop of blood. May the yield be better than from this notch of mine. Here the speaker notches the tree. If it be not better, you shall be a rebel unto God, etc. The coconut palm. The following instructions to be followed by toddy collectors, who tap the coconut palm for its juice, which is boiled into sugar, were given me by a Kelantan Malay, Chi, Abaz of Klanang. When you are about to set foot against the base of the trunk, i.e. to start climbing, repeat these lines. Peace be with you, O Abubakar. Drowse not as you keep watch and ward in the heart of this tree, Umbai. Here climb halfway up and say, Peace be with you, little sister, handmaiden Bidda. Drowse not as you keep watch and ward in the middle of the trunk. Come and accompany me on my way up this tree. Here climb up among the leaf stalks, lay hold of the central shoot, give it 3 shakes and say, Peace be with you, little sister, youngest of the princesses. Drowse not as you keep watch and ward over the central shoot. Do you accompany me on my way down this tree? Now commence by bending down one of the blossom sheaths, lay hold of the central shoot, and thrice repeat the following lines. Peace be with your highnesses, princesses of the shorn hair and perpetual distillation, who are seen in the curve lit. Swell and the ebbing away of the blossom sheath see Jedabay Mayang, 7 princesses who are the handmaidens of Si Mayang. Here the speaker addresses the soul, or rather souls of the tree. Come hither, little one, come hither, tiny one, come hither, bird, come hither, filmy one, come hither. Thus I bend your neck, thus I roll up your hair, and here is an ivory toddy knife to help the washing of your face. Here is an ivory toddy knife to cut you short, and here is an ivory cup to hold under you, and there is an ivory bath that waits below for you. clap your hands and splash in the ivory bath, for it is called the sovereign changing clothes. Rules for planting various crops. The following rules have an evident bearing upon the subject of vegetable animism. They were collected at Langet, in Selangor. The time to plant sugar cane is at noon. This will make it sweeter by drying up the juice and leaving the saccharine matter. If you plant it in the early morning, its joints will be too long. If in the middle of the day, they will be short. Plant maize with a full stomach, and let your dibble be thick, as this will swell the maize ear. For plantains or bananas, you must dig a big hole, and the evening is the time to plant them. The evening is the quicker, and if planted after the evening meal, they fill out better. Plant sweet potatoes on a starry night to ensure they're filling out properly, by getting plenty of eyes. Plant cucumbers and gourds on a dark moonless night, to prevent them from being seen and devoured by fireflies, API. Plant coconuts when the stomach is overburdened with food, kalau kita nak sangat berak. Run quickly and throw the coconut into the hole prepared for it without straightening the arm. If you straighten it, the fruit stalk will break. Plant them in the evening so that they may bear fruit while they are still near the ground. When you pick seed coconuts off the tree, somebody should stand at the bottom of the tree and watch whether the monkey face of each seed coconut, as it is thrown down, turns either towards himself or the base of the tree, or whether it looks away from both. In the former case, the seed will be good. In the latter, it is not worth planting. Plant rice in the early morning, about 5, because that is the hour at which infants, the rice soul being considered as an infant, get up. The cultivation of rice. The most important contribution of the Malays to the animistic theory of vegetation is perhaps to be found in the many strange ceremonies with which they surround the culture of rice. In order to properly understand the significance of these ceremonies, however, a proper understanding of the Malay system of rice planting is essential, and I therefore quote in extenso a description of rice culture, which possesses the additional interest of being translated from the composition of a Malay. It is the established custom in Malacca territory to plant rice once a year, and the season for doing so generally falls about the month of Zilqa-Ida or Zilhijjah. In starting planting operations, however, the object is, if possible, to coincide with the season when the west wind blows, because at that time there are frequent rains, and accordingly the earth of the rice field becomes soft and easy to plow. Moreover, in planting rice it is an invariable rule that there must be water in the field in order that the rice may sprout properly, though, on the other hand, if there is too great a depth of water, the rice is sure to die. It has also been observed that as a rule the season of the west wind coincides with the 4th month of the Chinese calendar, and sometimes also with the month of Zilqa-Ida or Zilhijjah. 2. In olden time, the order of planting operations was as follows. First, the elders had to hold a consultation with the Pawang, then the date was fixed. Then Maulid prayers were read over the mother seed, and benzoin, incense, supplied by the Pawang, was burned. Then all the requisites for rice planting were got ready, viz. 1. A strong buffalo to pull the plow. 2. A plow with its appurtenances, to turn over the earth and the short weeds. 3. A harrow with its appurtenances, to level and break up small the clods of earth left by the plow. 4. A roller with its appurtenances, to knock down the long weeds, such as sedges, in fields that have lain fallow for a long while. 5. A woodcutter's knife, to mend any of the implements that may get out of order at the time of plowing. 6. A hoe to repair the embankments and level the higher grounds. 7. A scythe to cut the long weeds. 8. And a whip to urge the buffalo on if he is lazy. 3. When the proper season has arrived for beginning the work of planting, and the elders have come to an agreement with the Pawang, then on some Friday after the service in the mosque, the Penghulu addresses all the people there present, saying that on such a day of the month everyone who is to take part in rice cultivation must bring to the mosque half a quart of grain, for mother seed, in order that Maulid prayers may be read over it. At that time, kedupats and lepats are prepared for the men who are to read those prayers. When the Maulid prayers are over, every man goes down to the rice field, if possible on the same day or the next one, in order to begin plowing the nursery plot, that is, the plot which is near his house, or in which he has been in the habit of sowing the seed every year. But if a man has a great number of plots, he will begin by plowing half of them, and then at the end of the month of Zilhijjah, he must diligently prepare the nursery plot so as to be ready in about 10 days' time. Of sowing. 4. Before sowing, one must first of all lay out the grain, both the seed grain and the mother seed, each separately, to dry. It must then be soaked in a vessel, a bucket or pot, for 2 days and 2 nights, after which it is taken out, strained and spread quite evenly on a mat with fresh leaves. Areca nut fronds are best. And every afternoon one must sprinkle water on it in order that the germ may quickly break through, which will happen probably in 2 days' time or thereabouts. 5. While the seed is soaking, the nursery plot must be carefully prepared. That is to say, it must be plowed over again, harrowed, leveled, ditched, and the soil allowed to settle. The embankments must be mended, and the surface made smooth. When the germs have sprouted, the seed is taken to the nursery plot. Benzoin supplied by the pawang is burnt, and the plot sprinkled with tepung tawar. Then a beginning is made by sowing the chief of the seed, i.e., mother seed, in one corner of the nursery prepared for the purpose, and about 2 yards square. Afterwards, the rest of the seed is sown all over the plot. It is well to sow when the plot contains plenty of water, so that all the germs of the seed may be uppermost, and the roots may not grow long, but may be pulled up easily. The time for sowing must be during the dark half of the month, so that the seedlings may be preserved from being eaten by insects. 3 days after the seed is sown, the young shoots begin to rise like needles, and at that time all the water should be drawn off the plot. After 7 days, they are likened to a sparrow's tail, and about the 10th or 15th day, they break out into blades. At that period, the water is again let into the plot, little by little, in order that the stalks of the seedlings may grow thick. The seedlings have to remain in the nursery for at least 40 or 44 days from the time of sowing before they are sufficiently grown. It is best to let them remain till they are about 70 days old. 6. While the seedlings are in the nursery, the other plots are being plowed, one after another, and this is called the first plowing. Then the embankments are mended and reformed with earth so that the water in the field may not escape and leave it dry. After the embankments have been mended, the harrowing begins. A start is made with the plot that was first plowed, other than the nursery plot, for there the earth will have become soft, and the weeds being rotten after many days of soaking in the water will form a sort of manure. Each plot is so dealt with in its turn. Then all have to be plowed once more, which is called the second plowing, and harrowed again, for the first harrowing merely breaks up the clods of earth, and a second is required to reduce them to a fine state and to kill the weeds. Most people, having first used an iron harrow, use a wooden one for the second harrowing, in order that the earth may be broken up quite fine. Their rice is sure to thrive better than that of people who are less careful, for in rice planting, as the saying goes, there is the plighted hope of good that is to come, in the way of bodily sustenance, I mean. So day by day, the different plots are treated in the way that has been described in connection with the nursery plot in paragraph 5 above. Of planting. 7. When the seedling rice has been in the nursery long enough, and the fields are clean and ready for planting, which will be about the month of Safar, or August, the seedlings are pulled up and tied together with strips of dried pallas, leaves into bundles of the size known as sashakak, i.e. the space enclosed by the thumb and the index finger when their ends meet. If the roots and blades are long, the ends can be clipped a little, and the roots are then steeped in manure. This manure is made of buffalo bones burnt with chaff till they are thoroughly calcined, and then pounded fine, passed through a sieve and mixed with mud. That is the best kind of manure for rice planting, and is known as stock manure. It can also be applied by merely scattering it in the fields. In that case, after cutting off the ends of the blades, the seedlings are planted, and afterwards, when they are green again and appear to be thriving, the manure is scattered over the whole field. There are some places, too, where no manure at all is used because of the perennial richness of the soil. Afterwards, the seedlings are allowed to remain exposed to the air for about 2 nights, and then taken to the field to be planted. The bundles are broken up, and bunches of 4 or 5 plants together are planted at intervals of a span all over the different plots till all are filled up. If there are very many plots, 10 or 15 female laborers can be engaged to assist in planting, and likewise in pulling up the seedlings, at a wage of 4 cents for every 100 bundles. Of the rice after it has been transplanted. 8. 10 days after the young rice has been transplanted, it recovers its fresh green color. In 30 days, the young shoots come out. In the second month, it increases more and more, and in the third, it becomes even all over. After 3 months and a half, its growth is stayed, and in the fourth month, it is styled bunting catchel. At that stage, the stalk has only 5 joints, and from that period, it must be fumigated daily till the grain appears. About the time when the stalk has 6 joints, it is called bunting basar. In 40 days more, the grain is visible here and there, and 20 days later, it spreads everywhere. At this time, all the water in the field must be drawn off so that the grain may ripen quickly. After 5 or 6 days, it ripens in patches, and a few days later, the rice is altogether ripe. From the time of transplanting to the time when it is ripe is reckoned 6 months, not counting the days spent in plowing and in growing it in the nursery, which may be a month or 2, or even, if there are many plots, as much as 3 months to the end of the plowing. Of reaping and taking the soul of the rice. 9. When one wishes to begin reaping the grain, one must first have the powang's permission and burn benzoin supplied by him in the field. The following implements must be got ready, viz. 1. A small basket to hold the rice cut first, known as the soul of the rice, semingat patty. 2. A jerry lipan to put round the small basket. 3. A string of tearup bark to tie up the rice that is cut first. 4. A small stem of bamboo, of the variety known as bulo kasap, with a flag attached, which is to be planted in the small basket as a sign of the soul of the rice that has been cut first. 5. A small white cloth to wrap up the soul of the rice. 6. An anchak to hold the brazier. 7. A brazier, in which to burn the incense provided by the powang. 8. A nail and a kind of nut, known as buakiras, to be put into the anchak together with the brazier. When the rice is ripe all over, one must first take the soul out of all the plots of one's field. You choose the spot where the rice is best and where it is female, that is to say, where the bunch of stalks is big and where there are 7 joints in the stalk. You begin with a bunch of this kind and clip 7 stems to be the soul of the rice, and then you clip yet another handful to be the mother seed for the following year. The soul is wrapped in a white cloth tied with a cord of tearup bark and made into the shape of a little child in swaddling clothes and put into the small basket. The mother seed is put into another basket, and both are fumigated with benzoin, and then the 2 baskets are piled the one on the other and taken home and put into the kepuk, the receptacle in which the rice is stored. 10. One must wait 3 days, called the pantang tuai, before one may clip or cut any more of the rice. At first, only 1 or 2 basketfuls of rice are cut. The rice is dried in the sun, winnowed in a winnowing basket, and cleaned in a fanning machine, pounded to free it from the husk, so that it becomes baraz husked rice, and then boiled so that it becomes nasi cooked rice, and people are invited to feast on it. 11. Then a bucket is made for the purpose of thrashing the rest of the rice, and a granary built to keep it in while it remains in the field, and 5 or 6 laborers are engaged to reap and thresh it, banting. Their hours of working are from 6 to 11:3 a.m., and all the rice they thresh they put into the granary. 12. If the crop is a good one, a gallon of seed will produce 100-fold. Each plot in a field takes about a gallon of seed. 13. When the rice has all been cut, it is winnowed in order to get rid of the chaff, and then laid out in the sun till quite dry, so that it may not get moldy if kept for a year. Then the wages of the laborers are taken out of it at the rate of 2 gallons out of every 10. When that is settled, if the rice is not to be sold, it is taken home and put into the rice chest. Whenever you want to eat of it, you take out a basketful at a time and dry it in the sun. Then you turn it in the winnowing basket and clean it in the fanning machine, pound it to convert it into baraz, and put a sufficiency of it in a pot and wash it. Enough water is then poured over it to cover it, and it is put on the kitchen fire till it is boiled and becomes nasi, when it can be eat. 14. The custom of reaping with a sickle, sabbat, and thrashing the rice as described in paragraph 11 is a modern method, and is at present mainly practiced by the people living in the neighborhood of the town of Malacca, in order to get the work done quickly. But in olden times it was not allowed, and even to this day, the people who live in the inland parts of the territory of Malacca prefer to clip their rice with a tuai, and put it into their baskets a handful at a time. If laborers are employed to do this, their wage is 1/10 of the rice cut. It takes ever so many days to get the work done, but the idea is that this method is the pious one, the soul of the rice not being disturbed thereby. A good part of the people hold this belief and assert that since the custom of threshing the rice has been introduced, the crops have been much less abundant than in years of olden time when it was the custom to use the tuai only. 15. If a man has broad fields so that he is unable to plant them all by his own labor, he will often allow another to work them on an agreement, either of equal division of the produce, each bearing an equal share of the hire of a buffalo and all other expenses incidental to rice planting, or of threefold division, that is, for example, the owner bears all expenses, in which case the man who does the work can get a third of the produce. Or the latter bears all expenses, in which case the owner only gets a third of the produce. Or again, the land can be let. For instance, a field which ordinarily produces a koyan of rice a year will fetch a rent of about 200 gallons more or less. 16. Every cultivator who does not act in accordance with the ordinance laid down in paragraphs 9 and 10 above will be in the same case as if he disregarded all the prohibitions laid down in connection with planting. If a man does not carry out this procedure, he is sure to fail in the end. His labor will be in vain and will not fulfill his desires, for the virtue of all these ordinances and prohibitions lies in the fact that they protect the rice and drive away all its enemies, such as grubs, rats, swine, and the like. I will now deal with the ceremonies indicated in the foregoing article from the ceremonial point of view exclusively. The sowing of the rice seed. The ceremony to be observed at the sowing of the rice seed was thus described to me by the Pawang who performed the reaping ceremony described below. First, arrange 4 poles upon the ground so as to form a rectangular frame, galing dapper, in the middle of the clearing. Then plant in succession at the 4 corners. 1. A young banana tree, a plant of lemongrass serai, a stem of sugar cane of the kind called lanjang, a plant of saffron kunyit. Perform the operation carefully so that they are all likely to live. In the center of the ground, enclosed by the frame, deposit a coconut shell full of water. Early next morning go out and observe the omens. If the frame has moved aside berkuak ever so little, or if the water has been spilt, it is a bad omen. But if not, and if the water in the coconut shell has not been spilt, or if a black ant semut or a white ant anyan is found in the water, it is a good sign. When good omens have been obtained, proceed by planting rice seed in 7 holes with a dibble of satam bun wood, repeating the following charm. In the name of God, etc. Peace be with you, Prophet. Tap here I lodge with you, my child, Esrai gadding, Jamala gadding, but within from 6 months to 7 I will come and receive it back. Cluck, cluck, soul. Cluck, cluck, soul. Cluck, cluck, soul. The planting out of the young rice. The following account, by Mr. C. O. Blagden, of the ceremony of planting out the young rice from the rice nursery, appeared in the Journal of the Straits Asiatic Society in 1896. In agricultural operations, the animistic ideas of the Malays are clearly apparent. Thus, before the rice is cut, a sort of ritual is performed which is known as pujipati, and which is regarded, apparently, as a kind of propitiatory service, a sort of apology to the paddy, rice, for reaping it. The paddy is usually sprinkled with tepung tawar, flour mixed with water, before the reaping is commenced, and the first lot cut is set apart for a ceremonial feast. At planting, there are also ceremonies. As a rule, the beginning of the planting season is ushered in by a visit of the whole body of villagers to the most highly revered kramat in the neighborhood, where the usual offerings are made and prayers are said. Sometimes, however, there is a special service known as bapua, consisting of a sort of mock combat, in which the evil spirits are believed to be expelled from the rice fields by the villagers. This is not done every year, but once in 3 or 4 years. Another occasional service of a peculiar character, which is not a very frequent occurrence, is the ceremony which would perhaps be best described as the propitiation of the earth spirit. Some years ago I happened, by chance, to be present at a function of this kind, and as its details may be of some interest as illustrating the wide dispersion of certain points of ritual, I will end these notes by giving a full description of it as noted down at the time. It was in the month of October, and I happened to be out shooting snipe in the paddy fields of the village of Sabadu on a Sunday morning, when I was met by the Penghulu, the headman of the village, who asked me to leave off shooting for an hour or so. As I was having fair sport, I naturally wanted to know the reason why, so he explained that the noise of gunshots would irritate the hantu and render unavailing the propitiatory service which was then about to begin. Further inquiry elicited the statement that the hantu in question was the one who presided over rice lands and agricultural operations, and as I was told that there would be no objection to my attending the ceremony, I went there, and then to the spot to watch the proceedings. The place was a square patch of grass lawn a few yards wide, which had evidently for years been left untouched by the plow, though surrounded by many acres of rice fields. On this patch, a small wooden altar had been built. It consisted simply of a small square platform of wood or bamboo raised about 3 or 4 feet above the ground, each corner being supported by a small sapling with the leaves and branches left on it and overshadowing the platform, the sides of which appeared to face accurately towards the 4 cardinal points. To the western side was attached a small bamboo ladder leading from the ground to the edge of the platform. At the 4 corners of the patch of grass were 4 larger saplings planted in the ground. On the branches of all these trees were hung a number of ketupats, which are small squarish bags plated of strips of the leaves of the screw pine mengkueng, or some similar plant, like the material of which native bags and mats are made. A larger ketupat hung over the center of the altar, and all of them were filled with a preparation of boiled rice. On the altar were piled up various cooked foods laid on plantain leaves, including the flesh of a goat cooked in the ordinary way, as well as rice and different kinds of condiments and sweetmeats. The Pawang was present as well as a number of the villagers, and soon after my arrival with the penghulu, the ceremony began by some of the villagers producing out of a bag the skin of a black male goat with the head and horns attached and containing the entrails, the flesh having been cooked and laid on the altar previously. A large iron nail 4 or 5 inches long and thick in proportion was placed vertically in a hole about 2 feet deep which had been dug under the altar, and the remains of the goat were also buried in it, with the head turned towards the east, the hole being then closed and the turf replaced. Some of the goat's blood, in 2 coconut shells, tempurong, was placed on the ground near the south side and southwest corner of the altar close to the latter. The Pawang, after assisting at these preliminaries, then took his stand at the west side of the altar, looking eastward. He covered his head, but not his face, with his sarong wrapped round it like a shawl, and proceeded to light a torch, the end of which was tipped with incense, kemenyan. With this, he touched the bottom of the altar platform 4 times. He then took a cup of tepang tawar and dipped in it a small bundle of 4 kinds of leaves, with which he then sprinkled the northwest and southeast corners of the platform. He then coughed 3 times. Whether this was part of the ritual or a purely incidental occurrence, I am unable to say, as it was not practicable to stop the ceremony for the purpose of asking questions, and again applied the torch under the altar, and sprinkled with tepang tawar all the corners of it, as well as the rungs of the ladder. At this stage of the proceedings, 4 men stationed in the rice field beyond the 4 corners of the patch of turf, each threw a ketupat diagonally across to one another, while the rest of the assembly, headed by the penghulu, chanted the kalima or Mohammedan creed 3 times. Then a man holding a large bowl started from a point in the rice field just outside the north side of the patch of turf and went round it, first in a westerly direction. As he walked, he put handfuls of the rice into his mouth and spat or vomited them out, with much noise, as if to imitate violent nausea, into the field. He was followed closely by another who also held a bowl filled with pieces of raw tapioca root and biraz birdi, rice roasted in a peculiar way, which he threw about into the field. Both of them went right round the grass plot. The Pawang then took his cup of tepang tawar and sprinkled the anak patty, that is, the rice shoots which were lying in bundles along the south and east sides of the altar ready for planting. Having sprinkled them, he cut off the ends, as is usually done, and after spitting to the right and to the left, he proceeded to plant them in the field. A number of others then followed his lead and planted the rest of the rice plants, and then a sweetmeat made of coconut and sugar was handed round, and Mohammedan prayers were said by some duly qualified person, an orang alim or a lebe, and the ceremony was concluded. It was explained to me that the blood and the food were intended for the hantu, and the ladder up to the altar was for his convenience, In fact, the whole affair was a propitiatory service, and offers curious analogies with the sacrificial ceremonials of some of the wild Aboriginal tribes of central India who have not been converted to Hinduism or Islam. That it should exist in a Malay community within 20 miles of the town of Malacca, where Muhammadanism has been established for about 6 centuries, is certainly strange. Its obvious inconsistency with his professed religion does not strike the average Malay peasant at all. It is, however, the fact that these observances are not regarded with much favor by the more strictly Mohammedan Malays of the towns, and especially by those that are partially of Arab descent. These latter have not much influence in country districts, but privately I have heard some of them express disapproval of such rites and even of the ceremonies performed at kramats. According to them, the latter might be consistent with Mohammedan orthodoxy on the understanding that prayers were addressed solely to the deity. But the invocation of spirits or deceased saints and their propitiation by offerings could not be regarded as otherwise than polytheistic idolatry. Of course, such a delicate distinction almost as subtle as that between dulia and latria in the Christian worship of saints is entirely beyond the average Malay mind. And everything is sanctioned by immemorial custom, which in an agricultural population is more deeply rooted than any book learning. So these rites are likely to continue for some time, and will only yield gradually to the spread of education. Such as they are, they seem to be interesting relics of an old-world superstition. I have mentioned only a few such points, and only such as have been brought directly to my knowledge. There are hosts of other quaint notions, such as the theory of lucky and unlucky days and hours, on which whole treatises have been written, and which regulate every movement of those who believe in them. The belief in amulets and charms for averting all manner of evils, supernatural and natural. The practice during epidemics of sending out to sea small, elaborately constructed vessels, which are supposed to carry off the malignant spirits responsible for the disease, of which I remember a case a few years ago in the village of Sempeng, where the beneficial effect was most marked. The widespread belief in the power of menuju, that is, doing injury at a distance by magic, in which the Malays believe the wild jungle men especially to be adepts. The belief in the efficacy of forms of words as love charms, and as a protection against spirits and wild beasts. In fact, an innumerable variety of superstitious ideas exist among Malays. The reaping ceremony. On the 28th January 1897, I witnessed, at Chad, in the Kuala Langat district of Selangor, the ceremony of fetching home the rice soul. Time of ceremony: I arrived at the house belonging to the Malay owner of the rice field a little past 8 a.m., the hour at which the ceremony was to take place having been fixed at Angkat Kenning, about 9 a.m. a few days previously. On my arrival I found the Pawang, sorceress, an aged Selangor woman, seated in front of the baskets required for the ceremony. Accessories at her extreme left stood one of the circular brass trays with high sides which are called dulang by the Malays, containing the following objects: a small bowl of parched rice, biraz birdi; a small bowl of saffron rice, biraz kunyat; a small bowl of washed rice, biraz bas; a small bowl of oil of frankincense; a small bowl of oil of celebes, miniak bugas; a small bowl of incense, kemyan; a small bundle of incense in addition to the bowl. One of the hard jungle nuts called bua kairaz, the candle nut; one of the shells called kairang, a cockle shell; a hen's egg; a stone, a small block of quartz; a large iron nail; to 15, 3 Malay reaping instruments, penuwe. Close to the dulang stood a coconut shell filled with the tepang tower, which plays so prominent a part in Malay magic ceremonies, and a brush made up of the leaves of 7 different plants, bound up as usual with a cord of killit tea wrap, the bark of the wild breadfruit, and riburibu, a kind of small creeper. The plants which supplied the leaves of which the brush was composed were as follows: 1 sapno, 2 sapingjil, 3 genwang or lenwang mera, the red dracena, 4 gandarusa, 5 pulet pulet, 6 seliguri, 7 sambaudara, a kind of grass. But the most interesting object was a small oval-shaped basket bound with the riburibu creeper, and about 14 inches long, which was standing just in front of the 3 rice baskets and close to the pawang, and which, as I afterwards found out, was intended to serve as the cradle of the rice soul, or rice baby. I examined it, however, and found that as yet it only contained the following objects. 1. A strip of white cloth, folded up and lying at the bottom of the basket. 2. Some party-colored thread, benang pancawarna or pancarona. 3. A hen's egg. 4. One of the hard jungle nuts, candle nuts already referred to. 5. A cockle shell, kerang. 6. A long iron nail. 7. 5 cubits of red cloth, by means of which the sole basket was to be slung round the neck of its bearer. The corrector custom would require an expensive cloth of the kind called jong seret, or the loaded junk, according to my informant the Pawang. 3 new Malay skirts or sarongs were added, 1 to each basket, and everything being ready, the various receptacles described above were entrusted to 5 female bearers, penjawat, who descended from the house, with the Pawang at their head, and set out for the rice field. Before they had gone many yards, they were joined by the owner of the field, who walked in front of them bearing what was called the junjangan paddy. This was the stem and leaves of a dark red kind of sugar cane, which was used in substitution for the black or raven variety tebu gagak, which, the Pawang explained, would have been used in preference if it had been obtainable. Meanwhile, the procession passed on, and the Pawang repeated as we went the following prayer to the spirits. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, peace be with thee, O Prophet Tap, in whose charge is the earth, I know the origin of the rice, Esrai Gadding, Jamala Gadding. That dwelleth at the end of the clearing, and that dwelleth at the beginning top of the clearing, that is scattered broadcast, that is cast headlong, that is overrun, by the ants called Silambada. Ho dang Pak dang Melanie, and dang Salamat, who carriest the poles slung on thy back, gather together and press hitherwards your attendants. May safety and our daily bread be granted us by God. On reaching the rice, the procession filed through a lane already made in the rice, until the mother sheaf was reached from which the rice soul was to be taken. But immediately on arriving at the spot, and before depositing the rice baskets on the ground, the Pawang repeated these lines. Herons from all this region, roost ye upon the shaft of my bow, retire ye, O spectral reapers, that we may deposit our baskets upon the ground. Here the baskets were deposited, and the Pawang took up her station in front of the mother sheaf, of which mention has just been made. Covering her head with a flowing white cloth of which the ends fell upon her shoulders, the Pawang now stood up facing the sheaf, and waved the ends of this cloth thrice upward to the right, thrice upward to the left, and finally thrice upward to the right again. Then for a few moments she stood still, close to the sheaf with her head bent forward and buried among the ears, after which she reseated herself and dabbled the tepang tower thrice upon the roots of the sheaf. One of the female bearers now planted the stem of the sugar cane upright in the center of the sheaf, whilst the Pawang sprinkled it with the tepang tower, and then holding the sharpened end of it over the incense, fumigated it, saying, Peace be with thee, O Prophet Tap, lo, I plant this sugar cane for you to lean against, since I am about to take away this soul of yours, Esrai Gadding, and carry it home to your palace, cluck, cluck, soul, cluck, cluck, soul, cluck, cluck, soul. Here the Pawang and penjawat, female bearer, together proceeded to plant the sugar cane in the center of the sheaf, and pressing the sheaf more tightly round the sugar cane, drew the waist of the sheaf together and belted it with some of the outer stems of the sheaf itself. Then the Pawang applied the tepang tower once more to the sheaf, and after fumigating it in the usual manner, ran her hands up it. Next she took in one hand, out of the brass tray, the stone and the egg, cockle shell and candle nut, and with the other planted the big iron nail in the center of the sheaf close to the foot of the sugar cane. Then she took in her left hand the cord of tree bark, and after fumigating it, together with all the vessels of rice and oil, took up some of the rice and strewed it round about the sheaf, and then tossed the remainder thrice upwards, some of it falling upon the rest of the company and myself. This done, she took the end of the cord in both hands, and encircling the sheaf with it near the ground, drew it slowly upward to the waist of the sheaf, and tied it there, after repeating what is called the 10 prayers, do a sapulo, without once taking breath. The first is God, the second is Mohammed, the third holy water of the 5 hours of prayer by day and night, the fourth is Pancha Indra, the fifth the open door of daily bread, the sixth the 7 stories of the palace tower, the seventh the open door of the rice-sifting platform, the eighth the open door of paradise, the ninth is the child in its mother's womb, the 10th is the child created by God, the reason of its creation being our Lord. Grant this, Issa. Grant this, Moses. Grant this, Joseph. Grant this, David. Grant me, from God, the opening of all the doors of my daily bread on earth and in heaven. This prayer completed, she dug up with the great toe of the left foot a small lump of soil, and picking it up, deposited it in the center of the sheaf. Next she took the contents of the soul basket, the egg and stone, candle nut and shell as before, and after anointing them with oil and fumigating them, replaced them in the basket. Then taking the Penue Sulong, eldest rice cutter, anointed the blade with the oil of frankincense, and inserting the thumb of the right hand into her mouth, pressed it for several moments against the roof of her palate. On withdrawing it, she proceeded to cut the first 7 heads of rice, repeating the 10 prayers as she did so. Then she put the 7 heads together and kissed them, turned up the whites of her eyes thrice, and thrice contracting the muscles of her throat with a sort of click, swallowed the water in her mouth. Next she drew the small white cloth which she took from the soul basket for the purpose across her lap, and laying the little bundle of 7 ears in it, anointed them with oil and tied them round with party-colored thread, benang panchawarna, after which she fumigated them with the incense, and strewing rice of each kind over them, folded the ends of the cloth over them, and deposited them as before in the basket, which was handed to the first bearer. Then standing up, she strewed more rice over the sheaf, and tossing some backwards over her head, threw the remainder over the rest of the party, saying Tabik, pardon, as she did so, and exclaiming Ker Semengat, Ker Semengat, Ker Semengat. Cluck, cluck, soul, in a loud voice. Next she pushed the coconut shell, which had contained the tepang tower, into the middle of the sheaf, and removed all traces of the lane which had been trodden round the sheaf, to make it accessible by bending down the surrounding ears of rice until the gap was concealed. Then the first bearer, slinging the basket of the rice child about her neck, by means of the red cloth before referred to, took an umbrella from one of the party and opened it to shield the rice child from the effects of the sun. And when the Pawang had reseated herself and repeated an Arabic prayer, standing erect again at the end of it with her hands clasped above her head, this part of the ceremony came to an end. Moving on to another part of the field, the Pawang now cut the next 7 heads and deposited them in one of the 3 rice baskets, which she then handed to one of the female bearers, telling her and her 2 companions to reap the field in parallel straight lines facing the sun, until they had filled the 3 rice baskets, after which they were to return to the house. Leaving the 3 reapers at their task, I followed the Pawang and eldest bearer, the latter still shielding the rice child from the sun with the umbrella, and arrived in time to witness the reception of the party as they reached the foot of the house ladder. Here, on the threshold, we were met by the wife of the owner and other women of his family, the former thrice calling out as we approached, "Apa kabar? What news?" and thrice receiving the reply, "Bake, it is well." On receiving this reply for the 3rd time, she threw saffron rice over the Pawang and repeated these lines. "Chop the tree galangang, a kind of shrub, chop it to pieces in front of the door. Yonder comes one swinging her arms that methinks is a child of mine." To which the Pawang immediately replied, "Chop the young bamboo shoots as fine as you can, if you wish to stupefy the fish in the main stream. In good sooth I have crossed the stream, for great was my desire to come hither." And the bearer of the rice child added doubtless on the rice child's behalf, "This measure is not a measure filled with pepper, but a measure filled with rice husks. My coming is not merely fortuitous, but great rather was my desire, the wish of my heart." She then entered the house and laid the rice child, still in its basket, on a new sleeping mat with pillows at the head. About 20 minutes later the 3 bearers returned, each of their rice baskets covered with a sarong. These baskets were carried into the bedroom and deposited in order of size on the mat at the foot of the soul basket, the largest basket being the nearest to the soul basket. Finally, the Pawang removed the sarongs which covered each basket and deposited them on the rice child's pillow, and sticking the penuways into her hair, fumigated the entire row of baskets and the rice child, and covered them over with the long white cloth, after which the wife of the master of the house was told to observe certain rules of taboo for 3 days. The following were the taboos imposed upon her. 1. Money, rice, salt, oil, tame animals, etc. were forbidden to leave the house, though they might enter it without ill consequences. 2. Perfect quiet must be observed, as in the case of a newborn child. 3. Hair might not be cut. 4. The reapers, till the end of the reaping, were forbidden to let their shadows fall upon the rice. Yang menue sampe habis menue, tiada bule menende bayang. 5. The light placed near the head of the rice child's bed might not be allowed to go out at night, whilst the hearth fire might not be allowed to go out at all, night or day, for the whole 3 days. The above taboos are in many respects identical with those which have to be observed for 3 days after the birth of a real child. I may add that every day, when the reapers start their reaping, they have to repeat the following charm. A swallow has fallen, striking the ground in the middle of our house yard. But ye, O shadows and spectral reapers, see that ye mingle not with us. When reaping, they must cover their heads and must face the sun, no matter what hour of the day it is, in order to prevent their own shadows from falling upon the rice in the basket at their side. Pounding the first of the paddy. I witnessed this ceremony 3 days later. At about 9 a.m., the 3 baskets filled with the first reapings were removed from the mat on which they had been placed, and their contents emptied out upon a new mat, to each corner of which 4 rice ears were tied, and trodden out diarcan by the owner of the field. Then the rice was poured back into 2 of the baskets, and the straw of the rice heads was plaited into a wreath. Drying the first of the paddy. Preparations being complete, the 2 baskets full of newly cut rice were carried down the steps and out to an open part of the field, a little way from the house, and there spread on a mat in the sun to dry. To spread it properly is not an easy matter. The operator, who in this case was the owner, standing on the mat and spreading the grains with a long sweeping motion of the hand from one side of the mat to the other, the process being called dekekar, dekacho, or membelikan jemoran. In the present case, several objects were placed in the center of the mat, consisting of 1. A basketwork stand, one of those used for the cooking pots and called lekar jantan. 2. A bowl of water deposited upon this stand and intended for the rice sole semingat paddy to drink when it becomes thirsty with the heat of the sun. 3. A big iron nail. 4. A candle nut bua keras. 5. 6 trodden out rice heads, a couple of which tied in a slip knot, simple puli, are fastened to each corner of the matting. Pounding of the rice from the 3 baskets. When the rice had been sufficiently dried, it was once more collected in the baskets and carried back to the house to be pounded. That operation took place the same evening, when the rice was pounded and winnowed in the ordinary way, the only noteworthy addition being the tying of bunches of the grass called sambaudara to the upper ends of the long wooden pestles which the Malays use for the pounding operation. Disposal of the empty rice stalks from the 3 baskets. The chaff, thus obtained, was deposited in a heap by the owner of the field in a place where 3 paths met, crowned with a wreath made of the empty rice stalks, and covered by a big stone which was intended, I was told, to keep it from being blown away. The sugar cane was left to grow in the midst of the mother sheaf, until the latter should be reaped by the wife of the owner. When this takes place, it is carried back to the house and used for next year's reaping. Meanwhile, the heads of the mother sheaf are pounded, and the grain thus obtained is mixed with the grain obtained from the rice sole and deposited in the rice bin kepak, together with a stone, a lump of rosin dammer, and a wreath composed of the empty rice ears. I may add that I saw the articles which had been deposited in the previous year, in the rice bin of the Malay, at whose house I witnessed the ceremony which I have just described. I did not witness the preliminary search for the mother sheaf, in which the rice sole was supposed to be contained, but it was described to me by the Pawang and performed for my benefit by the people of the house. The Pawang's description ran as follows. In order to confine the renkesa, a spectral reaper, to the boundaries, visit the 4 corners of the field, and at each corner tie a knot in a rice leaf, and hold your breath while you repeat the following charm. In the name of God, etc., a swallow has fallen striking the ground in the middle of our house yard. But ye, O shadows and spectral reapers, renkesa, have your appointed place on the boundaries of this field, by virtue of, etc. These noxious spirits being thus confined to the 4 corners, you may search in safety till you find one of the special varieties of rice ear in which the rice sole resides. There are several varieties, of which the best is called tongkat manda. It may be described as an ordinary rice head bending over to meet the tip of a second adventitious rice head, but it is produced only by a freak of nature. There is some risk connected with this variety, however, for if the reception sambut ceremony is not properly performed, the owner will die. The second best is called the kite, lang. The third best is called the veiled princess, putri berdudang. In this case, the sheath of the head is of unusual length and overshadows the head itself. A fourth kind is called padi berdulkum and is described as a female rice, padi betina, like the veiled princess. It has an unusually well-developed sheath, whilst a fifth kind is the padi mentara, a rice plant whose leaves show white lines or markings. How women should reap on ordinary occasions. Whenever women go out to reap, they should repeat certain charms before leaving the house, and again before depositing their baskets on the ground. Their heads should be covered, and they should always be careful to reap, as has been said, facing the sun, to prevent their shadow from falling upon the rice in the basket at their side. Occasionally, however, the body is uncovered, and I was even told of 1-inch Fatima of Jugra in Selangor, who when reaping stripped herself bare from the waist upwards, and when asked why she did so said it was to make the rice husks thinner, as she was tired of pounding thick-husked rice. The sheaf which is left standing after the taking home of the rice soul is called the mother of the rice soul, Ibu Semangat Padi, and treated as a newly made mother. That is to say, young shoots of trees, putic kayu, are taken, pounded together de tumbak, and scattered broadcast de taber, every evening for 3 successive days. When the 3 days are up, you take coconut pulp, isi near, and what are called goat flowers, bunga kaming, mix them, and eat them with a little sugar, spitting some of the mixture out among the rice. So after a birth, as the Pawang informed me, the young shoots of the jackfruit kababul nangka, the rose apple jambu, and certain kinds of banana, such as pisang abu and pisang bengala, and the thin pulp of young coconuts, kelongkong near, are mixed with dried fish, salt, acid asam, prawn condiment bilachan, and similar ingredients to form a species of salad rajak. For 3 successive days, this salad is administered to mother and child, the person who administers it saying, if the child be a girl, your mother is here, eat this salad, and if the child be a boy, your father is here, eat this salad. Invariably, too, when you enter the rice clearing menimpo lading, you must kiss the rice stalks, chiam tanke padi, saying, cluck cluck, soul of my child, kur semangat anak aku, just as if you were kissing an infant of your own. The last sheaf, as I think I have said, is reaped by the wife of the owner, who carries it back to the house, where it is threshed out and mixed with the rice soul. The owner then takes the rice soul and its basket and deposits it in the big circular rice bin used by the Malays, together with the product of the last sheaf. Some of the product of the first 7 heads will be mixed with next year's seed, and the rest will be mixed with next year's tepong tower. Minerals and mining charms. In the western states of the peninsula, by far the most important branch of industry has for many years been that of tin mining. Though something like 90% of the laborers employed in the mines are Chinese, the ceremonies used at the opening of tin mines are purely Malay in character. The post of mining wizard, once a highly lucrative one, was in past days almost always filled by a Malay, though occasionally the services of a jungle man, Sakai, would be preferred. These mining wizards enjoyed in their palmy days an extraordinary reputation, some of them being credited with the power of bringing ore to a place where it was known that no ore existed. Some, too, were believed to possess the power of sterilizing such ore as existed and of turning it into mere grains of sand. The ore itself is regarded as endued not only with vitality, but also with the power of growth, or of indifferent quality being regarded as too young muta, but as likely to improve with age. Sometimes, again, it is described as resembling a buffalo, in which shape it is believed to make its way from place to place underground. This idea, however, is probably based upon traditions of a lode, though it is quite in keeping with Malay ideas about the spirits residing in other minerals, the gold spirit being supposed to take the shape of a kijang or roe deer, whence the tradition of a golden roe deer being found at Rob in Pahang. In connection with the subject of tin mining, the account contributed in 1885 by Mr. Abraham Hale, then Inspector of Mines in the Kinta district of Perak, to the Journal of the Straits Asiatic Society is of such value as to necessitate its being quoted in extenso. It will be followed by such notes upon mining invocations as I was able to collect in Selangor. After which a few remarks upon the Malay theory of animism in minerals generally will bring the subject to a conclusion. To commence with Mr. Hale's account, the Valley of the Kinta is, and has been for a very long time, essentially a mining country. There are in the district nearly 500 registered mines, of which 3 are worked by European companies, the rest being either private mines, i.e. mines claimed by Malays, which have been worked by them and their ancestors for an indefinite period, or new mines, in other words new concessions given indifferently on application to Malays and Chinese. There are about 350 private Malay mines, and it is with these principally that the following paper will deal. So far, no lodes have been discovered in Kinta. It is, however, probable that, as the country is opened up and prospectors get up amongst the spurs of the main range, the sources of the stream tin will come to light. Mining in Kinta, like mining in Larat, is for stream tin, and this is found literally everywhere in Kinta. It is washed out of the sand in the riverbeds, a very favorite employment with mantling women. Kinta natives do not affect it much, although there is more than one stream where a good worker can earn $1 per day. It is mined for in the valley and sluiced for on the sides of hills. And lastly, a very suggestive fact to a geologist, it has been found on the tops of isolated limestone bluffs and in the caves which some of them contain. This stream tin has probably been worked for several centuries in Kinta. Local tradition says that a very long time ago Siamese were the principal miners, and there is evidence that very extensive work has been done here by somebody at a time, when the method was different from that which is commonly adopted by Kinta Malays at the present day. There are at least 50 deep well-like pits on the Lahat Hill, averaging about 8 feet in diameter and perhaps 20 feet deep. Further up country I have seen a large pit which the natives called a Siamese mine. This is about 50 feet in diameter and over 20 feet deep, and its age may be conjectured from the virgin forest in which it is situated. Besides these, at many places extensive workings are continually brought to light as the country is opened up, and these appear to have been left undisturbed for at least 100 years. Further evidence of old work is furnished by slabs of tin of a shape unlike that which has been used in Perak in the memory of living persons, and only a few weeks ago 2 very perfect curry stones of an unusual shape and particularly sharp grit were found at a depth of 8 feet in natural drift. These may, perhaps, have been used to grind grain. So peculiarly is Kinta a mining district, that even the Sakais of the hills do a little mining to get some tin sand wherewith to buy the choppers and sarongs which the Malays sell to them at an exorbitant price. The Malay Pawang, or medicine man, is probably the inheritor of various remnants and traditions of the religion which preceded Muhammadanism. And in the olden time, this class of persons derived a very fair revenue from the exercise of their profession, in propitiating and scaring those spirits who have to do with mines and miners. Even now, although the Malay Pawang may squeeze $100 or perhaps $200 out of the Chinese Tokay who comes to mine for tin in Malaya, the money is not perhaps badly invested, for the Chinaman is no prospector, whereas a good Malay Pawang has a wonderful nose for tin. And it may be assumed that the Chinese Tokay, and before his time the Malay miner, would not pay a tax to the Pawang unless they had some ground for believing that, by employing him and working under his advice, there would be more chance of success than if they worked only on their own responsibility. The Pawang being a person who claims to have powers of divination and other imperfectly understood attributes, endeavors to shroud his whole profession in more or less of mystery. In his vocabulary, as in that of the Gutta hunters, special terms are used to signify particular objects, the use of the ordinary words being dropped. This is called Bahasa Pantang. The following are some of the special terms alluded to. Berolak tinggi instead of gaji elephant. The elephant is not allowed on the mine or must not be brought on to the actual works for fear of damage to the numerous races and dams. To name him, therefore, would displease the spirits, Hantu. Berolak dapper instead of kuching cat. Cats are not allowed on mines, nor may the name be mentioned. A tiger of enormous size called Berolak is said to haunt Kinta. The legend about him is as follows. A long time ago, in the pre-Muhammadan days, a man caught a tiger kitten and took it home. It grew up quite tame and lived with the man until he died, when it returned to the jungle and grew to an enormous size, 9 cubits. Hasta long. It is still there, though nobody ever sees it. It does no harm, but sometimes very large tracks are seen, and men hear its roar, which is so loud that it can be heard from Khmer to Batu Gajah. When heard in the dry season, it is a sure prognostication of rain in 15 days' time. Sial, instead of Kerbau water buffalo. The buffalo is not allowed on the mine for the same reason as the elephant. Salanama, instead of Limau Nipi's lime fruit. If limes are brought onto a mine, the Hantu spirits are said to be offended. The particular feature of the fruit, which is distasteful, appears to be its acidity. It is peculiar that Chinese have this superstition concerning limes as well as Malays. Not very long ago, a Chinese tokay of a mine complained that the men of a rival Kongsi had brought limes and squeezed the juice into his head race, and, furthermore, had rubbed their bodies with the juice mixed with water out of his head race, and he said they had committed a very grave offense and asked that they might be punished for it. With Malays, this appears to be one of the most important panting rules, and to such a length is it carried that belacan, shrimp paste, is not allowed to be brought onto a mine for fear it should induce people to bring limes as well. Lime juice being a necessary adjunct to belacan when prepared for eating. Bua rumput or bunga rumput instead of biji tin sand. Akar or akar hidup instead of ular snake. Kunyet instead of lipan centipede. Batu pude instead of timametallic tin. It was important that the Pawang should be a marked man as to personal appearance. For this reason, there are certain positions of the body which may be assumed by him only when on the mine. These attitudes are first, standing with the hands clasped behind the back, and secondly, with the hands resting on the hips. This second position is assumed when he is engaged in invocating the spirits of a mine. The Pawang takes his station in front of the Jengulang, having a long piece of white cloth in his right hand, which he waves backwards and forwards over his shoulder 3 times, each time calling the special Hantu whom he wishes to propitiate by name. Whilst engaged in this invocation, his left hand rests on his hip. During the performance of any professional duty, he is also invariably dressed in a black coat. This nobody but the Pawang is allowed to wear on a mine. These attitudes and the black coat comprise what is technically termed the Pakai Pawang. The professional duty of the Pawang of a mine consists in carrying out certain ceremonies, for which he is entitled to collect the customary fees, and in enforcing certain rules for the breach of which he levies the customary fines. At the time of the opening of a mine, he has to erect a jengulang and to call upon the tutelary Hantu of the locality to assist in the enterprise. The fee for this is 1 bag, karong, of tin sand. At the request of the miners, instead of a jengulang, a kapala nasi may be erected, as cheaper and more expeditious. The fee is 1 gantang of tin sand. He also assists in the ceremony of hanging the ancha in the smelting house. His principal associate in this is the Panglima Clion, who draws the ancha up to its proper position close under the attaps. 1 raw cotton must not be brought onto a mine in any shape, either in its native state or as stuffing of bolsters or mattresses. The fine, Hukum Pawang, is $12.50. The ordinary pillow used by a miner is made of some soft wood. 2 black coats and the attitudes designated Pakai Pawang may not be assumed by anyone on the mine, with the exception of the Pawang. Hukum Pawang, $12.50. 3. The gourd used as a water vessel by Malays, all descriptions of earthenware, glass, and all sorts of limes and lemons, and the outer husk of the coconut are prohibited articles on mines. Hukum Pawang, $12.50. No tall eating and drinking vessels should be made of coconut shell or of wood. The noise made by earthenware and glass is said to be offensive to the Hantu. But in the case of a breach of this regulation, the Pawang would warn the offenders 2 or 3 times before he claimed the fine. 4 gambling and quarreling are strictly forbidden on mines. The fine is claimed for the first offense. Hukum Pawang, $12.50. 5 wooden aqueducts, palong, must be prepared in the jungle a long way from the mine. Hukum Pawang, $12.50. The noise of the chopping is said to be offensive to the Hantu. 6. Any breach of the Bahasa Pantang is an offense. Hukum Pawang, $12.50. 7. Charcoal must not be allowed to fall into the races. Hukum Pawang, $12.50. 8. A miner must not wear and go to work on the mine in another man's trousers. Hukum Pawang, 1 karong of tin sand. Note this applies only to the senar seluar basa, or working dress. It is also an offense to work in the garment called sarong. 9. If the chupak measure of the mine is broken, it must be renewed within 3 days. Hukum Pawang, 1 bara of tin. 10. No weapon may be brought within the 4 posts of the smelting house, which immediately surround the furnace. Hukum Pawang, $1.25. 11. Coats may not be worn within this space. Hukum Pawang, $1.25. 12. These posts may not be cut or hacked. Hukum Pawang, 1 slab of tin. 13. If a miner returns from work, bringing back with him some tin sand, and discovers that somebody has eaten the cold rice which he had left at home, he may claim from the delinquent 1 karong of tin sand. The Pawang adjudicates in the matter. 14. An earthenware pot prayak, which is broken, must be replaced within 3 days. Hukum Pawang, 1 karong of tin sand. 15. No one may cross a race in which a miner is sluicing without going some distance above him, upstream. If he does, he incurs a penalty of as much tin sand as the race contains at the moment, payable to the owner of the race. The Pawang adjudicates. 16. A crease or spear at a mine, if without a sheath, must be carefully wrapped in leaves. Even the metal setting, simpe, must be hidden. Spears may only be carried at the trail. Hukum Pawang uncert. 17. On the death of any miner, each of his comrades on that mine pays to the Pawang 1 chupak, penjuru, of tin sand. It will be noticed that the amount of the majority of these fines is $12.50. This is half of the amount of the fine which, under the Malay customary law, a chief could impose on a rakyat for minor offenses. It is also the amount of the customary dowry in the case of a marriage with a slave or with the widow or divorced wife of a rakyat. The Malay miner has peculiar ideas about tin and its properties. In the first instance, he believes that it is under the protection and command of certain spirits, whom he considers it necessary to propitiate. Next, he considers that the tin itself is alive and has many of the properties of living matter. That of its own volition it can move from place to place, that it can reproduce itself, and that it has special likes or perhaps affinities for certain people and things, and vice versa. Hence, it is advisable to treat tin ore with a certain amount of respect, to consult its convenience, and what is, perhaps, more curious, to conduct the business of mining in such a way that the tin ore may, as it were, be obtained without its own knowledge. Mr. Hale adds an interesting vocabulary of Malay mining terms, from which the following words are extracted, as being specially connected with the superstitions of the miners. Ancha a square frame 16x16, composed of strips of split bamboo for the floor and 4 pieces of peeled wood for the sides. The proper wood is kayu sungke, because it has flat, even twigs and leaves which lie flat and symmetrically. These must be bound together with a creeper. Rattan may not be used. It is hung to the chalang bumbong just under the taps of the smelting shed. It is used as an altar, the offerings made by the miners to the spirits being placed on it. Jenggulang, the platform or altar erected by the Pawang at the opening of a mine. It should be built entirely of kayu sungke. The wood is peeled, except the 4 branches which serve as posts. These are only peeled up to the twigs and leaves, which are left on, about 4 feet 6 inches from the ground. At 3 feet 3 inches from the ground, a square platform of round peeled sticks, about 1 foot 3 inches each way, is arranged. 1 foot above the level of the platform, a sort of railing is fixed round 3 sides of the square, and from the open side, a ladder with 4 steps reaches down to the ground. The railing is carried down to the ground on each side of the ladder, and supports a fringe of coconut leaves, jari lipen. The whole erection must be tied together with creepers. Rattan must not be used. Jari lipene, fringe made of the young white leaflets of the coconut palm plaited together. Jampi, the incantation of the Pawang. Kapala nasi, a stake of peeled wood, kayu sungke, stuck in the ground. The top of this is split into 4 so as to support a platform similar to that of the jenggulang. Offerings are made upon it. Pantang burak mata. the period of mourning observed when a death occurs at a mine. Mourning consists in abstention from work, in the case of a neighbor or comrade, for 3 days, or, in the case of the death of the Pawang, Penghulu Kelian, or the feudal chief, for 7 days. The expression is derived from the supposition that in 3 days the eyes of a corpse have quite disappeared. Chinese miners have a similar custom. Whoever goes to assist in the burial of a corpse must not only abstain from work, but must not go near the mine or smelting furnace for 3 days. Parasap, half a coconut shell, a cup, or any other vessel, in which votive offerings of sweet-smelling woods and gums are burnt. Sangka, a receptacle in which to burn offerings of sweet woods and gums. It is made of a stick of bamboo about 3 feet long, one end being split and opened out to receive the charcoal. It is stuck in the ground near races and heaps of tin sand. Tatan Gyulang, the Pawang's fee for the ceremony of erecting a jengulang. The following notes on tin mining in Selangor were contributed to the Selangor Journal by Mr. J. C. Pasquale, a well-known local miner. The Malay mining Pawang will soon be a thing of the past, and many a Pawang has returned to tilling the soil in place of his less legitimate occupation of imposing upon the credulity of the miners. The reason for this is not far to seek, as the Malay miner, as well as the Chinese miner of the old school, with their 1001 superstitions, has given place to a more modern and matter-of-fact race, who place more reliance for prospecting purposes on boring tools than on the divination and jampi of the Pawang. But the profession of the Pawang has not altogether died out, as he is sometimes called into requisition for the purpose of casting out evil spirits from the mines, of converting amang, pyrites, into tin ore, and of invoking the spirits of a mine previous to the breaking of the first sod in a new venture. These ceremonies generally involve the slaying of a buffalo, a goat, or fowls, and the offering of betel leaf, incense, and rice, according to the means of the Tokay Lambang. The term Pawang is now used by the Chinese to indicate the smelter, Chinese of a mine, probably from the fact that this office was formerly the monopoly of the Malay Pawang. To the Pawangs are attributed extraordinary powers, for besides inducing tin ore to continue or become plentiful in a mine, he can cause its disappearance from a rich claim by the inevitable jampi, this latter resource being resorted to by way of revenge in cases where the Tokay Lambang, or labor, fails to carry out his pecuniary obligation towards the Pawang whose aid he had invoked in less prosperous times. Some of the stories told of the prowess of Pawangs are very ridiculous. For instance, a native lady in Ulu Langat, for women are also credited with the Pawang attributes, who was the Pawang of Sunjay Jelak in Kajang, could command a grain of tin ore to crawl on the palm of her hand like a live worm. The failure of the Sunjay Jelak mines was attributed to her displeasure on account of an alleged breach of contract on the part of the Tokay Lambang. The term Pawang is sometimes used as a verb in the sense of to prospect, a Sunjay or stream. Thus, in alluding to certain streams or mines, it is not uncommon to hear a Malay say that they have been prospected, Suda de Pawangkan, by inch, so-and-so meaning that the stream had been discovered and proved by a Pawang prior to the opening of the mines. In a later article, Mr. Pasquale says, "It is believed that tin will even on rare occasions announce its presence by a peculiar noise heard in the stillness of night, and that some birds and insects by their chirrupings and whirrings will proclaim its whereabouts." In a still later article, after briefly referring to the use of the Bahasa Pantang, or taboo language, by tin miners in Selangor, Mr. Pasquale proceeds, "There are, again, certain acts which are forbidden. In the mine, especially if the carring has not yet been removed, it is forbidden to wear shoes or carry an umbrella. This rule, it seems, originated with the coolies themselves, who in olden times insisted that the Tokay labber should take off his shoes and close his umbrella whenever he visited the mine, so that, as they alleged, the spirits might not be offended. But their real object was not to allow him to pry too much into the mine, in case it might not bear scrutiny. And thus, by depriving him of the protection from the sun and from the rough mining quartz which would have been afforded by the umbrella and shoes, they prevented him from going about here, there, and everywhere, and making unpleasant inquiries, as he would otherwise have liked to do. Quarreling and fighting in the mine is strictly forbidden, as it has a tendency to drive away the ore. Bathing in the mine is not allowed. A man must not work in the mine with only his bathing cloth around his body. He must wear trousers. If a man takes off his sun hat and puts it on the ground, he must turn it over and let it rest upon its crown. Limes cannot be brought into the mine. This superstition is peculiar to the Malay miner, who has a special dread of this fruit, which in Pantang language he calls salanama lit. Wrong name instead of limau nippies. In looking at the check roll, it is forbidden to point at the names with the finger. No one may examine the check roll at night with an open light, owing more probably to the fear of setting it on fire than to superstitious prejudices. It is considered unlucky for a man to fall off the mining ladder, for, whether he is hurt or not, he is likely to die within the year. An outbreak of fire in the mine is considered an omen of prosperity. Several mines have been known to double or treble their output of tin after the occurrence of a fire. It is unlucky for a coolie to die in the kongsi house. When, therefore, a man is very sick and past all hopes of recovery, it is customary to put him out of the house in an extempore hut erected in the scrub, so that death may not take place in the kongsi amongst the living. His chulays attend him during his last hours and bury him when dead. These and other superstitious ideas and observances are, however, fast dying out, though it would still be an unsafe experiment to enter a mine with shoes on and an umbrella over your head. The remaining notes on mining ceremonies and charms were collected by me in Selangor. On reaching the tin-bearing stratum, the tin ore is addressed by name. Peace be with you, O tin ore. At the first it was dew that turned into water, and water that turned into foam, and foam that turned into rock, and rock that turned into tin ore. Do you, O tin ore, lying in a matrix of solid rock, come forth from this matrix of solid rock. If you do not come forth, you shall be a rebel in the sight of God. Ho, tin ore, sir floating islet, flotsam at sea, and flotsam on land, do you float up to the surface of this my tank, or you shall be a rebel to God, etc. Sometimes each grain of ore appears to be considered as endowed with a separate entity or individuality. Thus, we find in another invocation the following passage, where the wizard is addressing the grains of ore. Do you, grains of ore, that are on the hills descend to the plains, you that are at the headwaters descend to midstream, you that are at the estuary ascend to midstream, and assemble yourselves together in this spot. Assemble yourselves together, rice grains and spinach seed, tobacco seed, millet and wild ginger seed, assemble ye together in this spot. I am desirous of excavating this spot, and of making a mine here. If ye do not assemble yourselves together, I shall curse you, you shall be turned into dust, and turned into air, and you shall also be turned into water. The separate personality of each individual grain is remarkably clear in the above passage. The names of the different kinds of seed are in allusion to the various shapes and sizes of the grains of ore. Yet in the very same charm, various kinds of lizards and centipedes are begged to bring the tin ore with them, some of them a grain or two, some of them a fistful or two, some of them a gallon or two, some of them a load or two, and so on. No doubt the wizard was determined to allow the grains no loophole for escape. The objects of the charms employed by the mining wizards are the following. 1. To clear the jungle of evil spirits and propitiate the good ones, before starting to fell, as is shown by the following passage. O grandfather King Solomon, Black King Solomon, I desire to fell these woods. But it is not I who am in charge of these woods, it is Yellow King Solomon who is in charge of them, and Red King Solomon who is in charge of them. It is I who fell the jungle. But only with the permission of those two persons. Rise, rise, O ye who watch it, the tin. 3 chews of betel for you, and 3 cigarettes. O Maymurup, O Maymura, O Gadak Hidam. See Gadak Hidam, Black Granny from downstream. See Gadak Kuning, Yellow Granny from upstream, and see Maymura from midstream. Here some lines follow which are as yet untranslatable. Retire ye and avant from hence. If ye retire not from hence, as you stride, your leg shall break. As you stretch your hand out, your hand shall be crippled. As you open your eye to look, your eyeball shall burst, your eye stabbed through with a thorn of the Tirong Assam, and your hand pierced with the Sega Jantan, and your fingernails with heart of Brazil wood. Moreover, your tongue shall be slit with a bamboo splinter, for thus was it sworn by grandfather Sakarnaninini into the leaf of the Putajaya, upon the summit of the mountain of Ceylon. I know the origin from which you spring, from the black blood and the red, that was your origin. We are two sons of one father, but with different inheritances. In my charge is gold and tin ore. In yours are rocks and sand, with chaff and bran. 2. To clear evil spirits away from the ground before commencing the work of excavation. The charm for this is given in the appendix, but is little more than a list of names. 3. To propitiate the local spirits and induce the tin ore to show itself, when the tin-bearing stratum is reached, by means of the charm quoted above. 4. To induce the spirits to partake of a banquet which is spread for them in a receptacle, intended to be the model of a royal audience chamber. This, the spirits' audience chamber, as it is called, is usually from 2 to 3 feet square, and is filled with offerings similar in character to those usually deposited on the sacrificial tray, anchek, with the addition, however, of certain articles which are considered to be specially representative of the miner's food. These articles are sugar cane, plantains, yams, sweet potatoes, and fish, etc., all of which should be placed together with the customary offerings in the spirit's audience chamber. Outside the audience hall, at each of the 2 front corners, should be placed a red and a white flag and a wax taper, and at each of the 2 back corners should be placed a taper, making in all 4 flags and 7 tapers. A standard censer, parasapan, must be erected in front of the audience chamber, and a second small censer must also be obtained, so that burning incense may be waved to and fro underneath the floor of the audience chamber in order to fumigate it before the offerings are deposited inside it. During the fumigation, a charm is recited, in which the assistance of the spirits of certain canonized Mohammedan worthies is invoked, concluding thus: Peace be with you, O white sheik, wizard of the virgin jungle, wizards old and wizards young, come hither and share the banquet I have prepared for you. I crave pardon for all mistakes, for all shortcomings I beg pardon in every particular. Then when the tapers are all lighted and the offerings ready, a further charm is recited, which begins as follows. Ho, white sheik, king of the virgin jungle, it is you to whom belong all people of the jungle and virgin forest. Do you, whose back is turned towards heaven, give your orders to all the elders of the earth and princes who are here, you who here hold the position of Indra, come hither and partake of my banquet. I wish to ask for your assistance. I wish to excavate this mine. The chief taboos are the killing of any sort of living creature within the mine, to wear a sarong Malay skirt, to bring into the mine the skin of any beast, and to wear shoes or use an umbrella within the mine. These are some of the perpetual taboos, but no doubt there are many others. In the case of a sacrifice, however, the white buffalo may of course be killed, not within the mine itself, but still upon its brink. And when this is done, the head is buried and small portions, which must be representative of every part of the carcass, should be taken and deposited in the audience chamber. Among the 7 days taboos are mentioned the killing of any living timber within the precincts of the mine, lewdness, and the praising or admiring of the grass seed, Pujibua rumput, which is the name by which the tin ore must invariably be called within the precincts of the mine. This last taboo is due to the use of a special mining vocabulary to which the greatest attention was formerly paid, and which did not differ very greatly from that used in Perak. Another account of the ceremony runs as follows. I give it word for word, as I took it down from my Malay informant. Take 5 portions of cooked and 5 portions of uncooked fowls, both white and black, together with black pullet rice, millet seed, sek, seeds of the chebak china, etc., etc. When all is ready, burn incense, scatter the black rice with the right hand over the bottom of a tray, i.e. an anchek, such as is used for offerings to the spirits. Fumigate and deposit the offerings in 5 portions upon this layer of rice, 1 portion going to each corner and 1 to the middle of the tray. Take black cloth, 5 cubits long, fumigate it, and wave it thrice round the head with the right hand from left to right, repeating the following invocation, Sarapa. O grandfather Batten the elder, in whose charge are caverns and hill-locked basins, O grandfather Batten the younger, in whose charge are all these your civil and military companies. May the ore which is on the hills descend to the plain, may that which is upstream descend to midstream, and that which is downstream ascend to midstream. Assemble you together, O oars, in this spot. It is not I who call you, It is Grandfather Batten the Elder who calls you. It is Batten the Younger who calls you. It is the elder wizard who calls you. It is the younger wizard who calls you. Assemble yourselves together, rubbish and trash, house lizards, caloric, centipedes, and millipedes, and partake of my banquet. Let whosoever comes bring me a kedong or two, a fistful or two, an arai or two, a gallon or two, a basket or two. Assemble yourselves together. Boiled rice seed, spinach seed, tobacco seed, millet seed, wild ginger seed. Assemble yourselves together in this spot. I wish to excavate this spot. I wish to open a mine. If you do not come, if you do not gather yourselves together, I shall curse you. You shall turn into dust, into air, and into water. By virtue of the magic arts of my teacher be my petition granted. It is not I who petition, it is the elder wizard who petitions, it is the younger wizard who petitions. By the grace of there is no God but God, etc. The foregoing descriptions of mining ceremonies and charms refer to tin only, but in so far as general animistic ideas go, they might be equally well applied to other metals, such as silver and gold. It has already been remarked that as the tin spirit is believed to take the form of a buffalo, so the gold spirit is said to take the form of a golden roe deer, kijang. Of the ceremonies which the Malays believe to be essential for successful gold mining, not much information has yet been published. In Denai's descriptive dictionary, however, we read the following. Gold is believed to be under the care and in the gift of a dua, or god, and its search is therefore unhallowed, for the miners must conciliate the dua by prayers and offerings, and carefully abstain from pronouncing the name of God or performing any act of worship. Any acknowledgement of the sovereignty of Allah offends the dua, who immediately hides the gold, or renders it invisible. At some of the great Limbangan mass or gold pits in the Malay states of the interior, any allusion to the deity subjects the unwitting miner to a penalty which is imposed by the penghulu. The qualities of the gold vary greatly in the same country. The finest gold brought to market is that of the Principality of Pahang, on the eastern side of the Malay Peninsula, which brings a higher price than even that of Australia by better than 3%. The gold is all obtained by washing, and the metal has never been worked and scarcely even traced to the original veins. It is mostly in the form of powder or dust, the masuri of the Malays, literally loose or disintegrated gold. Gold, silver, and an amalgam formed of the two are regarded as the three most precious metals, and of these gold is, to a very uncertain and partial extent, still sometimes regarded as a royal prerogative. Of silver still less information has been collected than of gold. This, however, is but natural, as silver has not yet been found in payable quantities, whereas many gold mines exist. It is just possible, however, that silver may be worked by the Malays on a small scale in the Siamese Malay states, as it would be difficult on any other hypothesis to account for the following invocation, which was given me by a Malay of Kelantan, Chi, Abaz. Peace be with you, O child of the solitary Jin Salaka, silver. I know your origin. Your dwelling place is the yellow cloud rock, the place of your penance the sea of Belongan Dara. The place of your penance is a pond in every stream. The place of your birth was the bay where the wind dies. Ho, child of the solitary Jin Salaka, come hither at this time, this very moment. I wish to make you a propitiatory offering, to banquet you on a rack and toddy. If you do not come hither at this very moment, you shall be a rebel unto God, and a rebel unto God's prophet Solomon, for I am God's prophet Solomon. No other metals, so far as I am aware, are worked to any extent in the peninsula, yet there is the clearest possible evidence of animistic ideas about iron. Thus, for the sacred lump of iron, which forms part of the regalia of more than one of the petty sultans in the peninsula, the Malays entertain the most extraordinary reverence, not unmingled with superstitious terror. It is upon this lump of iron, when placed in water, that the most solemn and binding oath known to those who make use of it is sworn, and it is to this lump of iron that the Malay wizard refers when he recites his category of the most terrible denunciations that Malay magic has been able to invent. It is possible that there may be, in the Malay mind at all events, some connection between the supernatural powers ascribed to this portion of the regalia and the more general use of iron as a charm against evil spirits. For the various forms of iron which play so conspicuous a part in Malay magic, from the long iron nail, which equally protects the newborn infant and the rice soul from the powers of evil, to the betel-nut scissors, which are believed to scare the evil spirits from the dead, are alike called the representatives, symbols or emblems, of iron tanda besi. So, too, is the blade of the wood knife, or cutlass, which a jungle Malay will sometimes plant in the bed of a stream, with its edge towards the source before he will venture to drink of the water. So, too, is the blade of the same knife, upon the side of which he will occasionally seat himself when he is eating alone in the forest. Both of these precautions being taken, however, as I have more than once been told, not only to drive away evil spirits, but to confirm the speaker's own soul, menatapkan semangat. Even stone appears to be regarded as distinctly connected with ideas of animism. Thus the stone deposited in the basket with the rice soul, the stone deposited in the child's swinging cot by way of a substitute when the child is temporarily taken out of it, and above all the various concretions to be found from time to time both in the bodies of animals, bezoar, stones, and in the stems or fruit of trees, as tabashir, are examples of this. Examples of tabashir have already been quoted, under vegetation charms, but a few remarks about bezoar stones may be of interest. The bezoar stones known to the peninsular Malays are usually obtained either from monkeys or porcupines. Extraordinary magical virtues are attached to these stones, the gratings of which are mixed with water and administered to the sick. I was once asked $200 for a small stone which its owner kept in cotton wool in a small tin box, where it lay surrounded by grains of rice, upon which he declared that it fed. I asked him how it could be proved that it was a true bezoar stone, which it undoubtedly was not, and he declared that if it were placed upon an inverted tumbler and touched with the point of a kairis dagger or a lime fruit, it would commence to move about. Both tests were therefore applied in my presence, but the motion of the bezoar stone in each case proved to be due to the most overt trickery on the part of the owner, who by pressing on one side of the stone, which was spherical in shape naturally, caused it to move. In fact, I was easily able to produce the same effect in the same way as I presently showed him, though of course he could not be brought to admit the deception. Before I leave this portion of the subject, I may mention that magic powers are very generally ascribed to the Celts, or Stone Age, implements which are frequently found in the peninsula, and are called thunderbolts badu halalinter. They are not unfrequently grated and mixed with water and drunk like the bezoar stones, but usually they are kept merely as a touchstone for gold. See water. 1. Purification by water. The following description, by Sir W. E. Maxwell of the bathing ceremony, as practiced by the Perak Malays, may be taken as typical of this subject. Limes are used in Perak as we use soap when a Malay has resolved on having a really good scrub. They are cut in two and squeezed ramas in the hand. In Penang, a root called sintak is usually preferred to limes. When the body is deemed sufficiently cleansed, the performer, taking his stand facing the east, spits 7 times and then counts up 7 aloud. After the word tujo, 7, he throws away the remains of the limes or sintak to the west, saying aloud, Pergala Samua Sayal Jambalang Durapada, Badan Aku Kapuset Tasik Pajengi. Misfortune and spirits of evil be gone from my body to the whirlpool of the lake Pajengi. Then he throws, juris, a few buckets of water over himself, and the operation is complete. The lake Pajengi is situated in mid-ocean, and its whirlpool most likely causes the tides. All the waters of the sea and rivers are finally received there. It is probably as eligible an abode for exorcised spirits as the Red Sea was once considered to be by our forefathers. The ceremony just described is evidently a form of purification by water. Similar purificatory ceremonies form an integral part of Malay customs at birth, adolescence, marriage, sickness, death, and in fact at every critical period of the life of a Malay, but will be most conveniently discussed in detail under each of the particular headings referred to. The Tepang Tower ceremony, for the details of which see Chapter 3, and which is perhaps the commonest of all Malay magic rites, would also seem to have originated from ideas of ceremonial purification. The sea, rivers, and streams. The Malays have been from time immemorial a seafaring race, and are quite as superstitious in their ideas of the sea as sailors in other parts of the world. As has been already indicated, their animistic notions include a belief in water spirits, both of the sea and of rivers, and occasionally this belief finds expression in ritual observances. Thus, for instance, it was formerly the custom to insert a number of sugar palm twigs, segar kabong, into the top of the ship's mast, making the end of it look not unlike a small birch of black twigs. This was intended to prevent the water spirit, Hantu Ayer, from settling on the mast. His appearance when he does settle is described as resembling the glow of fireflies or of phosphorescence in the sea, evidently a form of St. Elmo's fire. The ship being a living organism, one must, of course, when all is ready, persuade it to make a proper start. To effect this, you go on board, and sitting down beside the well pedak ruang, burn incense and strew the sacrificial rice, and then tapping the inside of the keelson, jintek and sarampu, and the next plank above it, a pit lempong, beg them to adhere to each other during the voyage, e.g. Peace be with you, O big medang and low-growing medang. Be ye not parted brother from brother. I desire you to speed me, to the utmost of your power, to such and such a place. If you will not, ye shall be rebels against God, etc. I need hardly explain, perhaps, that big medang and low-growing medang are the names of two varieties of the same tree, which are supposed in the present instance to have furnished the timber from which these different parts were made. Then you stand up in the bows and call upon the sea spirits for their assistance in pointing out shoals, snags, and rocky islets. Sometimes a talisman is manufactured by writing an Arabic text on a leaf, which is then thrown into the sea. So, too, it is not unusual to see rocks in midstream near the mouths of rivers adorned with a white cloth hanging from a long stick or pole, which marks them out as sacred places. And sometimes in rapids where navigation is difficult or dangerous, offerings are made to the river spirits, as the following quotation will show. We commenced at last to slide down a long reach of troubled water perceptibly out of the horizontal. The raft buried itself under the surface, leaving dry only our little stage, and the whole fabric shook and trembled as if it were about to break up. Yelling Sambut, Sambut, receive, receive, to the spirits of the stream, whom Kilip Mohammed was propitiating with small offerings of rice and leaves, the panting boatmen continued their struggles until we shot out once more into smooth, deep water, and all danger was over. The importance of rivers in the Malay Peninsula, and for that matter, in Malayan countries generally, can hardly be overrated. It was by the rivers that Malay immigration, coming for the most part, if not entirely, from Sumatra, entered the interior of the peninsula, and before the influx of Europeans had superseded them by roads and railways, the rivers were the sole means of inland communication. All old Malay settlements are situated on the banks of rivers or streams, both on this account and because of the necessity of having a plentiful supply of water for the purpose of irrigating the rice fields, which constitute the main source of livelihood for the inhabitants. Accordingly, the backbone, so to speak, of a Malay district is the river that runs through it, and from which in most cases the district takes its name. For here, as elsewhere, the river names are generally older than the names of territorial divisions. They are often unintelligible and probably of pre-Malayan origin, but are sometimes derived from the Malay names of forest trees. As a rule, every reach and point has a name known to the local Malays, even though the river may run through forest and swamp, with only a few villages scattered at intervals of several miles along its banks. Of river legends, there are not a few. The following extract relates to one of the largest rivers of the peninsula, the River Perak, which gives its name to the largest and most important of the Malay states of the west coast. Perak means silver, though none is mined in the country, and the legend is a fair specimen of the sort of story which grows up round an attempt to account for an otherwise inexplicable name. On their return downstream, the Raja and his followers halted at Chigargala, where a small stream runs into the River Perak. They were struck with astonishment at finding the water of this stream as white as santan, the grated pulp of the coconut mixed with water. Magat Tarawees, who was dispatched to the source of the stream to discover the cause of this phenomenon, found there a large fish of the kind called haryuan engaged in suckling her young one. She had large white breasts from which milk issued. He returned and told the Raja, who called the river Perak, silver, in allusion to its exceeding whiteness. Then he returned to Kota Lama. Reptiles and reptile charms. The crocodile. Of the origin of the crocodile, two conflicting stories, at least, are told. One of these was collected by Sir William Maxwell in Perak. The other was taken down by me from a Labu Malay in Selangor, but I have not met with it elsewhere. A parallel version of the story quoted by Maxwell being the commonest form of the legend in Selangor as well as Perak. Sir William Maxwell's account runs as follows. In the case of the crocodile, we find an instance of a dangerous animal being regarded by Malays as possessed of mysterious powers, which distinguish him from most of the brute creation, and class him with the tiger and elephant. Just as in some parts of India sacred crocodiles are protected and fed in tanks set apart for them by Hindus, so in Malay rivers here and their particular crocodiles are considered kramat, sacred, and are safe from molestation. On a river in the interior of Malacca, I have had my gun barrels knocked up when taking aim at a crocodile. The Malay who did it immediately falling on his knees in the bottom of the boat and entreating forgiveness, on the ground that the individual reptile aimed at was kramat, and that the speaker's family would not be safe if it were injured. The source of ideas like this lies far deeper in the Malay mind than his Muhammadanism, but the new creed has, in many instances, appropriated and accounted for them. The connection of the tiger with Ali, the uncle of the Prophet, has already been explained. A grosser Muhammadan fable has been invented regarding the crocodile. This reptile, say the Perak Malays, was first created in the following manner. There was once upon a time a woman called Putri Padang Jeransing, whose petitions found great favor and acceptance with the Almighty. She it was who had the care of Sidi Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet. One day she took some clay and fashioned it into the likeness of what is now the crocodile. The material on which she molded the clay was a sheet of yupi, the sheath of the betel nut palm. This became the covering of the crocodile's undersurface. When she attempted to make the mass breathe, it broke in pieces. This happened twice. Now it chanced that the Tuan Putri had just been eating sugar cane, so she arranged a number of sugar cane joints to serve as a backbone, and the peelings of the rind she utilized as ribs. On its head, she placed a sharp stone, and she made eyes out of bits of saffron cuniate. The tail was made of the midrib and leaves of a betel nut frond. She prayed to God Almighty that the creature might have life, and it at once commenced to breathe and move. For a long time it was a plaything of the Prophet's daughter, Sidi Fatima, but it at length became treacherous and faithless to Tuan Putri Padang Jeransing, who had grown old and feeble. Then Fatima cursed it, saying, "Thou shalt be the crocodile of the sea, no enjoyment shall be thine, and thou shalt not know lust or desire." She then deprived it of its teeth and tongue, and drove nails into its jaws to close them. It is these nails which serve the crocodile as teeth to this day. Malay Pawangs in Perak observe the following methods of proceeding when it is desired to hook a crocodile to commence with, a white fowl must be slain in the orthodox way, by cutting its throat, and some of its blood must be rubbed on the line, usually formed of rattan to which the fowl itself is attached as bait. The dying struggles of the fowl in the water are closely watched, and conclusions are drawn from them as to the probable behavior of the crocodile when hooked. If the fowl goes to a considerable distance, the crocodile will most likely endeavor to make off. But it will be otherwise if the fowl moves a little way only up and down or across the stream. When the line is set, the following spell must be repeated. Ordangsari Kamalasari, Sambat Kiram Tuan Putri Padang Jeransing, Tidak de Sambat Mata Angkau Chabat, O Dangsari, lotus flower, receive what is sent thee by the Lady Princess Padang Jeransing. If thou receivest it not, may thy eyes be torn out. As the bait is thrown into the water, the operator must blow on it 3 times, stroke it 3 times, and thrice repeat the following sentence, with his teeth closed and without drawing breath. Kun kata Alasapia kun kata Mohammed tab paku. Kun saith God, so kun saith Mohammed, nail be fixed. Other formulas are used during other stages of the proceedings. The rarer story, to which allusion has been made, was the following. There was a woman who had a child which had just learnt to sit up, tahu dudak, and to which she gave the name of Saralang. One day she took the child to the riverside in order to bathe it, but during the latter operation, it slipped from her grasp and fell into the river. The mother shrieked and wept, but as she did not know how to dive, she had to return home without her child. That night she dreamed a dream in which her child appeared and said, "Weep no more, mother, I have turned into a crocodile and am now called Grandsire Saralang, To Saralang. If you would meet me, come tomorrow to the spot where you lost me." Next morning, therefore, the mother repaired to the river and called upon the name of her child, whereupon her child rose to the surface, and she saw that from the waist downwards he had already turned into a crocodile, though he was still human down to the waist. Now the child said, "Come back again after 14 days, and remember to bring an egg and a plantain banana." She therefore went again at the time appointed, and having called upon him by his new name, To Saralang, he again came to the surface, when she saw that from the waist upwards he had also now turned into a crocodile. So she gave him the egg and the plantain, and he devoured them, and when he had done so he said, "Whenever the crocodiles get ferocious ganas, and commence to attack human beings, take a plantain, an egg, and a handful of parched rice, and after scattering the rice on the river, leave the egg and the plantain on the bank, calling upon my name, To Saralang, as you do so, and their ferocity will immediately cease." The notes on crocodile folklore, which will now be given, were reprinted in the Selangor Journal from the Perak Museum Notes of Mr. Ray. When the eggs of a crocodile are hatching out, the mother watches. The little ones that take to their native element she does not molest, but she eats up all those which run away from the water, but should any escape her and get away onto the land, they will change into tigers. Some of these reptiles are said to have tongues, and when possessed of that organ, they are very much more vicious and dangerous than the ordinarily formed ones. When a crocodile enters a river, it swallows a pebble, so that on opening the stomach of one, it is only necessary to count the stones in it to tell how many rivers it has been into during its life. The Malays call these stones kira kira daya on this account. The Indians on the banks of the Orinoco, on the other hand, assert that the alligator swallows stones to add weight to its body to aid it in diving and dragging its prey underwater. Crocodiles inhabiting a river are said to resent the intrusion of strangers from other waters, and fights often take place in consequence. According to the Malays, they are gifted with 2 pairs of eyes. The upper ones they use when above water, and the under pair when beneath the surface. This latter pair is situated halfway between the muzzle and the angle of the mouth, on the undersurface of the lower jaw. These are in reality not eyes, but inward folds of skin connected by a duct with a scent gland, which secretes an unctuous substance of a dark gray color, with a strong musky odor. Medicinal properties are attributed to the flesh of the males, which are believed to be of very rare occurrence, and to be quite unable to leave the water by reason of their peculiar conformation. The fact is that the sexes are almost undistinguishable, except on dissection, and therefore the natives class all that are caught as females. While on this subject, it may be worth mentioning that at Port Weld there used to be a tame crocodile which would come when called. The Malays fed it regularly and said it was not vicious and would not do any harm. It was repeatedly seen by the yearly visitants to Port Weld, or Sapatang, as the place was then called, and was a fine big animal, with a bunch of seaweed growing on its head. Someone had it called, and then fired at the poor thing. Whether it was wounded or only frightened is uncertain, but it never came again. The following notes upon the same subject were collected by me in Selangor. The female crocodile commonly builds her nest, with or without the aid of the male, among the thorny clumps of lempiae, or dempiae trees just above high water mark, using the fallen leaves to form the nest, and breaking up the twigs with her mouth. The season for laying is said, in the north of the peninsula, to coincide with the time when the rice stalks swell with the grain, i.e. the end of the wet season. The most prolific species of crocodile is reputed to be the Buya lubak, or bite crocodile, also called Buya rawang, or marsh crocodile, which lays as many as 50 or 60 eggs in a single nest. Other varieties, I may add, are the Buya tembaga copper crocodile, the Buya kadak dwarf crocodile, which is, as its name implies, short and stout, and the Buya hitam or bisi, black or iron crocodile, which is reported to attain a larger size than any other variety. This latter kind is often moss-grown, and is hence called Buya berlumut mossy crocodile. The largest specimen of this variety of which I have had any reliable account is one which measured 4 fathoms, less 1 hasta, about 23 feet, and which was caught in the time of Sultan Mahmud at Sunjay Sembalang, near Kuala Selangor, by one Nakhoda Qutb. The Buya jalong jalong, which has attracted attention owing to its reputed identification with the gavial of Indian waters, and which is therefore no true crocodile, is pointedly described by Malays as separating itself from the other species. Finally, there is the Buya Gyulong Tenan, the crocodile that rolls up the weft, which is not, however, the name of a separate variety, but is the name applied to the young person or new woman of the world of crocodile folk, the aggressive female who snaps at everything and everybody for the mere glory of the snap. After hatching, says Mr. Ray, the mother watches and eats up all those which run away from the water, but should any escape her and get away onto the land, they will turn into tigers. There is perhaps more point in the Selangor tradition, according to which the little runaways turn, not into tigers, but into iguanas, monitor lizards. As regards the want of a tongue, which is supposed to be common to all crocodiles, it is said they were so created by design, in order that they might not acquire too pronounced a taste for human flesh. Hence the proverb which declares that no carrion is too bad for them to welcome. Buyamana tahu menalak bangke? When will crocodiles refuse corpses? After the outbreak of ferocity, Ghanas, among the crocodiles in the Klang River last year, some account of the way in which the crocodile is here said to capture and destroy his human victims may prove of interest. Every crocodile has, according to the Selangor Malay, 3 sets of fangs, which are named as follows. 1 C. Hampadea, 2 above and 2 below at the tip of the jaws, 2 Entianta, 2 in the upper and 2 in the lower jaw, halfway up. 3. Charik Kapan, 2 in the upper and 2 in the lower jaw, near the socket of the jaws. The first may be translated by exhaust your devices, the second by yes or no, and the third by tear the shroud, the latter being a reference to the selvage which, among the Malays, is torn off the shroud and afterwards used for tying it up when the corpse has been wrapped in it. If a man is caught by the exhausters of all resources, he has a fair chance of escape. If caught by the debatable teeth, his escape is decidedly problematical. But if caught by the terrors of the shroud, he is to all intents and purposes a dead man. Whenever it effects a capture, the crocodile carries its victim at once below the surface, and either tries to smother him in the soft, thick mud of the mangrove swamp, or pushes him under a snag or projecting root, with the object of letting him drown, while it retires to watch him from a short distance. After what it considers a sufficient interval to effect its purpose, the crocodile seizes the body of the drowned man and rises to the surface, when it calls upon the sun, moon, and stars to bear witness that it was not guilty of the homicide. Bukan aku membunuh engkau, air yang membunuh engkau. Which, being translated, means, it was not I who killed you, it was water which killed you. After thrice repeating this strange performance, the crocodile again dives and proceeds to prepare the corpse for its prospective banquet. Embracing the corpse with its arms, and curving the tip of its powerful tail under its own belly, until the tail is nearly bent double, it contrives to break the backbone of the victim, and then picking up the body once more with its teeth, dashes it violently against a trunk or root in order to break the long bones of the limbs. When the bones are thus so broken as to offer no obstruction, it swallows the body whole, thus affording a remarkable parallel to the boa in its method of devouring its prey and recalling Darwinian ideas of their cousinhood. Miraculous escapes have, however, occasionally occurred. Thus Lebai Ali was caught by a crocodile at Batu Burak, Kuala Selangor, one evening as the tide was ebbing, and the crocodile, after smothering him effectually, as it thought, in the thick mud, retired to await the end. Insensibly, however, it floated farther and farther off with the falling tide, and Lebai Ali, seeing his opportunity, made a bold and successful dash for freedom. A similar case was that of Sika, who was pushed under a bamboo root on the river bank by the crocodile which caught him, and who, after waiting till his formidable enemy had floated a little farther off than usual, drew himself up by an overhanging stem and swarmed up it. At the same moment the crocodile made a rush, and actually caught him by the great toe, which latter, however, he willingly surrendered to his enemy as the price of his liberty. A yet more marvelous escape was that of the youth belonging to the government launch at Klang, who escaped, it is related, by the time-honored expedient of putting his thumbs into the crocodile's eyes. In connection with this latter exploit, by the way, Malay authorities assert that the crocodile's eyes protrude from their sockets on stalks, like those of a crab, so long as he stays underwater, the stalks being as long as the forefinger, so that it is quite an easy matter to catch hold of these living pegs. For the rest, crocodiles are said by the Malays to have a sort of false stomach divided into several pouches or sacks, one sack being for the stones which they swallow, and another for the clothes and accoutrements of their human victims, these pouches being in addition to their real stomach, in which the remains of monkeys, wild pig, mouse deer, and other small animals are found, and, in the case of female specimens, the ovary. The second pair of eyes in the neck which, Mr. Ray says, they are supposed to use when below the surface, are in Selangor supposed to be used at night, whence they are called mata malam, or night eyes, as opposed to their real eyes which they are supposed to use only by day. As regards the stones, which crocodiles undoubtedly swallow, they are sometimes supposed to enable each male crocodile to keep an account of the number of rivers which it has entered, of the number of bites it has lived in, or even of the number of its human victims. The noise which crocodiles make when fighting resembles a loud roar or bellow, and the Malays apply the same word menguak to the bellow of the crocodile as well as to that of the buffalo. The wrath of the crocodile folk is provoked by those who wish to shoot them in various ways, of which perhaps the commonest is to dabble a sarong, or, as is said to be more effectual, a woman's mosquito curtain, in the water of the river where they live. So also to keep two sets of weights and measures, one for buying and another for selling, as is sometimes done by the Chinese, is said to be a certain means of provoking their indignation. The crocodile wizard is sometimes credited with the power of calling the crocodile folk together, and of discovering a man-eater among them, and an eyewitness lately described to me the scene on one such occasion. A Malay had been carried off and devoured by a crocodile at Larat, and a Batu Bara man, who went by the sobriquet of Nakhoda Hassan, undertook to discover the culprit. Sprinkling some of the usual sacrificial rice-based, tepung tawar, and saffron rice upon the surface of the river, he called out in loud tones to the various tribes of crocodiles in the river, and summoned them to appear on the surface. My informant declares that not less than 8 or 10 crocodiles actually appeared, whereupon the Pawang commanded them all to return to the bottom, with the exception of the one which was guilty. In a few moments, only one crocodile remained on the surface, and this one, on being forthwith killed and cut open, was found to contain the garments of the unfortunate man who had been captured by it. Similar stories of the prowess of crocodile charmers are told by the Javanese. I shall now proceed to describe the methods and ceremonies used for the catching of crocodiles. The following is a description by Mr. J. H. M. Robson, of Selangor, of the most usual method, at all events in Selangor, but it would appear from remarks upon the subject in Dr. Denai's work, that live as well as dead bait is commonly used. A small piece of hardwood about 6 in, or 8 in, long and about 3/4 of an inch thick, is sharpened at both ends, and to the middle of this the end of a yard of twine is firmly fastened, the twine having about a dozen strands just held together by, say, a couple of knots, so as to prevent the crocodile from biting it through, as the strands simply get between his teeth. To the other end of this twine is fastened a single uncut rattan, at least 20 feet long, which can be only 1/4 of an inch in diameter, but may with advantage be a little bigger. A small stick affixed to the end of the line, to act as a visible float, completes this part of the gear. Probably a crocodile will eat anything, but he is certainly partial to chicken. At least that bait is always successful in the Sepang River. So, having killed some sort of fowl, the body is cut right through the breast lengthways from head to tail, and the small piece of pointed hardwood inserted, and the bird bound up again with string. Next, 2 pieces of light wood are nailed together, forming a small floating platform about 1 foot square, and on this the fowl is placed, raised on miniature trestles. The small platform thus furnished is placed in a likely spot near the bank, and the rattan line is hitched over a small branch or a stake, so that the bait platform may not be carried away by the tide. By the next morning the rattan line, bait, and platform may all have disappeared, which probably means that the crocodile, having swallowed the fowl, has gone off with the rattan in tow, a tug being sufficient to set it free, whilst the platform, thus released, has drifted away. A crocodile will try the aggressive sometimes, so, when going in pursuit, it is better to have a boat than a sampan, but Malay paddles are the most convenient in either case. It is also advisable to have a second man with a rifle. The crocodile has probably a favorite place upstream, so the boatmen paddle up on the lookout for the rattan, which always floats, finding it at length close to the mangrove roots bordering on the river, perhaps. The boat hook picks up the floating stick end of the line, and with a couple of boatmen onto this and a crocodile at the other end, with the small pointed hardwood stick across his throat, the excitement begins. The crocodile plunges about amidst the mangrove roots under the water, and then makes a rush. The rattan is paid out again and the boat follows. Then he rushes under the boat, perhaps at the boat, whilst the line is steadily pulled in. This sort of thing may last some time, but the only thing to be afraid of is the rattans getting twisted round a bacao root underwater, which might prevent a capture. Otherwise, after a good deal of playing of a rather violent nature, the continual pulling of the rattan holders in the boat, or his own aggressiveness, induces him to show his head above the surface, whereat the rifles crack and the crocodile dies, though often not till 4 or 5 bullets have been put into different parts of his body. I will now proceed to describe the religious ceremonies which accompany this performance. The following outline of the ceremonies used in catching a crocodile who is known to be a man-eater was taken down by me from the mouth of a noted crocodile wizard on the Langet River. First, you take strips of bark of a riverside bush or tree called baru-baru, which must be cut down at a single stroke, and fasten them together at each end only, so that they form a rope with divided, unraveled strands. This will form that part of your tackle which corresponds to the gut, parambutt, of a fishing line, i.e. the part just above the hook, and the advantage of it is that the loose strands get between the crocodile's teeth and prevent it from being bitten through, as a rope would certainly be. Next, you take a piece of the bottommost rung of a house ladder, anak tangga bangsu, and sharpen it to a point at both ends so as to form a crosspiece, paling, such as will be likely to stick in the crocodile's throat. Having fastened one end of the gut round the middle of the crosspiece and the other to your rattan line, the length of which may be from 10 to 15 fathoms or so, according to the depth of the river at the spot where the crocodile is supposed to lie, you must next cut down a young tree to serve as the pole, chanchang, to which the floating platform and bait may be subsequently attached. This pole may be of any kind of wood except bamboo, so when you have found a suitable tree, take hold of it with the left hand and chop at it thrice with the right, saying a charm as you do so. Peace be with you, O Prophet Tetap, in whose charge is the earth, peace be with you, O Prophet Noah, planter of trees, I petition for this tree to serve as a mooring post for my crocodile trap. If it is to kill him, the crocodile, do you fall supine? If it is not to kill him, do you fall prone? These last 2 lines refer to the omens which are taken from the way the tree falls, the supine position being that of a crocodile which has turned turtle, whereas the prone position would be its natural attitude as it swims. Then start making the floating platform or raft, racket, by chopping a plantain stem, any kind will do, into 3 lengths, dekarat cantiga, and then skewering these lengths together at their ends so as to form a triangle. Into the apex of this triangle, firmly plant the lower end of a strong and springy rod, making the upper end curve over slightly in a forward direction, dipasangnaya keu melantor ka atas, and securing it in its position by 2 lashings, which are carried down from its tip and fastened to the 2 front corners of the triangle. Then utter the charm and plant the pole by the riverside in the spot you have selected, holding your breath and making believe that you are King Solomon, Disifat Kita Raja Sulaiman, as it sinks into the ground. The charm consists of these lines. Peace be with you, O Prophet Kailir, in whose charge is the water. Peace be with you, O Prophet Tetap, in whose charge is the earth. Pardon, King of the sea, deity of mid-currents, I ask only for the guilty, crocodiles. The innocent do you assist me to let go, and drive out only the guilty which devoured so-and-so. If you do not do so, you shall die, etc. Now prepare the bait. To do this, you must kill a fowl in the orthodox way, cut it partly open and insert the ladderung into its body, wrapping the flesh and feathers round it, and binding the whole bird 7 times round and 7 times across with a piece of rattan, not forgetting, however, to observe silence and hold your breath as you pass the first rattan lashing round the fowl's carcase. When you have finished binding it up as directed, chew some betel leaf and eject, semborkan, the chewed leaf upon the fowl's head, repeating the appropriate charm. Then hook the bait, sangkutkan umpan, onto the tip of the bent rod, on no account tie it on, as it must be left free for the crocodile to swallow. And having prepared the wanted accessories including 3 chews of betel leaf, a richek of ginger, Haliabara sarachek, and 7 white peppercorns, Lada sula tujo biji, breathe, jampican, upon the betel leaf, and at the end of the invocation eject the chewed betel leaf upon the head of the cock intended for the bait. The charm to be recited, which makes allusion to the fable concerning the supposed origin of the crocodile, runs as follows. Follow in procession, follow in succession. The assembly flower begins to unfold its petals. Come in procession, come in succession, King Solomon's self comes to summon you. Ho, see Jambu Rakai, I know your origin, sugarcane knots 44 were your bones, of clay was formed your body, rootlets of the areca palm were your arteries. Liquid sugar made your blood, a rotten mat your skin, and a midrib of the thatch palm your tail, prickles of the pandanus made your dorsal ridge, and pointed barambang suckers your teeth. If you splash with your tail, it shall break in 2. If you strike downwards with your snout, it shall break in 2. If you crunch with your teeth, they shall all be broken. Lo, see Jambu Rakai, I bind this fowl with the 7-fold binding, and enwrap it with the 7-fold wrapping which you shall never loosen or undo. Turn it over in your mouth before you swallow it. O, see Jambu Rakai, accept this present from Her Highness Princess Rundak, from Java. If you refuse to accept it, within 2 days or 3 you shall be choked to death with blood, choked to death by Her Highness Princess Rundak, from Java. But if you accept it, a reach upstream or a reach downstream, there do you await me. It is not my word, it is King Solomon's word. If you are carried downstream, see that you incline upstream. If you are carried upstream, see that you incline downstream. By virtue of the saying of King Solomon, there is no God but God, etc. Then take a canoe paddle, to symbolize the crocodile's tail, and some strong thread, fasten one end of the thread to the front of the floating platform, and the other end to the bow of your boat. Back water till it grows taut, and strike the surface of the water thrice with the aforesaid mock crocodile's tail. If the first time you strike it the sound is clearest, terek bunny, it is an omen that the crocodile will swallow the bait the first day. If the second time, it will be the second day when he does so. If the third time, it will be the third day. But every time you strike the water you must say to yourself, from Fatima was your origin, Mani Fatima Azel Kaujati, in order to make the crocodile bold. After striking the water you may go home and rest. But you must get up again in any case at about 2 in the afternoon, delo her. And whatever happens, you must remember never to pass underneath a low overhanging bough, because such a bough would resemble the bent rod of the floating platform. And never, for the time being, to eat your curry without starting by swallowing 3 lumps of rice successively. If you do this, it will help the bait to slide more easily down the crocodile's throat. And in the same way you must never, until the brute is safely landed, take any bones out of the meat in your curry. If you do, the wooden crosspiece is sure to get loose and work out of the fowl, so it is just as well to get somebody to take the bones out of your meat before you begin. Otherwise you may at any moment be compelled to choose between swallowing a bone and losing all your labor. I will pass on to the final capture. The crocodile has taken the bait, we will say, and with the last of the ebb, not unfrequently in a perilously rickety boat, you go out to look for the telltale end of the line that floats up among the forked roots of the mangrove trees. First you must go to the place where you left the floating platform, take hold of the pole to which it is moored and press it downwards into the river bottom, saying to the hooked crocodile, as you do so, "Do not run away, our agreement was a cape, further upstream a cape further downstream. Here hold your breath and press upon the pole. Then wait for the tide to turn, search for the end of the line, which, being of rattan, is sure to float up and down the river banks, and when you find it take hold of the end and give it 3 tugs, repeating as you do so this crippling charm. I know the origin from which you sprang, from Fatima did you take your origin. Your bones, she made from sugar-cane knots, your head from the cabbage of a coconut palm, the skin of your breast from the leaf case of a palm, your blood from saffron, your eyes from the star of the east, your teeth from the pointed suckers of the barambang tree, your tail from the sprouting of a thatch palm. As you utter the last words, give the end of the line 3 twists, pio, and then clench the teeth upon it, cat up dijigi thrice, holding your breath as you do so. Then jerk it rentak thrice and haul upon it runtun. If you feel much resistance, slack it off again and repeat the ceremony, using the crippling charm as before, until you break all the bones in his body. Besides this, in order to drive the mischief out of the crocodile, you may say, "Pardon, King of the Sea, God of Currents, I wish to drive the mischief out of this crocodile." And strike the water and middle of the line, with the end of the line itself. Now you haul on the line, and the crocodile comes up to the top with a rush, and the fun begins. As he comes up to the surface, you ask him, "Was it you who caught so-and-so?" And if he wishes to reply in the affirmative, he will bellow loudly. When he does so, say, "Wind yourself up, Lilith," and he will wind the line round his muzzle. And when you want to kill him, chop across the root of his tail with a cutlass. This will kill him at once. I may add that it is not generally wise to keep a captured crocodile alive overnight, as he happens to be one of the clientele of a certain powerful Hantu, spirit, named Langsier, who comes to the assistance of his follower at night and endows him with supernatural strength, thus enabling him, if he is not very sufficiently tied up, to get loose, which might be awkward. You should also never bring one into the house, on account of an understanding, prejudicial to yourself, which exists between him and the common house lizard chichak. Of the folklore which is concerned with other classes of reptilia, that which deals with snakes is the most important. The gallbladder of the python, ular sawa, is in great request among native practitioners. This serpent is supposed to have two of these organs, one of which is called lampidu idup, or the live gallbladder. It is believed that if a python is killed and this organ is cut out and kept, it will develop into a serpent of just twice the size of that from which it was taken. The natives positively assert that the python attains a length of 60 to 70 feet, and that it has been known to have killed and eaten a rhinoceros. One of the pit vipers is exceedingly sluggish in its movements and will remain in the same place for days together. One individual that was watched lay coiled up on the branch of a tree for 5 days and probably would have remained much longer, but at the end of that time it was caught and preserved. The Malays call it ular kapak dawn, and they say that it is fed 3 times a day by birds, who bring it insects to eat. One man went so far as to say that he had actually once seen some birds engaged in feeding one of these beautiful bright green snakes. In Selinger, as in Perak, the live gallbladder of the python will, it is believed, if kept in a jar, develop into a serpent. When dried, it is in great request as a remedy for smallpox. The story that Mr. Ray tells of the pit viper, ular kapak dawn, is in Selinger told of a snake called Chintamani. Selinger Malays say that it was once upon a time a Raja of the country, and that the birds which bring it food were then its subjects. A Malay told me that he once saw this operation, and that the birds fed it with insects. It is reputed to be a perfectly harmless snake, and it is considered extremely lucky to keep one of the species in one's house, or even to see it. It is described as of a bright and glittering blue color, buru berkalat kilat, and is frequently referred to in charms, especially those connected with the rice soul ceremony, and is sometimes said to spring from the egg of the Chandrawasi or bird of paradise. The cobra ular tedung is said to have a bright stone, Kamala or Jamala, in its head, the radiance of which causes its head to be visible on the darkest night. A snake bezoar, Gilliga ular, is also said to be occasionally found in the back of a snake's head, whilst the snake stone batu ular is carried in its mouth. This batu ular is a prize for the possession of which snakes are not unfrequently believed to fight, and appears to correspond to the pearl, for which in Chinese legendary lore, the dragons of that country were believed to engage in mortal combat. A Malay remarked to me that it was always worth while if one came upon 2 snakes thus engaged to kill them both, as one of them was sure to possess this much coveted stone, which is said to confer an almost certain victory upon its possessor. Another species of snake stone, which is said to be manufactured by powangs from gold, silver, amalgam of silver and gold, tin, iron, and quicksilver, is called buntat raksa, and is said to be invaluable in case of snakebite. It is believed that this stone will adhere to the wound and will not fall off until it has sucked out all the poison. One of these stones, which was sold to me in Selinger for $1, was about 1 inch long and oval in shape. It was evidently made of some mixture of metals and was perforated so as to enable it to be carried on a string. The ular gantang is said to be a snake, though from the description given it would seem more likely to be some species of slowworm or blindworm. It is only a few inches long and is black, and there is said to be little if any difference between its head and its tail. It is considered to be extremely lucky, and when a Malay meets it, he spreads out his headcloth or turban on the ground and allows it to enter when he carries it home and keeps it. To dream of being bitten by a snake is thought to portend success in a love affair. A horned toad, known as Kadak Burtendok, but not the common one of that name, Megalophrys nasuta, Gunter, has a very bad reputation with the Malays. It is said to live in the jungle on the hills, and wherever it takes up its abode all the trees and plants around wither and die. So poisonous is it that it is dangerous even to approach it, and to touch or be bitten by it is certain death. The bite of the common toad, Bufo melanostictus, Cantor, is also said to prove fatal. That toads have no teeth is an anatomical detail that does not seem to be thought worthy of being taken into account. The supposed venomous properties of this useful and harmless tribe have a worldwide range. In Shakespeare, many allusions to it are made. One of them, which mentions the habit of hibernation possessed by those species which inhabit the colder parts of the earth, says, "In the poisoned entrails throw, toad, that under coldest stone days and nights hast 31, sweltered venom sleeping got, boil thou first the charmed pot." In another, reference is made to the toadstone, which seems to be represented in Malayan tradition by the pearl carried in the bodies of the hamadryad, the cobra, and the bungaris, the three most deadly snakes of the peninsula. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in its head. There is some foundation of fact for the popular belief, as toads secrete an acrid fluid from the skin, which appears to defend them from the attacks of carnivorous animals. It may not be out of place to give here a Malay tradition about a species of snail. A strange superstition is attached to a small snail which frequents the neighborhood of the limestone hills in Perak. It belongs to the Cyclophoridae and is probably an Alaceus. Among the grass in the shadow of a grazing animal, these creatures are to be discovered, and if one of them is crushed, it will be found to be full of blood, which has been drawn in a mysterious way from the veins of the animal through its shadow. Where these noxious snails abound, the cattle become emaciated and sometimes even die from the constant loss of blood. In the folklore of other countries, many parallels to this occur, but they differ in either the birds, bats, or vampires who are supposed to prey on the lifeblood of their fellows, going direct to the animals to suck the blood, instead of doing so through the medium of their shadows. Fishing ceremonies. Fish are in many cases credited by the Malay peasant with the same portentous ancestry as that which he attributes to some of the larger animals and birds. Many Malays refuse to eat the freshwater fish called ikan belida, on the plea that it was originally a cat. They declare that it squalls like a cat when harpooned, and that its bones are white and fine like a cat's hairs. Similarly, the ikan tumuli is believed to be a human being who has been drowned in the river, and the ikan kalal to be a monkey transformed. Some specially favored observers have seen monkeys half through the process of metamorphosis, half monkey and half fish. Similarly, the dugong Malay dayang is asserted by some Malays to have sprung from the remains of a pig, which Muhammad himself dined off before he pronounced pork to be the accursed thing. Being cast by the Prophet into the sea, it revived and took the shape of the dugong, in which shape it is still to be found off the coast of Lucut and Port Dickson, where it feeds upon seagrass, rumput settle, in common with a species of small tripang or berchtamer. The origin of the eel ikan bilat is derived from a stem of the gili plant. The whitefish, ikan pude from splinters or rather shavings of wood tattle keu or tarahan keu. The senengang fish from the long-tailed monkey kera. The Aruan fish from a frog kadak or lizard menkarong. The bujak fish from charred fire logs, puntong api. The telan fish from the creeping roots of the yam, sular kailadi, and so on. There is even the leaf of a certain tree, which is sometimes said to turn into a fish, the ikan belida, while the following story is held to account for the origin of the porpoise. Once upon a time, there was a fishing wizard, Pawang Phuket, who had encountered nothing but misfortune from first to last, and who at length determined to put forth all his skill in magic in one last desperate effort to repay the burden of debt which threatened to crush him. One day, therefore, having tried his luck for the last time, and still caught nothing, he requested his comrades to collect an immense quantity of mangrove leaves in their boat. Having carried these leaves out to the fishing ground, he scattered them on the surface of the water, together with a few handfuls of parched and saffron-stained rice, repeating a series of most powerful spells as he did so. The next time they fished, the leaves had turned into fish of all shapes and sizes, and an immense haul of fish was the result. The wizard then gave directions for the payment in full of all his debts and the division of the balance among his children, and then, without further warning, plunged into the sea only to reappear as a porpoise. A species of fish-like tadpole, found at certain seasons of the year in the streams and pools, is supposed to divide when it reaches maturity, the front portion forming a frog and the afterpart or tail becoming the fish known as ikan klai, one of the catfishes or siluridae. In consequence of this strange idea, many Malays will not eat the fish, deeming it but little better than the animal from which it is supposed to have been cast. The ikan klai is armed with two sharp barbed spines attached to the forepart of the pectoral fins, and can and does inflict very nasty wounds with them when incautiously handled. The spines are reputed to be poisonous, but it is believed that if the brain of the offending fish is applied to the wound, it will act as a complete antidote to the poisonous principle, and the wound will heal without trouble. The English cure for hydrophobia, that is, the hair of the dog that bit you, will occur to all as a modification of the same idea. The fish called selwang is used for purposes of magic. It is supposed that anyone who pokes out its eyes with a special needle, which must be one out of a score the packets being made up in scores end, must possess a torn eye, will be able to inflict blindness, by sympathy, upon any person against whom he has a grudge. The fish called ketera is supposed to change into a seabird. I will now proceed to describe the ceremony, which is supposed to secure an abundant catch of fish in the stakes. In January 1897, I witnessed the ceremony of sacrificing at the fishing stakes, Meniamabilat, which took place at the hamlet of Ayer Hitam, lit. Blackwater, in the coast district of Kuala Langat, Selangor. The chief performer of the rites was an old Malay named Bilumat, who had owned one of the fishing stakes in the neighborhood for many years past, and had annually officiated at the ceremony which I was about to witness. I and my small party arrived in the course of the morning, and were received by Bilumat, who conducted us to the long, low palm thatch building, Bangsal Kelong, just above high water mark, in which he and his men resided during the fishing season. Here we found that a feast was in course of preparation, but what most attracted my attention was the sight of 3 large sacrificial basketwork trays, each about 2 feet square, and with high fringed sides which were suspended in a row from the roof of the veranda, on the seaward side of the building. These trays were empty, but had been lined with banana leaves to prepare them for the reception of the offerings, which latter were displayed upon a raised platform standing just in front of them. Shortly after our arrival, the loading of the trays commenced. First, Bilumat took a large bowl of parched rice and poured it into the trays, until the bottom of each tray was filled with a layer of parched rice about an inch in depth. Next, he took a bowl of saffron-stained rice and deposited about 5 portions of it in the center and 4 corners of each tray. Then he made a similar distribution of small portions of washed rice, of sweet potatoes kailedek, of yams kailati, of tapioca ubaikeu, of bananas pisang and betel leaf siri, there being 2 sets, one cooked and one uncooked, of each of these portions except the last. Finally, he added 1 cigarette to each portion, the cigarette being intended for the spirits to smoke after their meal. A fine black goat, without blemish and without spot, had been killed by Bilumat early that morning, and he now deposited its head in the middle of the central tray, 2 of the feet in the middle of the right-hand tray, and the other 2 feet in the middle of that on the left. To each of these 3 central portions were now added small portions of the animal's viscera, liver, spleen, lights, tripe, heart, etc., and then the small diamond-shaped ketupat and cylindrical, lepet, rice bags were suspended in the usual manner. A wax taper was added to each portion of each tray, and the loading of the trays declared complete. Everything being now ready, Bilumat carried a smoking censer thrice round the row of trays, walking always towards the left, and then lighting the 5 wax tapers of the left-hand tray, directed 2 of his men to take down this tray and sling it on a pole between them. This they did, and we set off in procession along the sandy foreshore at the back of the building, until we came to a halt at a spot about 50 yards off, where Bilal Umat suspended the tray from the branch of a mangrove tree about 5 feet from the ground. This done, he faced round towards the land, and breaking off a branch of the tree, gave utterance to 3 stentorian cooeys, which he afterwards informed me were intended to notify the land spirits, Orang Darat lit. Land folk, of the fact that offerings were awaiting their acceptance. Returning to the house, he manufactured one of the leaf brushes which the Malays always used for the neutralizing rice-based, tepang tower rite, and we then started in a couple of boats for the fishing stakes, taking with us the 2 remaining trays. Of these 2 trays, one was suspended by Bilal Umat from a high wooden tripod which had been erected for the purpose, the site selected being the center of a shoal about halfway between the fishing stakes and the house. The 3rd tray, which contained the head of the goat, Kapala Kaming Dengan Buanaya, was then taken on to the fishing stakes, Bilal Umat disposing of a large quantity of miscellaneous offerings which he had brought with him in a basket by strewing them upon the surface of the sea as we went along. On reaching the stakes, the Pawang Bilal Umat suspended the tray from a projecting pole at the seaward end of the fishing stakes, and then seating himself upon one of the timbers almost directly underneath it, scattered handfuls of saffron-stained rice, washed, rice, and native cigarettes upon the water, just outside the 2 seaward posts at the end of the stakes, and emptied out the remainder of the parched rice upon the water just inside the head of the stakes. Then he recited a charm, stirred the bowl of neutralizing rice-based tepang tower with the brush of leaves, and taking the latter out of the bowl, sprinkled or rather daubed it first upon the 2 tide braces of the stakes, first upon the left tide brace, and then upon the right, then upon the heads of the 2 upright posts next to the tide braces, and then delegated the brush to 2 assistants. One of these sprinkled the heads of all the remaining upright posts in the seaward compartment of the stakes, while the other boarded the big boat belonging to the stakes, and sprinkled the boat and all its gear from stem to stern, commencing on the left side of the bows, and working right down to the stern, and then recommencing on the right and working down to the stern again. Finally, the same assistant returning to the stakes, washed the rice bowl in the sea just beneath the place where Bilal Umat was sitting, and fastened up the leaf brush to the left-hand head post, Kayu Pachikiri, at the seaward end of the stakes. To the above account, I may add that a number of taboos are still pretty rigorously enforced by the fishing wizards, Pawang Bilat, upon the coast of Selangor. I was never allowed to take either an umbrella or boots into the fishing stakes when I visited them, the spirits having, I was told, the strongest possible objection to the use of either. Other perpetual taboos, Pantang Salamalamanaya, are to bathe without wearing a bathing cloth mandi telanjang, to throw the wet bathing cloth over the shoulder when returning to the house, and to rub one foot against the other, gasak sadu kaki dengan lane. Sarongs, umbrellas, and shoes must never on any pretense be worn. I may add that the first pole planted is called tirus tua, tua. And if the response of the spirits to the invocation be favorable, it is believed that it will enter the ground readily, as if pulled from below. The only 7 days taboo which I have heard mentioned, though, no doubt, there are many others, is the scrupulous observance of chastity. A boat which possesses a knot in the center of its keel, or to which the smell of fish long adheres, pirahu perinyur or perhinyur, is supposed to bring good luck to the fishermen. There is also a regular, taboo language used by the fishermen, of which the following are examples. Fish equals dawn kayu, tree leaves, or sampalaut jetsam. Snake equals akar hiddup, living creeper. Crocodile equals batang kayu, tree log. Seaward compartment of the stakes, bunohan, equals kurong. At the close of the ceremony, Bilal Umat repeated to me one of the Kelong invocations which he had just been making use of, and which ran as follows. Peace be with you, God's prophet. Tap, peace be with you, God's prophet. Kizar, peace be with you, God's prophet. Noah. Peace be with you, God of the backwater. Peace be with you, God of the Bajo. Peace be with you, God of mid-currents. Peace be with you, God of the yellow sunset glow. Peace be with you, old Tagak the wizard. Peace be with you, O elder wizard. It is not I who make you this peace offering. It is old Tagak the wizard who makes it. It is the elder wizard who makes it by the order of old Orgading. Lit. Ivory bamboo, by virtue of there is no God, etc. The following was the charm used by the Pawang, at the planting of the first pole of a germal. Peace be with you, eldest wizard, first of wizards, Allah and Musa, the converser with Allah. Setting Bhima, setting Buwana, setting Juara, and king of the sea, come let us all together plant the pole of this germal. Even when fishing with rod and line, a Sarapa invocation of some sort, such as the following, was generally used. Ho, God of mid-currents, see that you do not agitate my hook. If my hook is to the left, do you go to the right? If my hook is to the right, do you go to the left? If you approach this hook of mine, you shall be cursed by the saying of God, etc. Before casting the line, a chew of betel leaf should be thrown into the water. Another very common rhyming charm would frequently be addressed to the fish. Swallow lit. Receive the gut of my line, be it broken sooner than torn from my hands. If you tear it from my hands, your eye shall be plucked out. D. Fire. One production of fire. Procuring fire by friction is an accomplishment as common to the Malay as to the North American Indian. The process is, however, slightly different. While the latter resorts to circular friction, the Malay cuts a notch on the converse surface of a bamboo, across which he rapidly rubs another piece cut to a sharp edge. A fine powder is rubbed away, and this ignites. Bamboo is also used as a flint with tinder. The all-pervading match, however, is alone used in all districts under foreign influence. The foregoing description requires to be supplemented, for the method of procuring fire by circular friction is hardly, if at all, less common among the Malays than the method of cross-friction. The former process takes the form of the well-known fire drill, both the block and the upright stick being generally made of mahang wood. The upright stick is frequently worked by a species of bow, such as that used by carpenters, and is kept from jumping out of the socket in which it revolves by means of a coconut shell, which is pressed down from above. When cross-friction is used, a long, narrow slit is usually cut, following the grain, in the convex surface of the piece of bamboo, the dust which is rubbed away falling through it, and gradually forming a little pile which presently ignites. It is hardly necessary to cut a notch for the crosspiece, as a groove is very quickly worn when the friction is started. A species of fire syringe has also, I believe, been collected by Mr. L. Ray in Perak. Fire charms. In procuring fire by circular or cross-friction, the performer will often say, by way of a charm. The mouse deer asks for fire to singe his mother-in-law's feathers. The mouse deer's mother-in-law is the name of a small bird, which is said to have very gay plumage of 5 colors and to resemble the green pigeon pane in shape. And the explanation of this charm is said to be that in the days of King Solomon, when both the mouse deer and his mother-in-law wore their human forms, the mouse deer was greatly annoyed by the conduct of his mother-in-law, who kept dancing in front of him as he went. A quarrel ensued, as the result of which they were both transformed into the shapes which they now respectively bear. But the mother-in-law has not yet abandoned her exasperating tactics, and may still often be seen tantalizing the mouse deer by hopping in front of it as it goes along. There are still some traces of the influence of animistic ideas in that part of Malay folklore which is concerned with fire. If an inflammable object, such as wood, falls by accident into the fire, a stick must be used in extracting it, and the stick left as a substitute in its place. The hearth fire, API dapper, must never be stepped over, dilankanaya, nor must the rice pot which stands upon it, as in the latter case the person who does so will be cursed by the rice. Both fire and smoke, fumigation, are a good deal used by the Malays for purposes of ceremonial purification, but the details of such rites cannot be conveniently discussed except in connection with the complete ceremonies of which they form a part. They will accordingly be found under such headings as birth, adolescence, marriage, medicine, and funerals. C.